now we have behind the scenes. So look, he issued this apology. Oh, I'm not going to put Brazilian women's names in my mouth no more. He he got on the elevator. He's heartbroken because he was called out. And guess who he was called out by? Oh, the great Stephanie Ribeiro, who we have right now behind the scenes. Stephanie,
Ai, nervosa.
this is the
Ah,
feminist
shit.
that ran this man red, that had the man up on the broadcast with his brow sweating bullets,
Yes,
apologizing,
Stephanie, cute.
promising to never even mention Brazilian women again. Stephanie, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome.
Welcome to the broadcast, folks.
Welcome. So, what we're going to do, and right next to
Fair
her
use, fair use.
is introduce yourself, Tulio. You are
I'm the husband.
Husband,
And also,
boyfriend, I don't know.
all right.
Husband.
So you know
partner.
there were many people who were saying that she was married to a white man, that she was American herself, that all of these other things, that she was a racist, et cetera, et cetera. There were a lot of things that were being said. And as a special treat, we have Helena right here. Do you see her right below me? Helena is a
Hi.
psychologist who is going to talk to us about the pathological thinking of narcissists, of tell us who else you are going to tell us about today.
Well, hi, Tonya. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I think today we have an opportunity to talk about neurotic man and how the neurotic man can look to women through the
You're listening to Tanya TKO on DJ Torch's live stream.
Okay,
That's a
wonderful.
lot to talk.
Thank you. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, what we're going to do right now is I want everybody to get themselves geared up. Thank you to everybody who has shared this broadcast and tagged somebody. We're going to jump into the heart of the matter. First, we're going to take a quick 1 minute commercial break for the text notification squad. And then after that, we're going to jump into the conversation. So, during this 1 minute, use this as the opportunity to tag somebody. Tag some of the passport bros because they had a lot to say, a lot of slanderous words about this woman, a lot of crazy things to talk about how the women in Brazil liked how they were being treated. But no, 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 no. We're going to hear from Brazilian women themselves about the culture. Are Brazilian women, quote unquote, easy? We're going to talk about the differences in the dating strategies over there. And then we're also going to talk about the difference between socioeconomic class and status and the types of women that these men are targeting. So, 1 minute commercial, and we will be right back. Are you
All right, all right. On the ones and twos, this is DJ Torch coming straight at you. Right here from the number one spot in the United States, Las Vegas. I know, Marquis. I know. You have a problem with that, but that's okay. Welcome, Marquis. Welcome, JM. We're about to get this party started the way the party was supposed to be started. We're gonna be doing some roasting and some toasting, some roasting and some toasting. Right now, Tanya TKO is gonna break it down for us. She's gonna break it down. Gonna break it down. Gonna break it down. Gonna break it down. This is a live of a live, which makes it all the way live. Let me repeat that. This is a live of a live, which makes it all the way live. We're about to get this party started. Everybody file in because the passport bros, they thought they could stop they thought they could stop it. It's too late, fellas. I told you over and over again. I told you on Chantel's show, you gotta be respectful, and you didn't.
back? Welcome back.
She's back.
This show
Let's
is
listen.
broadcast
Let's
live.
do
We do
this.
most of our shows live. And what supports the channel is you being here on
Lady
time.
M,
And
welcome.
one of the ways that
JP,
you're able
welcome.
to be here and be a part of the live show is by being a part of the text notification squad. It's $1.99 per month plus fees, or $4.99 a month plus fees if you're international, or $22 for the year, or $50 for the year. There are also free notifications that you can get. The links are in the description. I'll type it here for you all, www.tanyatko.com/text. And we're also going to be taking apples so that you can have your comments read on the screen.
Right now, what I'm doing is making sure that everybody in the red pill and on the planes to see what's going on. Tanya TKO, and you were worried about other people, weren't you, Passport Bros? You forgot about Tanya TKO with her big old giant audience.
Down. So, in the 4 minutes, I want you to just tell the people a little bit about yourself. And then after that, you all know how to jump out and then come back in so that we can continue the broadcast, right?
Ela quer que eu fale sobre mim, né?
Mhm.
Tá, eu sou a Stephanie Ribeiro, eu tenho 29 anos e sou arquiteta. Aqui no Brasil eu tenho um programa de TV.
Stephanie is gorgeous.
É importante te falar, porque muitos desses homens que estão me xingando estão dizendo que eu quero aparecer em cima
Official Marcus, welcome.
Well, she's Stephanie Ribeiro. She's 29 years old. She's an architect, but she didn't say that. Also writer and also feminist. And she's a host, a TV host of a program of architecture and decoration. So a lot of the guys that probably some bros, they kind of calling her, saying that she's talking this because she wants to appear, she wants to be famous, but actually she's already famous. She's already a public person. Everybody actually knows her. So, well, that's what she does.
Oh.
E isso é importante, eu acho importante dizer, porque inclusive a mãe do Alston veio me xingar nas minhas redes sociais dizendo que eu queria ficar famosa em cima do filho dela, mas eu não preciso ficar famosa em cima do filho dela. Eu já tenho meu trabalho, eu já tenho meu dinheiro, eu já tenho minha casa, eu já tenho meu sucesso. O que acontece é que eu sou uma mulher negra feminista no Brasil, assim como várias outras que existem no meu país, e a gente estudou, a gente consegue falar por nós, e a gente ficou muito indignada quando a gente viu o conteúdo desses homens, porque era extremamente ofensivo, e o impacto do turismo sexual, ele é muito grande nos corpos negros e femininos do Brasil.
Well, she said that she doesn't need to be famous because she already has her job, her work, her house, her life. So it's not about this, it's not about to be famous to everybody knows, but it's about the fact
Basically, she has more than the majority of the Passport Bros have themselves.
some marks, some traits, you know, and the idea of the sexual tourism is something terrific. She was really horrified when she said she saw the pictures, the posts, the videos, and these guys kind of come on, bring it on, come to Brazil. And as a feminist, as a black feminist, she understands that the worst, how could I say, the worst experience in terms of sexism is for the black women. So the black women suffers more the violence, the ignorance, the
E, inclusive, a gente tem um dado aqui no Brasil de que as jovens negras têm 3 vezes mais chances de serem estupradas. Então, todo o conteúdo que tem esse teor misógino, sexista, impacta muito a gente. E a gente já combateu várias coisas aqui no Brasil em relação a isso. Por exemplo, eu, junto com uma outra feminista negra brasileira, Djamila Ribeiro, escrevemos um texto questionando a globeleza. E hoje não existe mais a globeleza na TV seminua, que era uma figura de uma mulher
So
negra
look,
seminua que aparecia toda vez no
we're
carnaval.
running down on the minute. Give a quick translation, and then you all are going to jump out of here, and then we're going to hear from Helena. Quick translation, under 1 minute.
Okay, the black women has 3 times more chances to be raped and to be in Brazil and to be violent. And she puts her feminism in front of this question, discussing and writing, and also in Brazilian society, making things to transform as the stereotypes and things concerning black women.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you so much for that. All right. So let us jump real quick. What we're going to do is we are going to play the video that started it all. So remember, he had gone over to Brazil and he had put up a video. And in the video, he showed some Brazilian women on the beach. And when he was on the beach, he talked with them about how soon they would go home with a man, right? So we're going to play that video. We're going to wait for our guests to come back in, and then we're going to hear from Helena and why this is a passion of hers, right? So here is the
Big cap. I'll look into that. Something's been going on with my account. I think somebody hacked me, but I'll check and make sure that you are one of the main folks. So I'm gonna make sure that I take care of that.
Você não tá aparecendo, né?
Não sei. Ah,
Acho que ela tá.
Can't really hear anything.
hold on, there might be a little bit of an echo. Let me just, because I have so many screens that I have to, and I'm live producing right now, so I have to get the echo off. So give me just 1 second. Let me just get that back up for you all. Or right. And so you see, he doesn't see what's the matter with that. He doesn't understand why that's problematic. So we're going to have Stephanie explain why that's problematic. But first, let's hear from Helena, who is
Southern Belle in the house.
talk with us
Venus Scorpio.
her specialty, which is going to be telling us about she's going to be telling us about neuroticism, narcissistic personality disorder. Come forward, Helena.
Well, Tonya, I am thinking about it since I got to know this movement called Passport Bros, and from the perspective of psychology, I think that there's some kind of self-defense and neurotic ways of self-defense based on fear that these
Mm,
men should have for women that are really empowered. So I think they are looking for women that are in a level lower in terms of power, so they
mm,
can feel a lot more secure to deal with them. So I think
mm.
the base is fear,
So
starting
fear,
from there.
but fear of what? Well, first of all, tell us about yourself. How long have you been a psychologist? How did this become?
May in the house.
Well, I'm a psychologist for 20 years. Actually, it's going to turn 22 years that I am a psychologist. And I think my profession helps me to make some change in the world as I can. So I turn my profession into activism too. Um, and I have some causes that I defend, and recently turned my knowledge to help this cause.
Oh,
Other
wonderful.
than that, I am a professional advisor, and I do some lectures about many things in psychology. And I love my work because I learn every day with my patients, and they are like the best books I could ever read in my life. And I am very fortunate to have this profession. And everything that I will share with you, I have to also give credit to my patients because I learned so much with them.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for that. All right. So, Stephanie, um, what was it that made you decide? Because if you all don't know what's going on, Austin Holloman did that video and that video went viral. And she decided to put an end to what was going on. What was it that made you decide to what was it about that video, because this has been going on for some time, but what was it about that video that incited you to stand up?
ela tá perguntando por que que eu...
É, o que que tinha naquele vídeo que fez você querer...
Sim, entendi. Bom, Na verdade, eu vi 2 postagens dele que eu respondi e que me chocaram. Primeiro, era esse vídeo que você mostrou, que a
Lady M in the house.
cultura é muito normal. O sexo no primeiro encontro não é uma coisa absurda no Brasil.
Well, the first video that she saw, he was saying something really absurd, terrific, and the girl was answering him something which is normal, like in our culture, actually even in States, it's kind of normal. People have sex after the first date. So she was answering about this.
E ele olhou para aquela situação de uma pergunta simples e ele falou: peguem seus passaportes, no sentido de tipo, venham para cá. E os comentários eram terríveis. Eram homens dizendo que estavam arrumando as malas e
Y'all be talking about food. Now you're making me hungry. Let me just see if I can find a good TV dinner to knock down.
In Brazil to do this, and there were a lot of men on the chat saying, "Oh, grab your passports. Let's go over there. Let's have this. Let's get these girls because
é tão fácil assim.
it's so easy in Brazil like this, you know." And he was making the situation seems like it's easy to come to Brazil because all the women here are easy.
E aí tinha uma outra postagem, quando eu fui ver, que ele colocava uma menina respondendo que ela preferia ter um encontro na praia. E ele dizia, levem essa menina para o encontro, custa só 10 ou 20 dólares.
I'm sorry, because I get like, it's a lot of absurd things. Well, there's another video that he kind of interviewed the girls, and he asks her like, where do you want to have a date? And she answers, I want to go to the beach, whatever. Not with him, you know, place that she likes. And he says to the guys, you know, to the public, the passport, so take her to the beach. It's just $10 to get her, you know, like.
Ele nem falou levem à praia, levem ela para um encontro. Ela usou date.
Take her to the date. It's just $10.
10 or 20.
10 or 20, like
yes.
Bringing the idea, and it's not like we are not talking about prostitution, the people that will sex work, but the thing is transforming the girl as a prostitute, but she never, you know, put herself in the situation.
Isso para mim foi muito grave. Eu comentei para ele falando, você está fazendo uma coisa super absurda e no Brasil nós temos leis. Nós temos mesmo leis, né, Helena, de assédio. A gente tem uma lei de defesa de defesa da mulher que é muito grande. Nós temos leis inúmeras leis. Inclusive eu disse, a gente tem até delegacias da mulher. E aí os seguidores dele riram de mim e disseram: todas as brasileiras estão à venda. É isso mesmo.
So she said that it's wrong. Like she was commenting, answering the videos and on chat, saying, well, what you're doing, it's wrong, it's terrible. And here in Brazil, we also have laws concerning this, laws to protect women, laws to protect the women against violence, laws against the sex tourism and things like this. So,
delegacia, é importante falar da delegacia.
The station against the women violence, police station against the women violence. And his crowd, like the people that were commenting on the chat, they were laughing at, making fun of it. Like, this is ridiculous. All the women in Brazil are prostitutes. The women in Brazil, the women in South.
It is a
sale are for sale. The women there are for sale.
So,
like,
so I have a question. I have a question. You said that it's typical for a woman in Brazil to have intercourse after the first date. You said that?
Yeah, typical.
Eu posso explicar. No Brasil, a gente tem uma comunidade muito grande de religiosos, por exemplo. A gente tem muitas pessoas que são evangélicas, que são católicas, e que são pessoas que levam para uma cultura mais conservadora. Isso existe no Brasil. Mas também existem mulheres falando sobre seus corpos e sobre sua liberdade. E a gente tem uma cultura com um corpo com a sensualidade e até com a sexualidade que talvez sejam diferentes mesmo. A gente tem, por exemplo, camisinha sendo dada no metrô pelo governo, gratuitamente. A gente fala muito sobre sexo e tenta falar sobre sexo de uma forma informativa, inclusive. E não é um problema na nossa cultura uma mulher fazer sexo, sabe? Tem pessoas que são super conservadoras, o nosso ex-presidente era super conservador, e isso seria um problema. Mas, de um geral...
Well, hold on. You're saying a lot. So let's get that part translated first so we can
I
know
was like,
what we're
oh,
talking
like,
about.
yeah. I will talk like, right. The thing is, we have a lot of conservatives in Brazil. We have a lot of religious people, especially in the inner country of the inner country of take. We have, but also, especially in the big cities, we have a kind of tradition to discuss about sexuality. So it's not something new. We have been talking about sexuality, the woman's sexuality, the thing like for decades.
Ellen, welcome to the house.
The feminists, but women in large cities, they are nowadays, the last like year, something like this, they are taking more opportunity of the idea that they own their own bodies, their own sexuality, and they are discussing about this. Like the thing is, in Brazil, we major, especially the major cities, we are not afraid to talk about our sexuality in a health public service, you know.
Yes.
It's not just about craziness. No,
Mas é importante falar sobre a coisa também do preservativo.
Então, eu estava introduzindo para falar nisso, né? Because sexuality is a health service program, and for example, there are a lot of condoms that is shared, you know, because we are discussing about ISTs here in Brazil.
Oh, okay. When you say shared, you don't mean used by more than one person. You mean passed out.
No. Done like.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say.
Come on.
No, I've heard many things. There are people who are turning them inside out and using them a second time.
No.
So, okay.
Distributed. Like
okay.
You have free condoms gave by the government to avoid people get ISTs. So discussing about sexuality in Brazil is something important because it's a health question. It's
right,
not just
but the question was, so, and Helena, you're a Brazilian woman. Is it customary for Brazilian women to have intercourse after the first date?
Well, I think what is customary is that we have a choice, a real choice, not a pattern choice or something that we only have to execute, like the social morality says to us. So I think we really have, well, not everybody, it's different for different social classes, but many of us have a real choice. So if I like a man, if I am turned on by him, maybe I decide to go with him. But it's not about his strategy. It's not about. It's my choice. I think it's a very. We have to consider the singularity of this manner. So it's not because that girl in the video said that, okay, I would go now, that's the Brazilian way. No, I think we have to put the singularity in this manner. And I think that what is customary more and more is that we have the choice.
E eu acho que é importante a gente pensar que é uma questão de escolha, que a gente cada vez mais fala sobre isso em revistas, em programas de TV. As mulheres famosas brasileiras falam dessa questão da escolha, da sexualidade, da masturbação, inclusive de uma forma super natural. Aqui no Brasil a gente entende como uma coisa natural, que a gente deveria falar com naturalidade. Ele está colocando numa posição quase como se o sexo também fosse uma coisa, sabe, surreal e absurda, a ponto de parecer que para ele uma mulher fazer uma escolha sexual e ter a sua sexualidade livre é chocante, sabe?
Okay.
We talk a lot about sexuality in TVs, in magazines. We talk about masturbation. We talk about pleasure, the parts of the body. So we have been talking about sexuality a long time. The idea of choice, that the woman can choose, etc. So it's also absurd that, as she said, that for these guys, for these passport bros, etc., they think that this is wrong. The idea that the women can choose, can want, desire something and say that want or don't want, it's absurd for them. Like the idea that women make choices. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's something about, well, she is really in the position of an object. So it's not about choice. It's about, oh, here in Brazil, that's the way it is. Because they are have trouble seeing the person that's talking to them. They are not seeing the person. They are seeing like it was a product. And wow, Brazilian
Okay.
products has this characteristics.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you all something right now, right? This is a video, right? So this is a video of a guy who went to Brazil and he got lucky and he decided he was never going to come back to the United States again because of how well he was treated by the Brazilian women. So here, let me play a little bit of this for you.
É um vídeo de outro cara.
We can't hear anything. She must hear. She must hear the video on her other
All
platform.
right. So I want to thank King Brujo for this because he sent this video to me. He saved these videos. And so look at this.
There's no sound. Everybody's telling her there's no sound.
Oh, hold on. They're saying they can't hear. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I got to get the sound on. I apologize. I apologize. I
Come on
apologize.
now, Tanya. Come on.
I apologize. Let me see.
É outro cara. São os passport bros.
So you're saying you can't hear? Oh, okay. My bad. I had the wrong button pressed. Because you know I'm doing a lot behind the scenes. I apologize. I apologize.
Okay, at least
Let
we
me,
caught it.
we'll do it again. We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because I
Okay,
want
good,
you
good,
all
good, good,
to
good, good,
see
good, 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 good,
and
good,
hear
good.
it. Don't worry. We got time. We got time. We'll
You
do
got
it right now.
I've been in
So
Brazil
here.
for almost 72 hours now, and I want to say that I want to stay here. I no longer want to live in the United States. I feel a lot safer. I feel a lot better. I can be myself. Like I was approaching these women, and I almost tripped over the chair, and they didn't care. I still got their number, and I'm meeting one of them tonight.
So thank you to the real King Brujo. Check him out on
I
TikTok
tripped over a chair.
for quite some time. And then so that guy, he said it's easier to meet Brazilian women. They're nicer. He's kind of corny and he tripped on a chair. Stephanie's face. He said he tripped on a chair. So here's another video here.
One more thing. A lot of stuff you deal with in the States, you don't deal with that here. You don't. Like women are they're more reasonable, as I was saying. So come to Brazil and have a good time.
It's lambda, and
All right. So here, so this is what it started as. So what's the problem with what he's doing right there? He's saying the women here are nice. I tripped, I made a mistake, and they were still nice to me. What's the matter with this?
Eu acho que já começa pela comparação, sabe? Que já me incomodava também nos vídeos do Alston. Toda hora ele fica comparando mulheres brasileiras com mulheres americanas e, no fundo, ele não respeita nenhuma dessas mulheres.
É importante você estar falando, eu acho que tem que traduzir tudo. The first thing that bothers her is the idea of comparison. So he's all the time comparing like a Brazilian woman, American woman, whatever woman. So the idea of comparison sounds like he's bringing a point about the respect or the admiration. But the thing is, he doesn't respect any woman, even in America and even in Brazil. And this is something that's terrible. That's important to say.
But what makes
Pra
you
mim é
feel he doesn't respect? Because he's giving praise.
O que você acha que ele não respeita?
Não,
nesses momentos?
é que são, assim, é muito nítido para mim que todos esses homens que estão criando esses conteúdos, estão falando sobre mulheres brasileiras, porto-riquenhas, tailandesas, colombianas, Filipinas, eles objetificam mulheres e eles categorizam mulheres, como se eles estivessem indo no supermercado e escolhendo, eu gosto mais desse suco, mas tem aquele outro ali, será que eu não pego aquele um pouquinho? Ele tá um pouco mais barato. É como se fosse isso para eles.
The thing is, they objectify women. They treat them as a market, as an object. So, this object is nicer than this one. I want this now, and this is more easier now. Another one, it's difficult, but it's chilly. So that's the idea. That the way that they make the comparison puts the women as an object. So we have the object in Brazil.
Right, that's the feeling I got.
We have the object in Colombia, and they do this with all the countries that they are going through and traveling through.
E isso é tão nítido que para eles é uma questão de exercício de poder. Então, eles vêm para os nossos países latinos com a ideia também de que o valor do dinheiro que eles têm nos Estados Unidos, aqui ele é muito maior. Então, é isso que dá para eles o exercício do poder. E eles se sentem nessa posição de poder. E eles vão deixando um lado.
JP, Juju, and Woo in the house.
Que essas mulheres também se apaixonam.
Ellen in the house.
Até que ponto? Já tem histórias aqui no Brasil de homens que estão deixando filhos.
Você falou bastante. The thing is, this is something about power. The idea that these men can go to countries that they think or understand that these women are poor or in a worse condition than them, and they can exercise this power. And there's also something about the currency. For example, $1 today is 5.
Personally, myself, I'm not sure why Tanya picked out these soft videos when there's some much more rough videos out there to see. Maybe she's saving it for later in the show, but she might have got some bad clips that don't really show the real deal about what these dudes do, because right now I'm not impressed.
Sons, some of them are pregnant the women and makes babies around these countries, like around the city.
So they're impregnating them?
Yeah, impregnating them, and also the exposition because of these videos, these photos, the way that they are showing the women, as we saw in Brazil. Also, it's a tale of destruction.
A gente, só explicando essa história de gravidez, eles procuram também americanos que moram no Brasil. Então, um amigo meu que é americano, e acho que é importante dizer isso, a gente tem amigos americanos.
Lily's in the house.
Respeitam nossa cultura. Um deles disse que um desses caras já tem uma mulher grávida dele em Salvador. Então, é totalmente irresponsável.
Well, the thing is, we have some American friends living in Brazil, people that are right, they respect our country, really interesting. And they are worried too, because these guys come here, they try to get into the American community here in Brazil, but the American community kind of, like they understand that they are not cool people, and they are impregnating the girls here. Like there's this friend of us told about the story in Salvador, the city that Alston was actually.
Mas não é o Alston.
Another guy, it's not him, but another guy went there.
Very good point. Juju says, honestly, it proves what everyone felt about Americans in the first place, which is they act as if they have no home training and respect. And man, If you saw some of them videos, not the ones that they're playing on here, but the ones that that Peso Man be playing, it fits that exactly what Juju just said. Oops.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Sorry. I muted so it doesn't give echo. But I was listening to Stephanie and I was thinking of about this pregnant girl, and I am thinking about we dealing with sexism in our culture and our country. We already are dealing with it, and sometimes I'm not saying that it is all the time, but sometimes the experiencing with a foreign guy, maybe it brings like a fantasy that he is the prince charm, because maybe he is the different one, he is coming from another country, maybe he's going to value me more. And so I think this lack of this aff- affective destruction, wow, it's really cruel.
You know what I feel like a law should be made that if you make somebody pregnant in another country, you pay American dollars for the support of that child in the other country. So like whatever it would have been if you can't bring the woman over, if you're not going to marry her, she's still going to get support for your child if you're abroad.
Oh, why do you have to go to a country that is a developing country? Why do you have to come from a developed country to a developing country and encounter women that maybe are more vulnerable, at least
Yeah.
economically? At
Well,
least
so
economically.
I'll tell you what they're saying. So they're saying that because the culture is more traditional, the men
Hey,
come in
DJ.
and play the traditional male
Good to see you.
role,
Good to see you,
and
my
the
man.
women play the
Oh,
traditional
likewise, man.
female role,
Strum in the
and the
house.
Oh,
culture
yeah.
creates
Totally.
submissive women who know how to take care of a man, who are very gentle and feminine. This is what they're saying. And we're going to read the apples because there are people who are sending the cash apps through.
Submissive, feminine, and all that kind of crap just means that they'll do what they say. They'll do what they say. The women will do what the men say, even if they're not supposed, if they don't want to do it.
Want me to read it on air? Just it's $ Tanya TKO, and I'm going to read the cash apples in a
In
moment.
other words, they can be used and abused, and they're supposed to just take it on the chin.
Right? And in this video, there's a woman, so there's a guy. He has, let me see how the best way to get this up on the screen so that everybody can see it. Because I saved the video because I didn't want them to delete it, because they started deleting their videos after yesterday. They started deleting them because they're so incendiary. Let's see.
By the way,
Hold
Tanya,
on.
if you ever hear if you hear my live, feel free to
There it is.
let me
There
know
it
if you'd
is.
like some footage, footage that you may not have.
It's pulling it from my phone. It's
I
not gonna
prefer
let me play it
private
from the
time,
phone.
you know.
But you know what? I can put it right here up close, right? If you can see that. So she doesn't know this guy, but she's kissing him. She's in the restaurant, right? She's a server in the restaurant. Can you all see that?
Yes.
And so she's just enamored with him. And then so she's rubbing on his bald head. She's kissing it. She's hugging him. She even takes her hair and starts flapping it all around so they could see she has long hair. And she's just so enamored to be near him, right? And so, what man wouldn't want to come over for this type of treatment? Tulio, your face. Tulio, your face.
I'm really sad. I will say something about this because also I research
If you
about
could
masculinity.
just translate real quick to Stephanie. The question
Yeah.
is, oh, you understand, Stephanie?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Mas
okay.
pode.
Yeah, no, I would answer because this is something that is really important when we discuss about masculinities, like how these guys are reproducing the idea of power focused in a project of masculinity of the white man. And this is something really interesting because when I was used to live in States, I lived in Nashville and then in New York. I remember some conversations about the idea that the black man doesn't want the black woman because the white women are more traditional. They take care of them. They make the traditional role. They cook. They blah blah. You know, the idea of the women submissive, whatever.
Right.
So they using these arguments is basically the same thing, you know. So what they are transporting, you know, okay, now it's not more the white girls in America, and after yards the Latina girls in America. Now the women in Brazil, in Colombia, in Filipinas, they are doing this for us. But what is the
You know
same?
what's interesting to me is that I hope Tanya knows that she ain't seen nothing yet. There's some videos a lot worse than this I've seen right now.
Yeah, I think
Represent.
if you ever get a chance to go on her live, I think you should definitely show it to her.
Definitely. You know,
Hmm.
I got some footage. I got some footage.
Oh yeah, Uncle DJ got everything.
You know, us DJs, we love downloading, man. We love downloading. Not
Yes,
only music, not only music.
the
From
trick of
Well
the
Hooks.
trade.
Well Hooks, a lot of texts about talking about masculinities and the idea that how we should surpass this project, how we should we black men should not be feel represented by the idea that we want the power, the honor. And when I see something like this, passport bros, this type of the publications, this type of posts, the type of arguments, oh, the women in Brazil, they are traditional, they will take care about us.
Inclusive, eu tenho um ponto sobre isso.
It's, yeah,
É muito engraçado, porque a Tônia não sabe, mas eu conversei com algumas moças e elas disseram que essas mesmo moças que ele interpelou, elas acharam ele machista, porque elas sabem perceber o machismo. E ele ignora que as mulheres brasileiras não são o que ele acha. Uma delas me disse que achou super machista um comportamento dele, e ele achou que no Brasil ele não ia encontrar feministas, assim. E no fundo, mesmo essas, acho que você traduz mais de uma forma mais simples, mas mesmo as mulheres mais simples, elas já têm hoje uma noção básica das coisas, porque a gente fala de feminismo em novelas, que é mídia de massa.
Even the girls that he kind of interviewed, Stephanie could talk with some of them, and they said that he's sexist. Like they could perceive the way that he talks, the things that he talked, like they could perceive, and he thought that there was no feminism in Brazil, which is ridiculous because we discuss feminism even in soap operas, even though we are far from the real condition, the real.
Juju, you nailed it. I mean, the woman remember, these women are supposed to blow you all away. I don't see it. I mean, maybe Stephanie Ribeiro, she fine. But all the women these dudes are getting with, they ain't no Stephanie Ribeiro, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
The way
So let me
practice,
ask you. So let me ask you this question: is that illegal? Is it illegal for them to say, "Wow, you know, the women here are so nice. Come over and meet all these nice women"? Is that illegal? Because you got the authorities involved, correct? For promotion of sex tourism. So is it?
No,
Oh, go ahead.
no Brasil turismo sexual não é ilegal, tipo, não é considerado crime. O que a gente entende que é crime é assédio, exposição da imagem da pessoa de uma forma que corrompa a moral dela. E a gente também entende que a promoção à prostituição é crime. Então, se prostituir no Brasil não é crime, mas você dizer que esta mulher está aqui e ela é uma prostituta, vem aqui pegar essa mulher, isso é crime. Porque o
Okay, so here's the problem I have right now. They don't have the right videos. They have these videos right now are the ones that really the majority of the Brazilians are not mad about. These are pretty. They're not. I mean, they're not good, but they're not bad. So that's my opinion. I mean, we have plenty in the chamber, but this is more. I don't know if Tanya is trying to stretch it out and make two lives with this or three lives with this. But right now, personally, myself, well, we've all seen worse than this.
foi como eu disse, a gente fez realmente uma denúncia, a gente levou para uma promotora e agora a lei vai ter que interpretar todas as coisas que ele disse e que ele postou. Então,
uma coisa importante. Sorry, I forgot another thing important that she said.
Okay.
There is this abuse, the promotion of prostitution. This is a problem. This is illegal, and also to expose people without the permission. This is illegal. So that we have
Wait,
a law
to film people without their permission is illegal.
Exactly, this is illegal. We
Yes.
have a new law actually talking about this. So,
e inclusive eu ia dizer que essas leis, elas se interrelacionam.
mhm.
Então uma promotora vai avaliar.
Exactly, JP. She's definitely playing the tame ones. I don't know why.
O dela vai se agravando a situação.
Mhm.
E se você não, mesmo que eu não seja uma prostituta, mas, vamos supor, exemplo, o Túlio faz uma postagem dizendo: a Stephanie tá aí, custa $10, mesmo que eu não seja uma prostituta, e mesmo que ele não queira dizer que eu estou sendo prostituída, se ele deu margem para isso, a lei pode entender que ele está promovendo a prostituição.
So
As coisas se interrelacionam.
the prosecutor they are analyzing this because they have to understand the interpretation of what this kind of movies, the videos, with what this kind of posts, if they can give the idea that you are promoting the prostitution with that person, you know. And even there's the moral stuff. For example, if you film someone without permission with this kind of message, you can, you know, put in this person the idea for others that will watch that she's a prostitute, even though if she's not, you know,
Okay,
without the
got you.
permission.
Helena,
So
jump
this-
in here and give your thoughts on what you've been hearing and what you know from being a psychologist in the field.
Yeah, I am thinking about cognitive dissonance
Mhm.
because we have a saying here in Brazil that it's as old as walking ahead, é tão velho quanto andar para frente. This separation between the wife and the mistress,
Mhm.
and I think it's like different versions of this splitting, because it's really a difficulty that they have to deal with a woman as she is, as with the person, because actually maybe they are fearing their own emotions. So if I am a man from this movement and I like a woman and she is traditional and I am going to marry her, still I like her, but I put her in this place, in this condition, or the other way around. I think this girl is only for me to have sex with her, so she's categorized and known. They have the fantasy of knowing, but actually they are not really connecting to anyone, and they are having a really poor relation with everybody because they can't deal with the person, the whole person. So
You know
they
what? That
split.
makes a lot of
It's a
sense.
mechanism of defense.
I want you all to see something that's on the screen right here, right? So this is the guy who we showed in that video. His name is Floyd. And Austin put up a post that says, Floyd did it. Can you do it too? And he's like, Floyd did it. Can you do it too? And so Floyd, who is a guy who's very corny in the United States, He came over to Brazil. He met a very cute young lady, and you see there's a bed behind him, right? And so this is let me go back the other way. And you see there's a bed behind him. So he has now found himself a cute girl. And one of the things that you said about how they used to say that white women were so submissive. We have under a minute. You all have to click to come back in, okay? So what are your thoughts on this? So he's showing the guys that so now he's organizing to figure out a way to get more men to come over, figuring out ways to get men to come and meet these cute girls. Is that a form of pimping? Oh my goodness, we done. Is that a form? That's a question right there. That's a question right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to read the apples because I want to get some of your thoughts on what it is that we've been seeing, right? Mm, mm, mm. Are you all enjoying the show so far? Let me know how you're liking it. Let me know how I'm downloading another picture that I wanted to add to the group because there's another thing that I want you all to see, right? There's another thing I want you all to see because he's acting as if he's going to be a concierge for these men to come over. Let me get us back up and running behind the scenes. Yeah, so he has now created a concierge service where he's bringing men over where he's bringing men over where they can now be able to find themselves a cutie, like
Voltamos.
all right. Welcome, welcome, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So there's another thing that I wanted you all to see. So this is an image on the screen, right? This is an image that was created as you see, and shout out to the real King Brujo who sent this over to me. I had no idea about this, but in this photo he says stop. Help other brothers have success overseas by liking and following the Facebook page now. And they showcase the picture of this guy who would be considered corny in the United States with a cute girl. And one of the things that you were saying is true because you know how they used to say, oh, white women are more submissive, etc. So then what ended up happening is they burned their bridges in the United States with white women. They started saying, oh, mixed women are better. And then they burned their bridges there. And then now they've gone over to different countries, but they're not going to countries that have people with the Negroid phenotype. They're going to countries and targeting women who look mixed, who are mestizo, mezclado, mixed, and promoting them as better. What are your thoughts on that?
A gente acha disso?
A gente? Fala o que você pensa.
Eu queria muito, inclusive, colocar um ponto que me chocou, né? Pensando nessa história toda, de como eles, nessa busca deles por essas mulheres submissas, porque no fundo eles estão procurando isso, o Alston faz umas entrevistas que são mais longas no canal dele. E uma delas me chocou muito, porque ele pergunta tanto para a moça qual é o tamanho de pênis que ela gosta, quanto ele pergunta se ela sabe cozinhar e se ela quer ter filhos. E isso para mim é surreal, porque diz muito sobre a forma como eles enxergam essas mulheres. Elas estão praticamente na cabeça deles a serviço deles. E é isso que eles estão buscando. E é extremamente surreal isso em 2023.
Okay, translate, Tulio, translate.
Yeah, it's really good what she said. Well, something that she saw that was shocked her, like she was shocked, is in one interview that Aston made. He asked to the girls what the size of penis does she like, and if she knows how to cook. She knows how to take care of a house and as
Sons,
sons, make sons, etc. And for Stephanie, that's something absurd because the only thing that the only way that they see the woman, they look at a woman is this in the subservience place. You know, the woman is to have sex, to cook, to make babies, and actually take care of the babies, and that's that. You know, like so. This is a really narrow-minded, misogynist perspective that shows in his interviews how he talk with the women.
Helena?
Yeah, I think that is it. They don't really like women because they don't want to relate with them. They make much efforts to not real connect with us women. So
I need to see some meat. I need to see something a little bit more. I guess they're playing it safe. Maybe they're just playing it safe so Tanya doesn't get struck.
these strategies in front of us, and they don't see us.
Tanto, Helena, que eu acho que essas fotos que eles publicam é quase como se eles estivessem publicando um troféu. Do tipo, olha só o que eu tenho. É tipo, é quase como se, tipo, a gente vai compra uma bolsa e fala, olha que bolsa linda eu tenho. Eles fazem isso com essas fotos dessas mulheres e promovem essa ideia ridícula e absurda.
E ostentam, né? Como um produto, né? Para mostrar uma espécie de, enfim, de
Translation.
Um homem que reafirma a minha masculinidade.
The way that they show the women in the pictures is like trophies, you know, like, oh, you see what I got, you see, you know, what I have, and this is this perspective. This is objectification, as we said, and it's terrible.
Yes.
Okay. But objectification is not illegal. That's not illegal. There are a lot of men who feel that way, especially in traditional societies. But I'm going to show a screenshot here on the screen. If you can see what it says here. It says women in Brazil are for sale. That's just facts. Here, let me get the whole thing shown so that you can see. Okay. So it says here, you see it says most women in Brazil are for sale. It's just facts. Prostitution is a way of life down there, same as in the DR or in Colombia. What are your thoughts on this? Is it a way of life?
Esse homem é horrível. Esse homem, ele me mandou várias mensagens e ele disse para mim que ele viaja para vários países e ele citou vários países. Então ele é um turista sexual profissional. Ele vive disso, sabe? Ele começou a me confrontar para defender o Alston e ele estava dizendo que ele vai para qualquer país e ele consegue mulher em qualquer país porque todas elas estão à venda.
The guy that made this post sent several messages to Stephanie saying that he traveled for a lot of places, a lot of countries, and he affirming this, like, the women are prostitutes, they are for sale in these places, I will keep doing this, the passport bros will do this, you won't stop us. It's so
I mean, you seem frustrated, Tulio.
Yeah, pretty much, because as someone that tried to make a public, well, I didn't do this in the States, I did more in Brazil, but tried to do a public discussion about Black masculinities and the things that, but the real thing about Black masculinities is there are a lot of behaviors that we Black men automatically, culturally do. And this is not about us. This is more against us. Because when we Black men are working on misogyny, are working in sexism, are working in this project about to be or try to be the power white man, we are usually killing our sisters or people in our community. We are degrading our relations in society. We are breaking up the ties or the possibilities to understand and to connect with other sufferings. For example, the suffering of the women, the suffering of the LGBT people, the suffering about people in other countries, etc. So we are in this kind of trap that makes us believe that through this project, this hegemonic masculinity project, we can be better men. And that's frustrating to see men doing like this, passport bros, and etc. and etc. And there's this
Yeah.
complication.
Well, let me ask you this question. So you're talking about black men, but we also talked about white men. White men have been doing this since before the colonial era. As a matter of fact, this is how Brazil got so mixed, right? Brazil got
Yeah,
mixed because of the Portuguese that colonized and brought so many people over from Africa, and then capital R worded them. And then now there's a lot of people who are mezclado, mestizo in Brazil. So white men have been doing this. They continue to do it. What's different about the passport bros that has you all up in arms?
yeah, that's the thing for me, because this is a colonial project. So we can't talk about liberation and transformation, or even revolution, if you are doing the same steps, if you are with we are connected with a project that is responsible for death, for murder, for rape, for violence, especially against the black women, because that's, as we told Tonya, it's colonial project. And how the colonia was made about violence and rape and
Right.
domination and oppression.
Right. So question for you, Stephanie. Have you reported any white men to the authorities? Or is Austin the first person that you reported, and why?
Por que que os homens não...
Não, se você já
Ah,
denunciou
sei,
homens.
sei. Eu entendi.
Uhum.
Então, na verdade, eu achei super risível quando eles disseram para mim que eu estava só denunciando ele por ser um homem negro. É óbvio que eu estou denunciando a conduta de homens negros que eu considero errada, porque eu sou uma mulher negra e a conduta dele afeta a mim e a todas as outras mulheres negras que são o meu foco e a minha defesa.
Ela falou assim, she listened something, people like, oh, you are just talking about black men, you are not talking about white men, etc. I said, yeah, for sure I will talk about this when I see a black man doing something that is wrong, that is damage for the people, for the culture, for the woman. So there's no problem on this. Like, if a black man is doing something that is harmful for us as people, as community, she will talk about this.
Porque isso afeta nós, mulheres negras, principalmente.
Right, but the
Mas
question was
eu
about
denunciei.
white men. The question was about white men
Right.
who have been doing this for hundreds of years. The question was, have you ever reported a white man to the
Exato, é
authorities?
isso que eu ia dizer.
Yeah,
Eu
she's
já-
answering no.
Eu já denunciei vários homens brancos no Brasil, tipo, muitos. Eu sou, tipo,
Okay, I don't know why they didn't bring up this video here.
I'm back with another video about Brazil, and today I'm going to be talking about 8 reasons that I've come up with so far on why I feel like dating as an American man or a Western man, if you're from England or Italy or somewhere like that, dating as a Western man is better in Brazil than in the United States in my case. And I'm not referring to women, because please don't come down here from America. Y'all don't have the same result. I've seen some English women come from England down here and they didn't have that good of a time. Now, number 1, the most obvious benefit of being in Brazil dating versus the United States is women do not hesitate coming back home with you. It is unbelievably easier to get. If you're in Brazil and you have not had intercourse in a long time, I'm sorry to tell you, as a man, that's more than likely your fault. It's got to be something wrong with you. The women here do not weaponize it against you like they would in the States. Meanwhile, in the States, y'all have blue balls and y'all are over here, offing yourselves and depressed, doing school massacres, and that could all be more than likely if dudes would get what they wanted, that could be different. But sorry to tell you, on the States, you're not. But in Brazil, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. That's number one. Number two, the women here have more personality, way more personality, way more to talk about. We could say, yeah, they have more to talk about because we're from two completely different cultures. So there's a lot to ask, there's a lot to inform, but there's a lot more substance when they talk. Like, and this is all ages, from 20 to 35, 40. All these women out here that I've dated, because I've dated that age range, they all have substance. Okay, even the 20-year-olds, I don't know. It's just they want to figure out what music you like. They're hella interested. The conversation has some meaning. You can take something away from almost every conversation you have. It's very rare. Of course, that's not absolute. Remember, I'm speaking in generalizations. On a general, what you're usually gonna run into is what I'm saying. Usually, you're gonna run into women with a lot more personality. Guys, when I was dating in the States.
So anyway, yeah, Tanya's thing was not a thing. It was she must have better boots on the ground than that. Shit. You know? You know what I mean? Yeah. Let me get a little music playing on here. They should have hired. Well, never mind. But anyway, let me put on some music right here. Here we go. Wait, no, not that one. There we go. If anybody wants to come up, that's cool. Kidding, that was Camel, that was funny. I like to remind everybody on Friday, what a coincidence. It's going to be the Mammy Sphere on Friday. The Mammy Sphere on Friday night. Part 1 is going to be many parts. Yeah, Peso. It looks like they needed some of your footage, man, because the stuff they were throwing up on the video, for examples, was dry, man. It was dry, you know. I just had Stephanie on, but Tanya was boring me so much. She wasn't hitting hard, man. She wasn't hitting hard. She put in like all the kind of like videos you can discuss, but not much more than that. Yeah, I had her up. See, I had this going. I just turned her off just about 5 minutes ago.
And beyond to educate us with evidence. Thank you, Faliba. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Claudina sends $5 and says, "You are beautiful as always." I appreciate that. Amira sends $5 and says, "Thank you for all your content. Nice work tonight." Thank you. Let me refresh and get some hearts right there. Okay.
All right. Siobhan is in the house.
All right. Geneva sends 20 and says, "Thanks for all that you're doing."
Peso Man is in the house.
Sends 5 and says, "Thank you so much for the
Shut up, lady. Anti is in the house. Anti is in the house as well. She did an excellent job commentating. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. Very good. Yeah, but anyway, I don't know whether it's because Tanya purposely did this or not. I don't know. But all I know is that she's just reading off money she's getting right now anyway. But basically, it just doesn't seem like she was coming. Either she didn't want to come with the real, or she got bad. Her producers messed up. It's one or the other one. You know? No. Yeah, I agree. Well, she wasn't bringing the right correct information. Not educate with evidence. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. You know, if she wants to come off soft like that, it's still a major thing, you know. But we're gonna hit harder. We're gonna hit harder.
In Buenos Aires, you tried to teach me, but I did not get it. I couldn't get it. The samba is when the feet are moving like this, right? You tried to teach me, but I couldn't get it. My body, it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I'll learn one day. Maybe if I come over.
Yeah.
Maybe
Let's get another try.
Well, you know what? Listen, I want to talk to you, all of you on the panel. The question is, and you know what? You all please submit questions to the guests through the Apple so that you can make sure that I see it. Do men love women? In general, do men love women?
Oh, please.
Why are you checking?
Bish, please. What the hell is she talking about? No, men generally, actually right now, it's about 50-50. What I can see. You know, it's like 50-50. It's like 50-50. I mean, it depends on which men you're talking about. We'd like that to be, you know. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Yeah. Camo, I wouldn't say that she completely ruined it because the facts are facts. Peso Man has, you know, has his crates of, I call them crates of videos with all the real put in there. So it's still there. It's still there, you know. But either Tanya did this on purpose or not, but it didn't come out the way it was supposed to come out. And it's not my opinion. It's the fact that it seems to me this is more of a debate than an exhibition of showing how these dudes behave. Because none of that was it. Those weren't even the passport bros. Most of them, they weren't even really the real passport bros. Those were guys like that were just losers down that were customers, if you know what I mean. You know. Yeah. Yeah. And you know something, Camo, I think we got to put her on the list for Friday. You know what I mean? We got to put her on the mammy list for Friday. This is bad. This is bad. This was, man, I thought she was cool too. I actually did for a minute, but I didn't watch her enough. This was real bad. That's okay because there are other channels. Oh, okay. Okay, Peso Man. Well, maybe she saw it and she saw how bad it was and she wanted to play it safe or something. Yeah. Camo, yeah, she is gorgeous. It's like I might have to fly over there and just steal her from dude, you know? He look all right. You know, he all right. It appears right now, Big Cap, it appears that Tanya is with all the information that's out there, Tanya is leaning. She must have, you know, she must be looking through mammy eyes. I'm not gonna call her a mammy yet. We're gonna let it settle for a minute. But she had more grit on her first video, you know. Yeah. Camo, you might be right. Aline, that is so true. That they are a cute couple, and I'm jealous. I can't be too jealous though. See, all this talk, it doesn't. Videos are the thing. Videos are the thing. Nah, he ain't happy. I mean, I guess so. I mean, oh, wait, Big Cap. Are you talking about Tanya or are you talking about Stephanie? Let me turn down the music just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just this edge. Here we go. There we go. I think Stephanie is fine as wine. Just straight up Camel, straight up. Oh, okay, gotcha, Cap. I was talking about the movie Life, Bernie Mac. Yep, that's a classic.
Somos um objeto e nós não somos perfeitas. A gente erra, a gente acerta. O o olhar humano sobre as mulheres, ele precisa ser construído para que haja amor em relação a nós.
It's a matter of humanization. It's about to treat and consider women as human and as humans.
Exactly, Siobhan, you nailed it. That's what I thought she was gonna do. I mean, shoot, I know she has to have more gear than I do, and I would have loaded up a lot more bombs over here. If I knew this, I would have done it over here. So maybe she'll have a part 3 because this is her second video. Her first one was good. I mean, it was better. Let's put it in that. It was better. It had more meat to it. You know. Woo, you right, Tanya. She's either playing dumb or is dumb, but regardless, it's dumb. But you know something, folks? I got something else for you. You know, being a DJ, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready to load stuff up. So let me go here. And you know, Aline, that's a good point because this is the deal. She's about her money. She's about her money. I mean, it would have been great if she was truly for, you know, the movement, whatever positive movement she was trying to provide. But I think she just went for the money and called it a day. That's my gut feeling. Let's see what we have here. Boom. Here we go. Okay. Right. What did I do with it? There we go. All right, folks. Let's roll with this for a minute. See where we go with this. DJ Torch has got to have something ready. Got to have something ready.
So one of the things that came out of the video where I was talking about like colorism and gender war stuff, as I made a comment about the family court system being in practice anti-male. And I received pushback on that, which I think was correct, to kind of point out that when we start talking about family court stuff and we get into MRA territory, it's easy to fall into bad narratives and bad information because it confirms biases and it obfuscates complexity. And I want to just kind of re-engage with that take a little bit. So one of the biggest things, especially in the Black manosphere, but I think it's in all manosphere spaces, especially when you get to like MGTOW type energy, that an example of like red pill ideology hinges partly on the family court system, and how the family court system is anti-male or what is the word use? Gynarchal. You know what I'm saying? And this is an area of the manosphere that I empathize but disagree with. I want to first point out that I agree that the family court system and the way it tends to practice is not only anti-male, but this is an important caveat, it's anti-working class and poor male, which also means it's anti-Black male.
Well, see, that's a good point that he made right there. It might be anti-male to a point, but it's not really to the female's advantage fully. The bottom line is this, is that 90%, when it comes to custody, 90% of the men don't even show up to the custody courts or even pose any sort of what should we call it, resistance to trying to acquire the child. It's just 90%. That's the way it is. I worked in family courts, and I can tell you one thing: the last thing they want is a father not around. They really don't. They really do want the father around. But let's keep going.
And the manosphere people will tell you that this is women's fault, that the women have somehow gotten power. The same women that lost their right to abortion also convinced the family court systems to screw men out of fatherhood, right? The same women that can't even get anti-rape laws and anti-sex trafficking laws and all kinds.
I mean, simply put, he's going to go on for a minute, but basically, simply put, if a man controls his seed a little bit better than he's been controlling it, he wouldn't have to deal with family court, because he wouldn't have to worry about making anybody pregnant. I'm sorry, but that's simple.
Kinds of protections. The same women that can't get like a lot of like reasonable protections under the law for the last 100 years also somehow manipulate the court system to screw men out of their rights as fathers, which is bullshit. And the thing that they miss is that this is all a part of the same patriarchal system, and these men that get victimized by the family court system just don't got enough patriarchy.
Diamond Princess in the house. Welcome, Diamond.
In essence, they don't have enough capital.
Anti's in the house.
Have enough money. They don't have enough resources to take advantage of the situation problem. But I wanted to engage with that because I'm speaking partly from my own, not personal experiences. You know, me and my wife doing good. My kids are good. They all in the house. Everybody good. But I know men.
Yeah, I play my tunes, but since he has music in the background of his video, it'd sound kind of weird if I played it.
I know decent men, decent to not so decent men, who have struggled to maintain access to their children. And while it is obvious to me in these circumstances that part of this is because they are dealing with the mothers of their children who are utilizing the court system against them, it's erroneous to blame that on the individual when the system makes it possible and when the system is designed as such. Now,
here's a couple problems here. Number one, he says decent men. They might be decent men now, but maybe when they made the baby, they weren't. Number one. Number two, again, you protect your seed. They didn't. Three, the fact that he thinks they're decent guys. Well, there's obviously they did something. I mean, women always want help. Women always want help. So what happened?
Comments that disagree with me and that take in the video made an important point that I want to start with, which is, for the most part.
Oh, yeah, Southern Belle, nobody want to hear me sing. Oh man, the chat number would go all the way down to 0.
The vast majority of fathers who are apart from their children, it's because they're not trying. They don't want.
Yeah,
they're not trying that hard.
Yep,
that is the reality of
and it's a high number too.
Fatherless children. Most children whose fathers are not in their lives is because those fathers are not that interested in being in their lives. I don't think that's untrue. I'm not going to dig into that. So feel free to come and correct me if that's not true on some level. But my experience, my understanding of these systems, the research I've done, that is true. However, when we talk about men that do want to be a part of their children's lives, what we find is a history of essentially laws meant to protect capital, meant to protect money, meant to reinforce gender norms. These laws will definitely stand in the way of men who want to be in their children's lives, and there's a conflict with either their economic situation or the mother of their children that can be used against them to make that much, much, much harder to do.
My thing is that what does it mean for a man to want a child in their life? Do they just want it like there's kind of like I call the uncle theory, where he just wants to see him when he wants to see him. He doesn't want to change no diapers. He doesn't want to wash no dishes. He doesn't want to, it's not like he takes, it's different if he wants to take them for a couple months or take care of them for a couple months, but it's different if he just wants to see him for a minute and then cook and just so he doesn't feel guilty or whatever, or to his advantage. It really depends on how this, what that is, how that is defined.
And I think we have to understand that two things to be true at once, because we have this highly algorithmically viable image of deadbeat black dads, and that exists. I know some children of some. I know some mothers of children who are trying to co-parent with deadbeat daddies. I know that part. That part's real. We see that all the time. But the problem is,
Alexander in the house.
We've so normalized that image that people are resistant to understand that there are a lot of black fathers that are fighting tooth and nail to have access to their children. And they're not only fighting their own economic and legal situations, they're also fighting the parents of their children, and they're fighting the court system. And we have to engage with that. And we have to engage with that without blaming women who don't control the system.
And the best way to engage with that is to vote. But the problem is these men want to vote for the wrong people, for the same people they want to vote for the same people who built the problem for them. Let me repeat that. These red pill black men want to vote for the people who caused this problem that they're having. Ain't that something?
And it's so funny how when you get into certain spaces within the manosphere, some of these people have system analysis skills, but they refuse to analyze a system where they can blame a woman. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I could analyze this system, but misogyny is life. So I'm gonna blame this woman. And they will bend over backwards to make it make sense. But I want to get into some details. I want to get into some of this, and this is light research. So I'm opening myself up to be critiqued and corrected on all my takes involved in this area, because this is not an area that I tend to speak from places where I feel really, really confident in my expertise. Whereas this was a little research, a little Google Scholar, a little deep dive, a little citation mapping, etc. So people with more expertise, law, whatever, feel free to react and drag me for filth for anything that I missed, and then I'll see where I can fill in the gaps. But I want to get into some of the stuff I found. So it started with a TikTok my wife showed me. Damn, where's that TikTok? That's the one thing I left out. Fucking up. All right, well, I'm gonna just describe it.
Exactly, Aline. They think Republicans will put the women in place when the Republicans are the ones who wrote all that stuff that puts them in place, that puts black men in place. That's what that's what they say in the chambers. It's been over and over and over again. They still believe the same thing.
The laws in Georgia. This is a perfect example of this is such a, oh my God. All right, so the laws in Georgia state that an unmarried man has no legal right to his children. That is a law. I've looked it up. Feel free to look it up. Even if you.
And Georgia is all red. It's straight up red. I mean, we might have a blue sprinkle here and there, but for the most part, it's all red. And you see how hardcore it is. They make it for the father to get his kid, if you're black, of course.
Sign the birth certificate, and you are acknowledged as the father by the mother. You have no legal right to that child if you did not marry that mother. Right.
So get married. I mean, really, if you choose to be in a certain part of the country or a certain state, you got to go by what they're feeding you. You got to go by what the laws are. So if you want to have a kid, you get married first. If you're a man, get married first, or good luck. That's on you. That's straight up on you.
What? And this is what I'm talking about. I'm trying to reach for my glasses. Ain't even here. This is what I'm talking about. And so what do you have to do as a father?
Yeah, yeah, you're right, Siobhan. The court does penalize the man for not marrying the mother. And when you think about it, why not? I mean, why not penalize the man? I mean, you didn't have to make the kid. You could have strapped up. You could have strapped up, or you could have just not done it, or you could have not shot up the club, right? But you did. I mean, if you remember again, if you want these laws to change in your favor, black men, you might want to rethink your voting choices.
To get as a father who is unmarried, to get legal rights to your child, you have to file what's called a petition to legitimize. This basically legally ties you to that child. And you can still be sued for child support. Like, and this is how, like, I get why niggas get angry. I get it.
Hey, no, I'm not getting angry. You should have, if you weren't married, and I mean, no, let me make this clear. I'm not into that deep religious thing. But what I'm saying is this, is that if you want to take the risk, knowing where you are, okay, in a state that has laws like these, you can't play dumb. It's like when you go out to test drive a car. Why do you test drive a car? Because you want to make sure you want the car. But this doesn't have to do with women. But what I mean is, you got to test drive where you live too. You got to make sure that, well, if you want to have a child out of wedlock, well, you might not want to be in that state that's going to beat you down the most, which ironically happens to be Republican.
Oh my God, I get it. Like, that's why I try to hold space. I couldn't imagine. I got homeboys, my own brother, who I don't even talk to right now, but like has went through this experience where he had to, like,
Alexander, it's called signified B-sides.
Cross heaven and earth to get the rights to his daughter because the system was set up.
No. See, no. You should have put a ring on her finger. It's what in some states, I think in Vegas, I think in Nevada, it's like $70 to get married. Think about it like this: it's $70 to get married, or at the very least, it's $75 to try to get your kid. if you weren't married and the odds are bad, get married, fellas. Get married, or you can just simply strap up
to exclude him automatically. And that's kind of when I'm speaking about how it's anti-male, and I'm taking the system.
But see,
out.
The thing is that the signifier is amazing. He's excellent. The thing he's missing is the mistake they made at the beginning. It's the same thing that I was trying to break down with Billy Dom. You can't be mad at somebody if you didn't vet well, or you didn't take your precautions well. That's on you. And yeah, I mean, I hope it was good. I hope that as Peso puts it, that Mississippi nut was good, because it sure costs you. I mean, don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean you're going to be a bad father if you have a child out of wedlock. No way. But the thing is that you have to take responsibility for the situation too. You're in the wrong state. You were in the wrong state to not be married and have a kid. It's simple as that. It's that simple. And if you get through that, your anger for women will reduce, because hey, a ref might make a bad call in a game, but you can't blame the opposing team if the ref called the game wrong. You see what I'm saying? And you just got to win the next game or whatever.
And I'm saying, and I'm going to get to more research later. If you set up the laws to explicitly produce a specific outcome, and that outcome tends to always lean towards women having sole control over the fate of the children, then you are being anti-male in that regard. You are being anti-man in that regard.
No, but you see, here's my point. and I have to beat this down. You're being anti-male if you irresponsibly shoot up the club and make your partner pregnant. It's that simple. There's where the problem, that's where the problem started.
It's just the simplicity. I'm not saying it's the women that do that on purpose. That
No, bro, I love what you do, but this is getting a little bit convoluted here. The one thing that Camille Savas said, nobody followed it, was protect your seed, protect your seed. And I actually agree with that tiny tidbit portion. What does the red pill system do? They literally do the opposite of protecting their seed, which means you're protecting yourself.
System. I'm saying the court is set up to make it sure that less men have access to their kids than desire. We're taking all the deadbeat dads out the equation, although I will get to them in a second. And we're just talking about men who want access to their kids and lack the ability to do so because...
No, again, you have to be picky. But a lot of men, they go raw because the chick is hot. No other reason. No, nothing about a personality or whether if we were together a while, can we get along? All this other crap. And I'm not saying that I'm on a high and mighty situation or whatever. But what I'm saying is hey, if you make that mistake, that's fine. But don't be mad at women because you made that mistake.
Or are disincentivized, we'll say. Disincentivized to do so. And yes, it is giving forced morality. So let me get to this screenshot. Because when you disincentivize something, you make it less likely to happen. Period. Here is where so this petition to legitimize stuff
Thank you, nosy by nature.
From colonial times. This is law that was pulled from England in the United States. And basically it was a way to protect men. And this is how you know it's patriarchal. Basically, this law comes from the desire to protect men, especially wealthy men, from having to take care of bastard children. That is the core. Let me make sure I say that on screen.
And my core theory is don't have B children. I mean, you can, but don't be mad at women if you do. So in a matter of speaking, it's like this. I go out on a date, find a woman who's cool. We go out. I fall asleep. I wake up the next day. Then we go out maybe again because I'm old and old and beat up. So, us old people, we like to sleep more than anything, better than sex. Anyway, Marquis. But anyway, so you finally have, relations with the person, right? So there's so many precautions there's so many precautions. And if you are the leader, remember now, let's remember that Kevin Samuels thing about, the man is a leader all the time, right? The man is a leader all the time. Okay, so if that's the case, then that means you're supposed to be the one who's responsible, not irresponsible. So responsible, woman not pregnant. Irresponsible, woman pregnant. No, you don't. The pull out doesn't always work. And what is it? Russian roulette with shooting up the club don't work either. So I'm not saying, oh yeah, I'm perfect and you guys should do. No, what I'm saying is that just don't get mad at anybody. Don't get mad at anybody because you made somebody pregnant that don't like you anymore.
Where these laws tend to be born from is from like
Gemini's
colonial
in the house.
times, where they pulled laws from England.
Marquise
about
in the
family
house.
law and lineage, and what it was a way for rich and powerful men to protect their estate from their bastard children. Where if you had a child out of wedlock,
I know Gemini Marquis be saying some crazy stuff. It just comes out. Marquis, mission accomplished.
and so if you weren't married to that mother and you had not had any intention of passing on your wealth or lineage to that child, then you could basically be like, fuck them kids, and they would get nothing. And you had to do a petition to legitimate, to make it so those kids could be protected and get access to your resources. So he was called the son of the people. He was considered a ward of the village parish.
You guys are
and
nasty.
neither his parents nor anyone else was required to support him. He could neither inherit from his parents nor be legitimated by them. Christianity, with its emphasis on monogamous marriages, likewise rated him a non-entity. The first statute, according to some status, to illegitimate was the English Poor Law Act of 1576, which imposed on both parents a duty of support. The law, and here's a key word, the law was not drafted out of concern for the children. Whole legal status remained in limbo. Rather, it was an effort to relieve the parents. It was an effort to relieve the parishes of the financial burden of caring for them, as in caring for the children. So what we get from this is that these laws were created to not take care of children, but to protect people with money and to protect the state. And so what happens is, as we build upon these laws, is one of the articles, I can just read the title of it real quick. But it basically kind of goes through like the history of how gender influenced these court decisions, because what these early descriptions of family law were meant to do were protect rich men from having to take care of their children. And because of that, they created laws where that child basically didn't exist, or it definitely wasn't yours unless you decided as such. So let's take it out of that old times and think about how something like that will affect a regular dude. So another article that I found talks about the story of Jonathan Lehr, and this was fascinating, a fascinating court case. So Jonathan and Lorraine, and this brings up a lot of important things to consider here. Jonathan and Lorraine are the biological parents of Jessica, and this is a real story, by the way. When Jessica was born, Jonathan visited the two in the hospital every day until they were discharged. Rather than return to the home she had shared for 2 years with Jonathan, however, Lorraine moved elsewhere and did not tell Jonathan where she and Jessica had gone. For about 1 year, Jonathan was occasionally able to find Lorraine, and when she allowed him to do so, he visited Jessica. Eventually, Jonathan hired a private detective to find Lorraine, who at that time had married another man and had legally adopted Jessica, meaning that Jonathan was now a legal stranger to his biological daughter. Lorraine said he could not visit Jessica, and if he tried to do so, she would have him arrested. This court case ended up going to the Supreme Court, or I think the New York Supreme Court, but this is like a landmark court case. And Jonathan lost. He lost. So to kind of break that down, because this brings up a lot of important things. So this guy and this woman were together. They lived together, but he was unmarried, right? Thank you. We're gonna come back to this. Forced morality. Oh man, we'll come back to that. So he lived with this woman. He was unmarried, and for 2 years they lived together while she was pregnant. After the baby was born, she left. And it's important that we don't know why she left and why it was so important.
Yeah, this is getting convoluted, in my opinion. It's getting convoluted. And the reason why is this is because as Siobhan said, it really has little to do with black men. I mean, the best thing I can suggest for black men, and this is for black men, is protect your seed. Protect your seed. I mean, that's as simple. If you feel like you're a valuable person and your seeds, you have good genes and all that kind of stuff, well, nobody's keeping you from protecting it. Tell me some woman who just ripped off your condom. Exactly. Protect your seed. Protect your seed. And don't put it on the woman to not get pregnant. If you put on a condom, seed protected. Seed protected. So that's why the whole debates we have with Philly Dom and fathers that can't see their kids, or and I mean, obviously this doesn't mean men who got married and their wives are the ones that are keeping them from their kids. This is all the other guys who could have done more to try to not put your seed in a future problem. And I'm not saying the woman was a problem, but maybe the situation or the result of the relationship. See, there may be nothing wrong with a woman, but you two just don't get along, even though that person could get along better with somebody else. Well, why don't you wait till you're sure? You put a ring on that person's finger, which increases your ability to at least have a shared custody, right? And I'm no expert. This is just common logic. And work it like that. Tell me where I'm wrong here. Tell me where I'm wrong, fellas, because you don't have to. The funny thing that I find in all these custody battles and all this child support stuff and everything like that is you didn't have to make them pregnant in the first place. You didn't have to. If you do, it's okay. I'm not judging you. I'm definitely not judging you. But what I'm saying is don't get mad at the woman. Why are you getting mad? Why are you going to get mad at her? Why? I mean, it didn't work out. Obviously, you found value in her because you slept with her. If you didn't have value in her, then that's really not your it's really your problem then. That's really your fault then. It's at least if you thought you were going to be with her for forever and ever and ever, that's one thing. You still should have got married though, because that's a foolproof that you thought you were going to be married forever and ever, ever. But the thing is this: you're supposed to be the leader, right? You're supposed to be the leader, right? So why didn't you lead in the bedroom? Hey, baby, I'm going to strap this on if you don't mind. Is that okay? Yeah, it should be. You want to go raw? No, I can't go raw, baby. Maybe later when, I put that ring on that finger. When I put that ring on that finger, then, but I got to protect my seed, You could have done that. You could have done that. So I can understand why somebody might get furious and mad, because you're really not furious and mad at the woman when you think about it. You're furious and mad at yourself. Because you could. I mean, you could, this sounds funny. This sounds funny, and then I want to go back up to Gemini's comment. But Sometimes, if you're not going to put a ring on your finger, then you might want to put a ring on your dick. Get it? Get it? Get it? Sometimes I make some corny jokes, but hey, that's the way it goes. So if you don't put a ring on your finger, put a ring somewhere else. Put a ring somewhere else and a prophylactic ring somewhere else. Problem solved. Gemini says, yeah, Gemini, you are absolutely 150% correct. Even if you didn't put a ring on the finger, and even if you didn't put a ring on your dingler, you can still go to court, but you don't. And now you're mad. And now you're mad. Because, I mean, let me tell you, the court, I will, again, I did IT in these courts. And I hear that water cooler talk. They don't want to, the county don't want to deal with your kids. They don't want to deal with your kids. But you didn't show up. And mama had them. And mama had them. But you just had to be irresponsible. And you know what you were singing? That is the way we have fun, son. Dun 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 dun. Mama told it. Anyway, I guess my point after hurting y'all's ears is this. This is funny. Having sex is fun, but isn't fun. It can turn out to be a headache. I mean, it's like, think about it like this. Going raw is like, it could be at the minimum, the average is $400 a month. $400 a month child support. Boom, 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 boom. No, for 18 years. And if you're a good father, then it's a lot longer than that. I mean, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But the thing is that that's why it's funny, because the red pill don't want to tell you this. You know what this is? This is the real deal pill. This is the real deal pill. Because if you want to be a leader, it starts at the beginning. You have to exemplify leadership from the beginning. You can't call yourself a leader and go, oh, dang, I just got with her. Now she got pregnant. It's her fault. Nope. You protect your seed, remember? Let's see what Gemini said here. DJ Torch addressed a comment by Crystal Florid. Okay, let me go up here. I'll find it. Let's see where is it at? Must be way up here. Did I miss it? Wait. My eyes are bad. Gemini, can you come up here for a second? Do you have a second? I'll drop the link. Because I don't see Crystal. Is Crystal in the chat? I know you might be at work or something, but let's see here. Okay. So Anti says, I am a conservative in that area. I don't play weird-ish somebody about to have a heart attack looking around with how I do it. Okay. What are y'all talking about? Wait, let me see what Big Cap talking about. Chester, where you at, bro? Uh-oh. Big Cap looking for some cover. Hi, Gemini. Oh, Gemini, I think you have your mute on. Where's Crystal at, though? Okay, you there, Gemini? She here, but not here. Let's see. Okay, let's see what the fellas are talking about. They going at each other, like fellas do. Okay, yeah, no. I think Chester, when when I started talking about responsibility, Chester, took off. You know, you know what I mean? Chester took off as soon as I started talking about responsibility. He didn't like that. He did where my meth girl at? Where's my meth girl at? You know what I mean? That's all I had. Okay, there we go. Let's see if it's Gemini. Test one. Uh-oh. You're coming in a little choppy.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect.
No, it's the comment on the screen, Crystal Faracia, right on the video that you're playing.
Oh, okay. This legitimate lie is definitely a product of marriage being a political and socioeconomic institution, especially when you consider racial barriers and inheritance laws. I never read that. What do you think?
It sounds like that Hotep, let's not get married in the courthouse, the man's system type of comment. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially when you consider racial barriers to inheritance laws. What racial barriers?
Right. I mean, because it sounds like I'm not sure why she said that, because obviously we're talking about the marriage between a black man and black women. But I mean, they do tangent out on this channel sometimes. But it's because I think he's tangenting out at this point when he was talking about slave owners or whatever. I don't know what. I honestly don't know.
It's as though, and this is the problem I have with that. It's like they're trying to convince black women to cohabitate without going into the system so that they can behave the way they want to behave. And the thing about that license, having that piece of paper, means that there's rights that you have, regardless as to what the other person does. And so she's not going to be protected, nor her children protected, if she doesn't have that. Now, there are states that have common law, but there are states that don't. And so this big move to convince black women not to be married on paper, not to advocate for themselves and their children in the courtroom, is just another form of manipulation. And woe is the black man, as far as I'm concerned.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, really, the bottom line is this: is that I know people will not be very popular with me, but it's always on the man, because a man does not have to impregnate a woman.
Absolutely.
It's that simple to me. I mean, we know it happens, but a woman doesn't knock a man on the head and while right before he's gonna bust and say you can't pull out. No, that doesn't happen. So sorry, I always blame it on the dude. It's his fault.
Absolutely.
My little brother got caught up that way, and it's a funny long story, because I had already gotten into him. He's like my adopted little brother, but I had already gotten into him before he got deployed over the same thing, and he did it again. I was like, it's your fault, because the woman that he got trapped by had already had like 4 children, and the guys that she was messing with were either higher enlisted or they were officers.
Let me answer a big cat
What?
question.
And so,
Doing fine. My car. Not big
Anthony,
cat. Yo, what's up?
are you speaking to us?
Wait.
No, answering Big Cat's question up on my car. Oh, it's doing okay. I mean, it's not a Grand Marquis. It's a.
Okay, wait, hold on. She's talking right now. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Finish.
And so he said, I asked him, I said, well, did you use something? And he said, yeah. I said, who brought the hat to the party? And he said, she did. I said, are you, I did, how many times do we have to have this discussion? This is her second occupation. Mind you, she's active duty military, but this is her second occupation. Is having children by people that she knows can pay their child support and pay a significant amount of child support. So, it's just like, and now what I will say is my brother, he fought to see his child. He had to fight to see her, and she was an infant, but he fought to see his child. And so men can miss me with this. It's so hard, that women are keeping their children away from the fathers. I mean, if you really want your child and you go to court, no court is just going to disallow you just to have joint custody or some type of custody with the child's mother if you're not a felon or you're not a drug abuser or something of that nature.
Right. I mean, exactly. I mean, the thing is that if a man is stable, a woman, even if they aren't together, will usually want to share the child because she wants to have time to herself as well, especially if it's an infant. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
In this particular instance, she didn't because that's what she just wanted the child support money. So she didn't care about him seeing the child. And I think the way that she did it, she didn't feel like he would fight because it was a chance that he would lose his military career over doing so. But she underestimated him.
Right. All right. Anybody else want to chime in? That's the time to chime in.
It seems like these Nesties want to have their cake and eat it too, but they're not even getting a slice. Not even a crumb.
I like that one.
I like that. Yeah. And Diamond, you want to continue?
No, go ahead.
You know what's crazy about it is that, like these dudes, these Dusties, right? They can't control themselves when it comes to when they approach a very, very attractive woman, right? Never mind her personality, never mind what she may be capable of being, either a scammer, plotting, schema, whatever. Never mind all of that. She is too fine in their eyes. So they take a chance with these women and then they knock her up and then blame it all on the woman that took two people for them to have a child for. And another thing I wanted to point out is that they get really slick. I don't want to be too graphic. I'm gonna be a little be
what you need to be. Be what you need.
All right, I'm gonna put it out there.
I ain't no Tanya TKO where I keep it real here.
No sense.
Yeah, DJ does keep it real.
Some of y'all need to stop acting like when y'all be doing certain positions, let's just say it, I don't care, when y'all be doing back shots, right? Y'all be pulling away the condom. Y'all be pulling it away. Y'all want to hit it real raw. Y'all can't control yourself. Stop playing. Stop the cat. Stop the cat.
But these guys thinking that...
Do you think they really go that crazy if it's a fine white Asian woman?
Yes, they will. I will tell you, they will. I'm telling. That's how these incels operate. It's like in
that's
their
what they want.
mind.
That's what they want.
That's what they want. They're
like,
that.
That's why they use black ladies as a scapegoat to attack.
Yeah.
What happened?
I guess just to reinforce what Anti said, you're right. You're right.
Stop capping. Stop capping. Let's talk about that. Y'all are so, y'all act like victims. Y'all be
these guys, they do want to act like victims. Like black women kick them out of the house for no reason, put them on child support, don't let them see the kids, when it's basically the opposite of that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? These guys, I met single mothers that tell me that these guys don't see their children. So to me, it's like these guys are just trifling. They just don't want to take accountability for their actions. And
Absolutely right.
These are grown ass men. These are not kindergartners. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. These type of men are just they are just so lame. As if there are no consequences to just doing for their lustful behavior. Like I just don't understand them. Like they can't control themselves and wonder why they're in the predicament that they're in. Like you have these dudes that are on live streams for 10-hour, 11-hour live stream complaining about child support, complaining about all this, but they were the ones that put themselves in that situation because they chose to be irresponsible.
Exactly.
But they want to make it seem that black women are at fault. Like he took off their condom or punch a hole in their condom.
Yes.
Like they try to fool non-black people into trying to make us like the villain when we're actually not the villain.
Exactly. They were the ones that was doing some sneaky stuff. Like
and these non-black women know it because they're becoming single mothers as well.
Yep.
So they know that what they're saying is BS.
Pretty much. I mean, if you saw yesterday's video with what was his name? Not Trinity. It was Destiny. Destiny. I don't know why he called himself Destiny, but he does. But you could see in his face how irritated he was getting with the red pill argument.
It annoyed him.
Yeah.
It annoyed him. Oh, continue. No, you continue.
Oh, no, I'm done.
It was almost as if he couldn't believe this guy's this dumb. Like, are you guys really this dumb?
Yeah.
It's like, are you really being serious or are you trolling me? Like, it was like, am I being a troll? What,
right.
Right.
They just want to use and abuse women. And these guys don't even have the money to afford to abuse nobody. Like,
that's what I'm saying. They got no money. They got no type of money.
Like, who are you gonna use and abuse when you only have roaches coming out of your pocket? Like, come on now.
They want so desperately to convert the what they call the 304s or modern day girls into the 1950s housewives. But they don't want any money. I mean, they don't want it. They don't have any money.
I show y'all that video.
And why do they keep asking for traditional women when they're not even traditional men? That's
Thank
weird.
you.
That's
Thank
the talking
you.
point.
Because they really just want to be able to run over women. They don't really want the tradition. What they want is a dumb stump. That's essentially
and that's
what
why
want.
they go overseas, because they feel like these women don't know better.
Any better. That's what it is.
But you can see now what is going on, that now these women are fighting back against the passport bros or the passport guys, as they want to call themselves now. It doesn't make a difference to me. They're suspect. Okay? They found videos based on sex tourism from these guys. It's all about sex tourism because you can see it in their videos. They don't talk about nothing else. They don't communicate properly with the locals over there. They don't talk about the beaches. They don't show you anything else but women.
That's the thing. Oh, continue. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, these dudes are culturally incompetent. They don't know nothing about nothing. They don't know the language.
Nope.
They don't know about the economy. They don't understand the politics. They don't know anything about nada. And it's such a shame for them to just go there, simply for a sexual conquest, and then just cause all this chaos, and then wonder why they are now enforcing some laws over there to stop abandoning the single moms that they had created.
Right.
Wait. I do give them credit for their math skills that they never had when they were in school, because they're quick at understanding the currency exchange.
they understand when that $400 leaves their bank account every month, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, they understand that how the dollars translate so that they can buy the women that they want.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. They learn that. They
learn that quick, fast, and in a hurry, but they don't learn anything else. That's the only thing that they learn.
They don't. That's right.
But they made a mistake. Like, here's the thing: they're competing against the Brazilian guys in that country that has way more money than them, knows the language really good, and know how to finesse their own women. These guys do not have that ability.
They don't.
They don't have it. So if they was to come up against a Brazilian guy, they will lose 100%.
True.
That's why they go to the poorest of the poor.
Exactly.
They go to the poorest of the poor to make themselves feel like some type of man.
Even if they go into the poorest of the poor, if a rich dude, like let's say a millionaire or billionaire, were to ask a poor woman to marry her right away, she will actually leave that passport bro with his mouth hanging wide open.
Right. And Siobhan says they're going to these countries living like they on commissary at the state penitentiary.
You know, I don't know if y'all heard this story recently. I think I posted on the Peso Man channel. There's this Brad, well, I call him a Brad sale. There's a white guy who married this Nicaraguan woman. This happened in my my home state of Texas. He decapitated her.
Oh yeah, right?
Yeah.
I heard about that.
This is what I told Pace. I think that guy might have been rejected by Becky. You know, the Becky that's into this blonde,
Or the
whatever.
black women.
That
We
too.
don't know who he got rejected by, but
Yeah, and then you go look for this Latina woman who's doesn't know nothing about America, don't know about the laws, something like that. Because over there in the country,
I thought she was Filipina.
no, she's a Hispanic from Nicaragua. That's Central America.
Okay.
And then take advantage of her submissiveness or her ignorance of American laws and stuff like that, and the guy just killed her. I mean, a cold-hearted lame.
Decapitated her.
Decapitated her. Yeah.
Decapitated her. Yes. He is a Brad Sale, a lame with no color.
I assume he's in prison, right, or in jail.
Yes, he's in prison.
Arrested. I'm not sure if they
never know.
But they didn't dive into why he did what he did. It was.
Some people think maybe he listened to those
He
manosphere
probably thought he can get away with it. I don't know. Like these guys.
I think his white skin. I think his white skin could.
These
get
guys,
him out of
you
jail.
gotta understand. These guys are guys like that do that are psychopaths.
Yeah, they
They
are.
are. I listen to Anthony. You probably listen to Anthony Dream Johnson. He's like a white manosphere guy. I don't know if y'all see him. He wears a red baseball cap that says "Make," like a Trump hat that says "Make women great again." all the while shaming American women.
Oh.
And he interviews Andrew Tate.
Well, he's gonna be one of those passport bros they're gonna put under the Yeah. He's gonna be one of them. I'll tell you, these guys' movement is falling to pieces.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't there a passport bro that ended up getting the penalty? I forgot if he had a penalty or
Death penalty. Yeah. You know in China?
Oh, you talking about in China, right?
Japan. I thought it was Japan.
No, it's China.
Yeah, China.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they probably already gave him
already
went through it. I don't know. They don't give you long to live.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they already, killed him off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know something? It's like, hey, I'm not crying. I'm sorry.
Oh, me neither.
I mean, the thing is this is that. I mean, how, if it was an accident, that's different. This wasn't. So no,
Nope.
sorry.
I don't know how other countries' laws go, but even if it was an accident, I don't think they would, take that excuse.
Right.
So
I agree. Siobhan says, yeah, that college ball player who unalived that 23-year-old gorgeous young lady.
yeah, because she didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah.
So him and his homeboy pulled up beside her and her friend and shot her.
Wow.
And she left behind
coward.
a 5-year-old boy.
Dang.
And he was a basketball player. He went to college on a scholarship. And his parents are in law enforcement. So you don't know who a person is until they really show their true colors.
Yeah.
Like these guys get so butthurt over a woman that don't want to talk to them. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but they need evaluations. Most of these guys need evaluation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing that I do respect about what Cynthia G says is that she's like, you got to check these dudes out for a minute. You just can't get in a relationship real, with them. You see what I'm saying? She says,
that's why it kind of like it kind of make me feel for my life, because you have guys out here walking around like that, unaliving women.
Right.
For rejection. Yep. Just because
from being rejected.
Mm-hmm. Or simply just not saying anything, just walking away, minding your business, ignoring them, and then they unalive you for no reason.
For no reason whatsoever, just because a lot of women reject them. Instead of just looking in themselves in the mirror and how they talk to people or getting therapy, they rather just unalive the woman because they feel like they don't have nothing to lose. They don't care. If you don't care, why don't you take your own life? I don't come on now.
Well, the thing is, they're very stubborn and they have a false sense of entitlement. So they think that the world belongs to them and that no woman should reject them. And that's the reason why they behave the way they do. And it's just a horrible situation. And this is something that they have to get corrected, because there are not, you have these guys that are not living as long in their 50s and 60s. And it's just, they have to let go of that type of entitlement and be honest with themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's basically it. I wanted to go over something Big Cap said. Big Cap said, this is kind of going back to our last subject, but I wanted to make a point about it. Where is it, Big Cap? Where is it? I missed it. Okay. Y'all just can oh, here we go.
Chester saying somebody is timing him out for no reason.
No, I unblocked him. Okay, whoever's typing Chester out, I'm just scanning his messages. He's all right. You can leave him alone. I think it's either. sorry, but I read one of my chats last time, and somebody was giving him a bad time. I think it was. Where is she at?
Why is he messing raw?
Southern Belle. Chester would go, huh? And Southern Belle would go, block.
I finally had to block him because he talks too much nonsense.
Yeah,
I mean, and he says the same things over and over again. He doesn't have a conversation. He doesn't understand, like Austin Holloman. He doesn't understand social cues. He can't communicate effectively, and so I won't waste my time or my energy.
Well, why don't they go on social media to these guys, these real alpha men guys that know how to talk to women? Do they, like, do these
Because
guys
those men don't want to be bothered with them either.
True. That is true. That is true.
Oh goodness, man.
Yeah. They want what they want. That's the thing.
But they can't. So most of the time, they can't get what they want.
That is true. That is true.
What's funny is that black women and women in general, most women, accept that they aren't everybody's ideal woman. But it's as though black men can't accept that they're not everybody's ideal man. It's like it's the delusion that they have that just because they like you, you're obligated to like them back. Like, no, there's no in between. You're obligated because I paid you some attention, as if.
Exactly. I hate that. I hate that. Like, you're supposed to like me.
Right.
You're supposed to do as I say. You're supposed to, when I say jump, you ask how high. Like, their entitlement. Oh my God. It's like they're so delusional. They can't take it down a notch.
Right.
And that's another reason why the rhetoric is so dangerous. You can't convince me that a lot of this violence and the increase in violence towards black women isn't as a result of these content creators.
Every 4.5 hours. Unaliving us every 4.5 hours.
Yep, that's true. And see, the thing is that another one of my, rerun sayings is that black men are black men's worst enemy, and as well as black women's worst enemy. If they solve that problem, then there won't be no problem. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's not about that. It's not about that. What am I trying to say? That Aryan vibe about, oh yeah, black men are worse. No, it's unfortunately right now it's true, and it's getting worse.
They're society's worst enemy. Like it, and then there is a dynamic where it's easier to report on the smaller population than it is on the larger population. So there are things that are going on. It's not as though white people or Hispanic people or anybody else aren't committing crimes. But factually, black men are committing crimes at a larger rate per capita. But it's easy to put them out on Front Street because we have such a small population in the U.S. Does that make sense?
Right. I mean, the thing is that but the bad thing about being a small population is you're a small population and you have less control over your life because the larger population is good. The good thing is that you should be able to fix your problem faster because there's less of you, right? So the thing is that the problem that the manosphere has, the biggest problem is that they're trying to fix the wrong people. They're trying to fix women when they should be trying to fix each other.
Themselves, exactly. They should be fixing themselves.
I mean,
it's two comments. I wanted you to look at. Southern Belle mentioned a comment. I thought you did, but maybe you didn't, about the 25-year-old basketball player that unalived somebody for not wanting.
Yeah, we just talked about him, right?
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought we did.
Been shot, yeah. So yeah, that things like that, just man, that's just sad.
And then this Big Cap, and this is what annoys me. Love you, Big Cap, but this annoys the heck out of me. The violence is on both sides. Did y'all see the lady that knocked the guy out with the bowling ball? Please miss me with this both sides comment.
Big Cap. I mean, yeah, you could say that, Big Cap, but the ratio, let's think ratio here. Let's think ratio. It's like for a woman to do damage to a man is like, what, like 50 to 1, 10? I'm going to be nice and say it's 20 to 1. So the ratio brings it to a point where women just don't damage men nearly as much as men damage women.
Exactly.
it's just, that's just the way it is. It's just, so, yeah, I mean, I like Big Cap though. I like his arguments. I like his argument. He's got to fight for his boys. So, you know, I respect that, but it's wrong.
And understand that if we do, let's say if we do damage a man, it would be reactive.
Right. Right.
That's more times than not. So you would have to reduce that number, the 20 out of 1 to like what, 5 out of 1?
And then don't you calculate, you know, who's more lethal, because unless a woman knows karate or something, she's probably not going to have that as nearly as much force. In fact,
exactly. We're naturally physically weaker than men.
Right.
I really don't understand this. I'm an alpha male leader, but I still want the same. I want to be equal to women, which women are trying to be equal to men. So they have that backwards, but they want to be leaders. They want to be superior, but yet they're always comparing themselves to women. How does that work? Like women get to do this and women get to do that. I really believe they have coochie envy. They just like envy.
It is. V envy. Yep. V envy, reverse feminism. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, because think about it like this. They want the benefits, but they don't want the responsibility. They want to be the leader, but they don't want to lead. So,
you know, and that was the same argument that Destiny was Destiny was mentioning, that he was trying to converse with angry men about. Like he was just totally insulted because he gave his expertise on the various industries. I believe he said gaming and something within the arts, if graphic arts or something like that. So he has extensive leadership experience. So with that argument, he discusses how there's a lot that leaders have to understand, and they have to practice in order to keep that title. It's not something that is glamorized, you know, and it's just, that's what they want. They want the perks, but they don't want to put in the concerted effort to keep that role of being a leader.
Right. Exactly.
I had someone go back and forth with me, a guy, and normally I don't, but just to prove a point, I did. It was a video about a black guy who he carjacked this man and killed him, and there was a toddler in the car, and the baby expired.
Man.
And so the first person that commented was like, far too many black men have no regard for life. This is awful. And so, of course, a black man comes back and says, too many people not caring about black men mental health, which is why a lot don't care, possibly. So here we go with it. Everybody else doesn't care. So I said they need to care about their own mental health. Absolutely no one is a greater advocate for a person's health than that individual. And that was me being nice, because I didn't have my petty hoodie on, zipped up with the hood over, because I really could have been petty. And so he comes back and says self-accountability is a must, but which program or organization do you use when you need help? There's an abundance of resources to help women that men don't have access to. We all need help at some point, and I feel mentally ill individuals need it more, whether man or woman. Women just have an easier access to receiving that help. So my response was, they have just as many programs for men as they do women. One only need to do a search for it the same way they do everything else they're interested in. I've done a search myself, as yours is the first comment I've seen with such excuses. And then he goes on this yada yada rant about I'm capping, there's not that many programs. If I've looked it up, then why don't I help a brother out? It's like they expect to be hand fed and pampered and given this gentle push towards what they need to do. And obviously the coddling hasn't worked.
Well, here's the sad part. Why are they even thinking about a program anyway? Aren't they supposed to be leaders and and educated to the point where they're already making money, so they don't need a program, right? Isn't that the point?
Well,
I mean, that's
Right.
like me worrying about a homeless man getting free food because he's homeless. Why would I worry about that if I'm making my chips? The focus is to make your chips, wouldn't it be?
Because the reason why they so worry about everyone else because they don't have it together.
Right.
So if they see someone that is doing their thing and doing what they're supposed to do, they want to complain about it instead of just getting themselves together.
Yeah.
They say you can't even have a conversation with these guys. You remember what happened to Tam last night?
Yeah.
When they tried to blame her for a video of something that she really did not say. They tried to misconstrued her words.
Right.
Saying that, oh, you accused me of sleeping with an underage girl when she never said that. She said that
she looked young.
That she looked at young, not underage. There's a difference. These guys can't differentiate what's looking young and what underage is. So so these clowns trying to jump on the panel trying to gang up on her, which was
pitiful. I jumped in there later on when I saw that going on.
Yeah.
And I did have to tell you, I admit I did talk to her about that and said, what you're a lawyer. This is a scumbag. This is like a hole in the wall bar. What are you doing here?
Right.
If I was your legal dad, I would have pulled you out of this bar. I don't care how old you are. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, no, you don't belong. You don't belong in here, and they know you don't belong in there. You see what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, exactly. If I was Tam and I won my argument, I would just say deuces.
Thank you.
Because I wouldn't have river danced all over their asses. These guys don't even know what they're talking about.
Okay, Big Cap has a mention. DJ, this is why SYSBM is important. No one cares about men that are making moves. Only men that are trash get attention.
So do you want what kind of attention is he seeking? Because the thing about it is, men that are making moves are the men that are silent and going about their business, and those are the men that Black women desire. So I'm confused about what attention you're seeking.
Exactly. And those type of men, they remain in anonymity. They don't really care about clout, attention, or anything else.
Right.
They make their moves very quietly. They don't showcase it. It's not bravado. It's not all of that. So I'm really confused. Unless if you can clarify what SYSBM really supposed to mean, I'm confused.
Who is under me talking?
Wait, I can't see anything either way. Hold on, let's see. Oh, let me take this off screen, then we can all see each other better. There we go.
Oh, Antebellum. I was like, well, that voice sounds so familiar.
Yes.
Hey, girl.
Hey, sis, how are you? I know long time
good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's long time no talk to
you. I know, long time no hear. Yeah. I've been in Alex's channel a lot, but I definitely need to frequent yours. I know you did a
girl, you can frequent whoever you want. I ain't tripping over at my channel, girl. Like you have other subscribers. Like I understand. Brendan, I didn't know he had a channel.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna sub to you. I mean, I already subbed. It's just life has been happening, but I'm definitely gonna.
Girl, don't stop because of me. No,
I'm not. It's just life is.
Hey, this is a good time to get in them promotions. You got to tell me what's going on with you. What y'all doing?
I'm not doing anything, but you can still sub to my channel.
Yeah.
Everybody up here has a channel.
That's right. This is like the think tank.
Right?
You know what? You know what I was thinking? We should have a black girl a YouTube train on here.
A black girl what? Like a
YouTube train. You know they have the TikTok version of black girl train. We should have a version of black girl.
Oh, you mean the follow
train? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I follow you and you follow me back.
Yeah,
right.
I gotta really activate my channel in order, but I mean, definitely, like that would be cool. That'll definitely be cool. What's your name? I forgot your name. I'm sorry. What's your channel?
Oh,
You
my
talking to me?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Oh, it's just Gemini
Gemini. Okay, so
with 2 capital I's.
Oh, 2 capital I. Oh.
By the way, if you need footage for your channel, you can use. You don't even have to ask me. Just go ahead and record what you need and throw it on there. What you can do is like you can do a screen. You can kind of like, if you have OBS, you can record the live. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like parts where you're featured, you just make that your own. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like, again, I'm not like other content creator. I ain't trying to make no money. I do that 9 to 5 thing. I'm all right. So
okay.
If you need that to just, because I remember when I was just getting started, I was like, dang, I need to hustle up some content on this mofo. So, if you need content, you can use any of mine that you want. Record, clip. You can either use the whole thing, or you can use just parts where you're talking, or you're featured, or whatever you want to do. Because I think it should help your algorithm. Because and you don't have to give me any kind of recognition or nothing. Just use it as if it's just like content. What is that? No, it's not content free.
DJ Torch, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know you're in the middle of talking, but have you heard of the channel Cerebro?
No.
Yeah, she's really good.
She's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, you should look her up. She just she's live. No, she uploaded something, and she said it says right here on the title, "Black man let his white snow buddy beat him." It's like one of those TikTok. Yeah, it's like one of those TikTok. You should see it. It's so.
Well, what is it called?
It says, "Black man let his snow bunny beat him."
Wait, let me see if it comes up.
Yeah. Not surprised. Not surprised.
But it's not like she beat him. They're reenacting something. I don't know what it is, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Camo said Camo was responding to, I believe, where is it? 8th letter. Why can't we love who we love no matter the color? And nobody is stopping anyone from loving anyone. It's just the fact that we don't want to be demeaned in the process of you loving whoever it is you love.
Exactly.
And Camo said they dying for white women since 1619 when they was getting hung for sleeping with white women, and the white women was taking selfies with their dead bodies.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's gruesome.
Her name's Christ Logic, right?
Huh? What'd you say, DJ?
Christ Logic is her name?
Oh, Chris Logic.
Chris Logic? No, well, no, not Chris Logic. If you like, I think they all have the video, but I'm subscribed to Cerebro.
Oh, Cerebro. Cerebro. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, Cerebro. Yeah, Cerebro.
How do you spell that?
It's CEREBRAL. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
What is it? 1619.
Southern Belle wants you to talk about it.
About that? Okay, I'll bring it up then.
Let's see.
That's what we do. That's
Talk about
open mic,
enlighten. Oh, okay.
Okay, so I gotta put this on screen so you guys can see.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Well, hi. Hi.
What's up?
Hola, buenos dias.
So I wanted to say real quick, the truth just said in Peso chat that Tanya TKO said that she's going to go over the Big Boss video.
Oh, Okay.
Yes.
Now we're getting somewhere.
But I don't want her to go over it because this interview was so. I'm not trying to get off topic because I know you're about to show a video, but this
Oh no. Go ahead.
interview was so lackluster.
Dry.
Like, she was going off topic, dry. It seemed like she was questioning like the culture of the Brazilian women out there. So I want to see how she goes over this video. Hopefully she doesn't.
I'm with you on that because she asked the question she asked. I was very surprised by the way she was asking the questions and what she was asking. That didn't make sense to me. Like one, I can't even remember most of them, but it was more accusatory and more generalization than anything.
And kind of like blaming the Brazilian, the women, the culture out there for why the men might be treating them that way.
Right.
It seemed like that's where she was going.
Yeah, Brazil. Why is it that Brazilian women sleep with being on the first date, stuff like that? And it's like,
they make it seem like they're like prostitutes, and make it like I don't understand their way of thinking and why they think that all women are prostitutes. That's scary. That these men, I want Mother Nature to do her job.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we're just gonna see how this goes with her reviewing this video. I hate that she's the first one to review it. I wish it was someone else because I feel like she doesn't have the capacity to review this.
Right,
She might be going left and blaming the homeless girl. So we'll see.
It was a lot of people that were enamored with what she was doing, and I was like, I don't see that. I'm not getting the same vibe from this. It's the things that she was asking and she could have asked better. And then I get what she was trying to do, but the way that she did it, it just made it seem like an attack as opposed to asking questions that wouldn't victimize the people who are already victimized.
I'm sorry, DJ.
She seemed like she was trying to prove a point as to basically combat like the black men or the passport bros is saying that these women are, better. And that wasn't the point. Like, we already know that. Like, we have common sense. We know no one is perfect. So that wasn't the point. So it's like she had her own personal vendetta, and black women don't need you to do that for them. It's almost like she was being a hater, and it was embarrassing.
And
it was
she went the colorism route with the light skin, dark skin. Like, that's the last thing that even on the topic. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
You guys think she made it like personal?
Yes, it was very personal. It was very mammy. Like, she was like, in this battle with, we're not in a battle with these women, and no one can tell somebody else who they can be with. All we ask is that you just leave us out of your decisions, and whatever decisions you make is yours. Like, you don't have to belittle black women because you choose to be with somebody else. You do have every right to do that. So for her to do what she did, it was very distasteful, and it looks really bad because she went outside of what the issue was the issue that is basically a isolated issue that happened with Austin and these women in Brazil, and that should have been what was talked about. Like, these women the way that they sexually express themselves is nobody's business.
And then
you know what I'm saying?
She also went on to talk about, well, white men did it, and but we're not talking about.
She was sounding just like the passport bros.
She really was. And at first, I thought maybe she was doing it strategically, but when I listened to more, it was like, this is not a strategy. Like, what is wrong with her? Why is she asking questions in this manner? Like, I don't understand what her purpose was for asking in the manner that she was asking. It really distracted from what could have been a great interview.
Yeah,
she has her own personal issues, and you got to remember she's also a Caribbean woman, and in the Caribbean countries, they have colorism issues too. That's very deep, and it can also be like that. Said that it's worse than in America. So she needs to get that shit out of her system and heal, because it comes through her. So this is not the first time I've seen this. I've been stopped following her. She's been like this. I've been stopped following her. I'm kind of mad that I went over there because now she's in my algorithm and I don't even want to see her helmet. on my thing, on my algorithm, because she's so annoying to me. But I knew that this was going to happen, and I knew it was a money grab because this was all about money. She did no research at all about these people's country, about their culture, about the laws there, anything. And she was just sitting there looking like a dumb blonde while these people is talking, and it just looked really bad.
Right, and the question, isn't prostitution legal? That's not the point. Like,
that's not the issue. Exactly.
You should have said, what she could have said was, we know that prostitution is illegal, and we understand. And she read off sexual tourism, so she could have formed it in a manner of saying, what are these men doing that's causing such a problem in your country? Explain what's going on. I mean, it's a way to do. It's a
she did nothing. She did the same thing Austin did. Like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. What she did, the route of questioning that she asked was the same thing that Austin did by asking them these questions. She basically reinforced the negative stereotypes about the women in Brazil.
DJ, are you still there?
DJ?
Yes, still here.
DJ, wake up.
Truth, what was you about to say real quick?
DJ, can you go to the shorts? I wanted you to show that video of what Cerebral posted.
Okay.
That one. Yeah.
This one?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Truth, say what she was gonna say. What is this?
What
the hell?
Oh,
what is going on?
I was not expecting to see that.
What is that?
What is that? What is that?
Oh,
It's a short. Here we go.
Oh, good Lord.
What?
Play the sound.
No, listen.
What? It's over already?
What was
it? Was short.
It's
That's
so
what
feminine. It's a short. No, yo, like,
oh my goodness.
I can't see it.
Look at the lady's face. Look at her face.
God.
This is bad.
Wait.
One more time. One more again. One more again.
Hell no.
Pause it right there.
Hey.
What the heck?
I was trying to see her face.
Okay, who got me in this trouble?
That's disgusting. That's terrible.
Chester trying to see if it's somebody that he used to mess with. Go ahead and go take it back.
You got these dudes that don't like that. They don't care. Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
Guess what he's saying? Listen.
Oh, she give it. Good Lord.
He said Happy New Year.
Beat him, Becky.
That dude was in heaven.
What the heck is that?
I don't know. I don't know what type of pink that is, but damn.
Did he say Happy New Year?
Yeah, he said Happy New Year.
Wow.
This is what I
That dude was in heaven.
I mean, you never know what you're gonna see on here. Shoot.
I'm about to hop off here, y'all. Is there any questions y'all want to ask me before I leave? Because I'm gonna drop down.
No, Camel.
I do. Camel, did you watch her?
Camel, you gonna be here Friday?
Y'all talking at the same time.
Oh. The Mammy Sphere. Are you gonna be here for the Mammy?
Yeah, I got you. What
Okay,
you say, sis?
Did you watch it until the end? Because I turned it off after a while.
I can't stomach it too much because I get secondhand embarrassment very quickly. Like I'm a person that a lot of things affect me, and like, you know, I could take things personal really quickly, and I just didn't like it. It was just really embarrassing. She did no justice to Brazilian women, American women, passport bros. This was a personal attack, and she should have just did a show about her against Brazilian women and what she thinks about them and why black men is wrong. Basically,
somebody said that was Tony Atlas on that video.
I watched the whole thing and I kind of have a different view. I mean, Tanya TKO, she is Caribbean, and not the stereotype Caribbeans, but they don't have the best delivery at times. But I think she was trying to play both sides and give.
But if she was, the thing is, if that was true, I get what you're saying. Because if I was trying to see it as that, and I was like, what is she doing? But I would go with that if she would have did research and had actual questions written down, like real questions. Like, she's a bimbo. Like, seriously, she's not intellectual. Like, just because you're Caribbean don't mean you're dumb. Like she first of all was not prepared, and she has personal issues. What she was trying to do was not the right time. That was for another show. She was trying to prove Black men wrong. Like, oh, y'all say these women is this, and that. So you're asking them these questions. And she did the same thing Austin did. She did the same thing. The same thing Austin did. The same route of questionings that Austin had, she did the same thing. And like, so tell me how many dates you need to go on. Like, she did the same thing.
You know how like political candidates, they go on news channels, cable news channels that favor them, but the interviewer also they can't throw them softball questions. They also have to throw them these hardball questions just to make it seem like they're not giving them an easy interview. So I was kind of looking at it from that perspective. Like, she's throwing these questions out there.
I didn't see. I know exactly what you're.
Let me finish real quick. To me, because she wants to come across as being like fair and balanced. Like, some of these YouTubers, they want to be taken seriously like journalists. In order to be seen in that light, like, they can't come across as being like partial. So I kind of saw it as that. I mean, I get what you guys are saying about the personal issues. Some of the questions, the line of questioning, it did seem a little personal, but I was like, yeah, maybe she's playing the long game and trying to come across as being, fair and balanced.
But she was asking personal questions. It was not. What you're talking about the commentary and some of these political channels is people who are intellectuals, and yes, sometimes they may ask something that may seem kind of dumb or common sense, but the things that she was asking was like stereotypical. That's like saying, basically, what if the Brazilian woman would have said, well, Tanya TKO, can you tell me about the fact that all Black women in America wear weave?
Exactly.
That was the way that it. So I'm saying it for the Brazil. Like, listen to what I'm saying. Imagine on our side that this Brazilian woman is interviewing us about a subject about their men preferring us, and then this woman asks us, oh, don't y'all all wear weave? So why are you upset that Black men talk about your weave? That's the way. That's what it sounds like.
I see.
I wouldn't have been mad if she had asked that.
Well, that's not the truth. That's not the point. The point is
the main point that the Brazilian lady came on there was to talk about the exploitation that Austin was doing and the rest of those guys to the women. It wasn't about how if the women have sex, the HIV rate,
exactly.
I know, but the interviewee always doesn't get the questions that they want.
I get what you're saying.
Like,
that's why
these news people, these interviews, they're going to push back a little bit. So
I understand what you're saying.
It was like a whole nother interview. It like even what's his name? The Brazilian guy, Dizzy, came into our live and was like, it's like she talking to an alien, because it was like these people is on topic and she's on another interview. Like, it was like she wasn't even present.
Okay, you know what I thought?
I think they did a good job at responding to her shady questions, though.
I do too.
They did.
But it was shady nonetheless.
They had a message. They stuck to the message. They brought it back to the Passport Bros in spite of all her crazy line of questioning. So I think that they were able to sidestep her questioning and the shadiness, the underhanded shadiness, and just stick to their point.
And those videos were the weakest ones I've seen.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
that's what cued me, was like, wait a minute, with all the juicy ones of them slapping women's booties and stuff, and you want to bring this up, and she didn't even bring up the main crew.
She's not familiar with it. I think she tried to jump on the
Tanya
bandwagon.
was trying to get more viewers, and I'm gonna just be honest with you, it's a money thing. So she left enough room where that Passport Bros will want to still agree with her because of the way that she asks these questions and actually subscribe to her channel.
Yeah. I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous about how she's going to review this video tomorrow. I don't know how she got a hold to it.
Peso Man, and I'm gonna beg him not to go over there because I think Peso Man gonna go off on her.
He was upset with the interview too.
I don't know if he's seen it or not. But
my question is, how did she
I
get
think
the
he's gonna
video
try to.
by
She's gonna
herself?
try to use him too for views by using his material. He don't. I wouldn't do it. I don't trust her.
Yeah.
That helmet head, like hell no. Golden helmet can stay her ass right over there. We not. I wouldn't do it.
I'm with you,
So
Camo.
do you guys think she's genuine about her concern, or do you think it's fake?
It's
I think-
fake.
No, it's fake.
Wait. Let me give it a percentage. I won't say she's 100% fake. I'll say she's 75% fake. I think she cares about women because, and it's her market as well. But at the same time, just the way she delivered this told me that she didn't have the best videos from Austin Holloman. It sounded like she just went by what somebody gave her and she just ran with it.
She didn't even use Austin's video. She used that Floyd guy. She was using the Floyd guy, which wasn't the guy that should have been featured.
Right.
She also has had this issue before with American women. So that's another thing too, is that she also don't care too much about Black American women
I don't
either.
think she cares about anybody but herself and her views and the money that she's getting.
I think it's probably her people, maybe, or whatever, because I work with a lot of Caribbean women.
Can I say something?
And I don't know if it's something that they taught or something, but it's some type of disconnect with them, and like a lot of them and Black women in America. And she's had that issue. She's fell out with a lot of Black American women content creators over those things.
Here's the thing, like I've seen Tanya TKO build her channel from the ground up. I'm going to admit that. When she first started her YouTube channel, she was living here in California and living in a trailer. And just to see her evolve over like the span of 10 years, like I gotta give it up to her. She did what she had to do, and that was to get views. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but what's the difference between what she's doing and what the passport guys are doing? I mean, yeah, you want clicks and views. That doesn't mean she's honorable. That doesn't mean that she should be.
Nobody's saying that she's honorable.
But this topic is too deep for her to just go for a money grab, and that's why I'm worried about her reviewing this video tomorrow, because I don't want her to kind of play around with this.
And she was proudly
the questions that she asked, I was like, girl, like,
I mean, I was.
You want to hear something, Sad?
Bros.
You want to hear something, Sad? I think we get a better response from Fox News just because they don't like Black men anyway. You know what I'm saying? They go, look at it. This is horrible what he's doing. They'll do that. I mean, that's the only use that you have for Fox News. I can't stand it, but you see what I'm saying?
But you know what? I wasn't there for Tanya. I was mostly there to hear what Stephanie had to say and about the work that she was doing. I didn't know she was married, but I think, overall the interview was good because of the guest. It wasn't good because
it's the way that it's going to be put out there, and I'm telling you, it's watch tomorrow what's going to happen. It's going to have a backlash, and it's not going to be good. It's the way that it was put out there. Like, it's some people, we don't really even know those people. First of all, they're from a different culture. It was a translation going on. Many people is not going to probably remember much of what was said. What's going to be remembered is Tanya TKO.
Who do you think who did you think the backlash is going to come from? Like the passport bro community?
It's going to come from them against Stephanie and them, and then she's going to face backlash from like the black women. It's going to be a lot of. I'm telling you, it's going to be a big thing. I'm telling you. Watch when tomorrow come. People getting their content together already. I know how this YouTube shit works.
She's just the wrong person.
It's going to come out tomorrow. Everybody's going to interview Tanya TKO interview with Stephanie and her husband and Lorena.
the men are going to do that regardless. Even if Tanya was giving them like easy questions, I still think the passport bros would take it and chop it up. And
it's not just the passport bros; it's the entire manosphere. They run like it's more of them than it is black female content creators on here, and they're gonna run this. And it was not a good look for black women at all, and it was disgusting.
But see, I think even if the interview went the way we wanted it to, they would still do that regardless. Because that's just kind of how they function. Like they just
basically
things up. They twist.
But I don't think but why give them? She just don't know how to deliver, and I feel like the subject is too big for her to be playing around. And
exactly.
Can I say something without giving you? Can I say something real quick without giving you guys a big head? I think you guys are better content creator quality people than she is. And I mean, I've watched a lot of you for a while, and she might have more money now, but I would put money on y'all being better than her. So
I wish we could call in.
She should have allowed them to speak. And like when you interview people, you let them talk and you tell them it's their story. It wasn't for her to make this her thing about colorism and her wanting to compete with Brazilian women.
Right.
I think too,
she looks like she's probably in her early 50s.
I don't know. She might be in her 40s. She looks like she's in her 40s to me.
40s?
I mean, all I'm saying is that Ribeiro over there, she kind of blowing her away, but I think they're about the same age. She's not.
Well, Ribeiro, I think she said she's 30. No, she said
she's 30. No, she's 30.
39.
What?
40.
39. I'm sorry. I don't mean to throw. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to throw shade in there.
Not Tanya. Stephanie.
Yeah.
And for Chester, like, no, she wasn't spitting facts. And to be honest with you, what she was just doing was trying to make a point that Brazilian women are whores and that black men is wrong and that they're not the better choice and they're not the women that they say that they are.
Chester didn't even watch the interview.
Chester it was basically
we don't care.
It was basically
Chester is a non-factor.
It was basically like she was saying. It was basically like she was saying. Well, the women, the culture out there is open and loose. So if these guys are going out there messing with those women, is it really that bad? It was kind of like she was saying that.
Playing devil's advocate.
Because she basically was saying, I didn't see no devil's advocate. I basically saw her saying, look.
I don't know this lady, so I can't speak to her intentions. But what I did know is that she did offer the other perspective, because there have been people saying, well, the culture is this, so she wants to offer the other side.
It's a manner in which
I
you
can't
can
speak
do
to whether
that.
there's any malice involved because I don't know her, but
But Stephanie
was telling her what her culture was, and she kept going back and forth, saying those same things. Like Stephanie presented her country well, and then she still was trying to make this argument about these women and how they express themselves sexually, which is nobody's business.
There's a way. Can I say something?
If I was doing an interview, I would have asked those questions too. I would have said, well, what do you say to people who say this? It's nothing wrong with giving the other perspective.
Okay, who else?
Well, she could have said, tell us about the culture on your dating.
All right. Hold it.
1 second. Somebody was about to speak who hasn't spoken for a while. Who was
what
that?
I was saying was there's a manner in which you can play devil's advocate without being accusatory and generalizing. So the way that she did it came off exactly the way that Camo described it. You can do those things. You can play devil's advocate, but you do not do so with an accusatory tone. You do not do so while simultaneously demoralizing the people that you're speaking on. So I get what you're saying about playing devil's advocate and asking the questions that someone else would ask, but there's a manner in which to do it. And you must, when you're doing interviews like this, you must remain neutral. You cannot be seen as to put your own ego, your own feelings, your own emotions into the interview. And that's exactly what it came off as Campbell said.
I mean, I agree with you. I do think it came off that way, but like some people are very good at that. Like what you said, their delivery is very good, and then some people are not. Even us on this panel, our tones are very different, right? Some of us, our tone is a little more harsh. Some of us, our tone is not as harsh, right? And so I guess it goes back to, it doesn't matter how you say it, matters how you say it. I can kind of look past her brash, unemotional delivery and look and see what she was doing. I'm not saying it's the best tactic, because I mean I was turned off from the interview too, but I could kind of see the direction she was going, and she just came across as unemotional and a little brash.
Okay,
She came across as a YouTuber, just like any other, like a YouTuber that's trying to make money off of YouTube, that want to play like this game, and that's what it was to me. I don't see none of that. I know how YouTube worked very well, and what she was trying to do was keep herself in a position where she can play sense fit for more subscribers, so that it just didn't sound as bad as what it was. One, and two, I still don't know, like with all that she did, I don't have a complete understanding of everything that actually happened that got to this point with Austin, because she done made this thing so much about colorism and what kind of men her husband like, and women her husband like. Talking about Stephanie, why are you care about what kind of women Stephanie husband date, when clearly he's with Stephanie? Weirdo, right. Like you want him?
Yeah, she lost me at the videos. The videos sucked. The footage she chose was like, don't get me wrong, maybe one of those as a devil's advocate video, fine. You know, that geeky guy goes, yeah, I love these girls down here, but then you should have had something with meat to it. I mean, I
gotta say her stuff.
You know,
why are you sitting her? Like, why? Like, she's not a good person. Like, well,
she's not a good person. I hate
her person.
But you know what? I hate she got her.
You can already see her intent right now. Like, she's not the person.
Oh, you guys remember? Do you guys remember Roll the Tapes butt slapping video when he was with that?
Yes,
the one that looked young.
Seen it.
Yeah, that was in Thailand.
He deleted it.
Well, ask Nathaniel played it today.
Really?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he played it today.
You know, guys, before you start talking positive about Ask Nathaniel, do you know that he was one of the original Passport Bros? He was filming.
I don't even know who this guy.
He was filming foreign women in Brazil and in other Latin American countries, asking them questions that these women felt uncomfortable about.
I didn't know that, but
yeah,
I would be surprised.
See, the thing is this: with sociopaths, they're fine with each other if they're attacking somebody, like they did Tam last night, right? But they hate each other naturally.
They're like hyenas. They're basically like hyenas. They will.
Yeah, yesterday, you know, they were going after Big J because Big J went after them. You see what I'm saying? So next it's gonna be somebody else. It's like, okay, well, fine, go for it. You know.
Like Letter said, she kept saying, since the women are so sexual, did Austin do anything wrong? And she did. Right. She asked that question several times.
Everywhere. Like, we sexual. We have a label as being they can say, sexualized too as Black women.
And you know, Stephanie could have asked that about American women because we're sexual. You know, we have the Meg Thee Stallions, the Cardi B's of the world, the most known Americans that gives out that information to other countries. She could have came back and said that. So it's like, what does that have to do with anything about these women being exploited?
The issue is the message should have came across, because they have a very different laws there that should have been explained well so that people can understand. And that's what it should have been about. Like, all that sexual, and this is everybody's sexual. We all have the right to be sexual. Like, I don't understand it. Like, people right here in America do those same interviews on the beaches and stuff as well. But what she should have been able to explain is what he did, what it was that he did wrong in their country, and why it was wrong.
Right, and let that be the focus of most of the conversation. But she
So
did
one
it.
thing, one thing he did say that was surprising was that prostitution is legal, but being a pimp is not legal, and so that's what Austin was sort of doing, or was serving as a pimp. Like he was literally parading these women around, saying, "Hey, come and have sex with these women. They'll have sex with you for a little amount of money or for free."
Right.
He was
Right.
basically acting as a pimp, which is illegal.
And by the way, thank you for bringing that up. I am going to be having another live that will be about how I feel the red pill system is really just a large network of pimps they're either trying to pimp out unwilling black women in America or pimp out unwilling women of color along the world. Because think about it. It's not like they're not getting paid. They're getting paid through YouTube to tell these men where to take advantage of women. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. So
where predators can go. It's kind of like one of those movies where some diabolical rich man tells other rich men where to hunt for humans. You know what I mean?
Like
That
Epstein
kind of
Island.
vibe.
Like Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Essentially. Okay. So was it May who bought property in the DR?
Yes.
Okay, so what it reminded me of when they were talking about that was that instance where she bought property unbeknownst to her in a place where that is prevalent, prostitution is prevalent, and was going to be used, her property was going to be used for the exploitation of women. And they're forming these networks. And so to me, if she would have really done her research, she would have been able to discuss those things in particular, because that's what it sounds like they're doing in Thailand and Brazil. They're trying to get those networks in those countries. And so it would have been a good thing if she would have been able to bring that to light and ask them, have you experienced this? What's the laws in the country? Have they been able to do blah, 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 blah? I mean, if she had really done her research, it would have been an awesome interview, and she just really didn't.
A lady brings up a question. Or are we attacking Tanya TKO? Hey, lady, we just feel like you've seen the raw footage of these guys harassing and abusing women.
We're just
wait. Let me finish. Harassing and slapping women in the butt when they don't really want to be slapped in the butt, and when that homeless woman, that footage with what's his name, Big Boss, that was the kind of footage that needed to be put on here to make a point, and we feel like she just fell short.
So I wanted to make something clear. Prostitution, street walking in Brazil or the DR, and none of those things are legal. Brothels are legal. That's how it's supposed to be controlled. Just like just like other countries, if they was to try to make prostitution legal, just like it would be here, it would be organized. So in those countries, being a street walker, like a prostitute walking up and down the street, is not legal. Brothels is legal, but not street walkers.
Oh, and
not hookers.
Say that one more time. You said that
street walkers, just renegade prostitutes walking up down the street is not legal.
Oh,
brothels are legal. Brothels are legal. Not street walkers, not hookers. Not that you could just walk up to somebody and ask them how much do they want for sex. Like there's a designated place for people who sell vagina.
Doesn't Madams excuse me, I'm so sorry. Doesn't Madams run brothels?
I mean, not necessarily. Brothels is I think you're looking at it more off of what the movies and stuff, but no, brothels is just a place, a whorehouse, a nice term for a whorehouse. I mean, it could be anybody, whoever owns it. Just like May, whatever that house that May had would have been turned into a brothel.
Can I ask you guys a question? So one of the things she mentioned, and I think Peso Man had talked about this before, is that he's trying to open up a concierge. So Tanya had mentioned that. So was she trying to imply that he's trying to open up this place to use this as a place for men to have sex in?
I believe that he wasn't. He actually said that it wasn't. He was trying to build a what do you call those things that like, because the wording is not that. It was actually, he was trying to build a, what's those things that like cult leaders have, like a whole like it's like a community basically. Like he was trying to like
Can I talk to how you doing, everybody on the panel? This is
I'm gonna talk to y'all
doing
later.
here? What
I need to make a shout out.
You are not invited. You had a lot to say about us the other day, calling us lesbians, calling us all
Right.
these.
Yeah,
nasty
wait. Well, I'll let you get in his ass in a minute.
I don't talk to fake niggas.
I want to shout out to new people. A lady, she's a super cool person. I want to shout out to Keisha, or i.e. Layla. You know, Southern Belle. Thank you for watching the room for me and everything and doing your thing. Looks like Bishmillah Ravani is here. And Chester's here, and Flint's here. Okay, get in Flint's ass. I don't care what you say to him. No, I'm just
Yeah, so I told you that the next time you came back over here that you was going to have to pay a fee to get into Club Peso. And you said you didn't give a damn about us. You're not paying no fee because you're not coming back over here. And you had a lot of stuff to say about us and that guy's chat the other night. Big Bosses, you was going in on us, acting like you don't come over here and try to be cool with us or anything. You was just trying to marry Tam 2 weeks ago. Now, a couple days ago, you was insulting us, calling us lesbians. You had a lot of shit to say.
Yes, that very show. I was also that very show. I was on Big Boss. I also popped on Tam, or I was on Peso Man. I popped on Tam after that, and we had that little game that we was playing. So I don't take all this serious. It's just
what game? What
it's
game?
entertainment. You know what it is. You're not lesbians. You're not lesbians. Just like you're called passport bros, pedos, and exploiters, and that's entertainment. You know, so you, I can't call you a lesbian, but you can call us predators. And
Flint, can I ask you a personal question? Hold on, ladies. Flint, can I ask you a personal question? What the fuck are you doing here?
I subscribe to you. Or you want me to unsubscribe and get off the panel and be on? I can do that. But then you're not open to debate. If you want to listen to everybody preaching,
Do I go to your channel and talk shit about you?
You don't like no debate. That's what you're saying.
There's a difference between a debate and then insulting my
viewpoint.
Okay, you see what
you don't insult people though. You don't insult people.
I insult people, but I don't insult subs.
I think that you should be required to cash app DJ Torch before we let you back in the club.
No. I could create my own channel and then go and call you lesbians all day. That's what
Please do, because I'm really waiting to
that's
see
not my
all
that's
these
not what
brands.
my channel
I'm
about
waiting
though.
to see all these brands who are signing up for 62 subscribers. Please let me know when that happens, because I definitely will monetize my channel.
And please put your script up so we can all read it.
I have 300 something subscribers. I don't have 60 subscribers.
And you better hope that you're not charged for being a pimp down there in the DR.
No, I know how to play. I won't be as naive. I know what the game up there, how you play things. I don't want to play and so listen. I just show.
And Austin thought he knew the game too, and now he eating roaches.
Austin, a young person. You can't compare a person that's young and undeveloped mentally and not really live life compared to somebody who knows women and know how things are. And
okay, you've been warned. Remember when that guy Dizzy came on the channel, that Brazilian guy, and he told you and Brothers Abroad that you all were being watched when you go to Brazil. As soon as you get off the plane, where they're watching you. The manosphere talk is down there, feminism is down there, and you guys said, no, they're not watching us. You're just jealous, Dizzy. You're jealous because we're coming to Brazil and we're taking your woman. Remember when you all said that?
I did say that. Yeah, you're right. I did say that. I apologize to him too.
Okay, Flint, you know what she's telling you? She's telling you in a very articulate way you're being two-faced.
No, I apologize for that. He was right. He was spot on. In Brazil.
So are you going to take his, are you going to, well, I don't want to monopolize the entire conversation. Somebody else can talk.
I tell you what, we'll have a Flint day. Flint, look on my community page. We're gonna have a day just dedicated to you and your friends. And they can all come.
Okay.
All except for one.
Sounds good.
One, he cannot come.
Who's that? Brother Broad?
Nope, he can come.
Oh.
Nope.
I mean, listen.
Don't worry. If the person I don't want to come, if the person I don't want to come comes, I'll be sure that we will let him know.
DJ, you're gonna let Brothers Abroad you gonna have to make sure your patience level is up that night.
I bought some new headsets, and after that, one of y'all got to take over the room because
I'm sorry. I zoned out for a second. You did not say you were inviting BOA over here, did you?
Who? I didn't invite him. Flint just mentioned his name.
Oh.
But if he does come, there's no holds barred.
Oh God.
Okay. You can get and somebody is either going to be me or Marquis. We're going to be on that mute button.
DJ, I love you, but I can't deal with them. So like, I'm gonna have to have my piece and then leave because the way that I'm set up is not like I malfunction.
Okay.
In the presence of certain people. So
that's what I'm saying. Brain starts
respectfully,
buffering and everything starts coming out, and I'm not responsible for what comes out. That guy is the only guy that I've ever seen out of anybody on YouTube that I really wanted to physically touch. Like I don't even like that's not even my personality. But him, like he can get choked out for real. Like he's that guy that you, Cam, that guy that you wait for him to go to sleep and then you put a whole bunch of bars of soap and have a blanket party. That's that kind of dude. Like,
okay.
He does that to everybody because he's snarky. He's not aggressive like out, like the other guys, but he's passive aggressive and he's snarky and he gives these underhanded compliments. He shows this fake concern for Black women, which is just laced with a lot of underhanded insults, and they don't go over our head. We see them, and so that's what's so frustrating about Brothers Abroad. Like he literally just comes over here to throw underhanded insults at Black women under the guise of trying to have a civil conversation, and it's a waste of time.
It really is with those baby t-shirts he's wearing. Dude wears like a 4T, and he's
Flint,
always.
He can't come. Flint, he can't come. Okay. Sorry, Flint.
I mean, we didn't want to tell you how to do your show, but he's just.
No, you guys see me, so you think I'm unhappy about it? You see me.
I mean,
y'all seen me and him. We don't exactly get along, so.
Excuse me, y'all. Can I jump in for a quick second? Yeah, I'll just be a second. Yeah.
He's gonna try to take up for him. Go ahead, Marquis.
No, but what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna say I would like to give a shout out to the sisters today for putting in that good work against that who over on the Peso channel. I love y'all. Y'all know who y'all are. May, Woo, Venus. Thank you. I apologize. I applaud y'all. Y'all hold a special place in my heart. And again, thank you. I love y'all. All right.
I don't know what happened. Something good happened.
Oh, something good didn't happen. Something great happened. Oh man, I'm still high. I'm still high from that. Shit, that was good shit right there. That happened, man.
Who's talking?
Them sisters went in. It's me, Benji. What's up, Diamond Princess?
Oh, hi, Benji.
Hey. Yeah, did they have to curse out an alabaster bastard today? And, ooh, that was. Oh man, yeah. Oh man, that was orgasmic, man. I was hearing that. Man, that was like spiritually orgasmic. But anyway, I'm gonna let y'all talk. I guess I'm taking over for DJ Torch. Same rules apply.
It's almost old people time, so
Oh, I hear you. Well, I guess same chat room rules apply, all that, and I guess keep it civil. I'll be here. I'll be your host for this evening. I'm serving tea, biscuits. So yeah, it's good. What's up, Flint?
Hey, what's up, Marquis?
Hey, what's up? All right, y'all go at it. I'll be right here in the back.
Okay. So anyway, I think we confirmed that Brothers Abroad is not invited. And it's, I'm sorry, but house rules, and I like to keep the house happy.
I hear you. Well, whenever you have that Flint DR Day or Passport Bro Day commentary, you allow us to come in and invite other people up here.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, but I like to say one thing though. I think May or somebody was talking. They were saying that in these countries like DR, like they not allowed to have prostitution, not legal.
Oh yeah, May. I don't mean to.
That is not what she said. Yeah. That is not at all what she said.
She said. So what she said then?
She said street walking. She didn't say prostitution at all.
Okay.
You even have certain countries that
pimping is legal. Yes, that's true. Pimping is illegal, and benefiting and profiting over somebody having sex, like creating porn over there is considered illegal, something like that as well.
What are you talking about? Brother, what are you talking about? What's going on?
Video recording the ladies and sharing them in their Facebook forums and WhatsApp chats, is that illegal?
Not really, because that's like personal. Not breaking any.
It's illegal if she didn't give her consent to be video. It is.
Yeah, I mean, hidden cameras and recording while you having sex with these women and stuff like that is definitely legal in America and legal and those.
No, not hidden cameras. Well, Cameras, period. Recording them without their permission, period. It doesn't matter if it's hidden or unhidden. You don't record anyone.
That is
you can't even do that in California.
YouTube is making millions of dollars because people doing that and white people doing that with that content.
I don't care what anybody else is doing, Flint. We're talking about overseas. We're not talking about America. We're talking about overseas. We're talking about Brazil. Stay on topic, please.
Yes, but that goes to that. All these traveling videos, all these traveling content, as you know, people in the background. Even when we watch news, people in the background, right? They don't block up everybody's faces in the background. It's just part of the entertainment.
Flint, do you partake in tricking?
Tricking? No, don't need to. Because.
So why are you?
Like for example, Austin Holloman, if he changed the way he phrased things and stop making.
Flint, why is it every time that somebody says they first say they're not partaking in tricking, and then later on they say they are partaking in tricking?
You asked me a question. Me personally, I can speak on behalf of everybody else.
But I think I'm gonna go back on some tape that I heard earlier in Peso's room. Let's put it that way, bro. Okay. Anyway, so let's see. Where were we?
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Go for it.
Ask away.
So our main gripe with the Passport Bros has not been them going overseas and engaging in prostitution. I think you know that.
This is May?
No, this is Truth.
Truth. Okay, how you doing, Truth?
So we've been expressing over and over and over again, and we have to clarify this every time. Like I guess a new Passport Bro comes around or comes on the panel.
No, you just have to clarify every time you speak to him, because for some reason he doesn't retain information, and English is his first language, yet he acts like he doesn't understand it.
That's a good one.
Flint, you earned it. You earned it, Flint.
So our issue is that they speak very negatively about Black women, and they kind of use us as a selling point to these guys, and they make us out to be like the enemy. Like these Black American women, they don't do A, B, C, and D. These women overseas, they do this, right? So that's the main gripe that we have with them is that they disparage our image, and
True.
they are comparing. Hold on, I have a
Can
suggestion.
she finish? Can
I
she
have a quick
finish, please?
suggestion.
Yeah, she can finish.
So my thing is, another issue we have is that us as women, as like working women, professional women, students, regular women, we're literally being compared to like ladies of the night, prostitutes down there, and it's not a fair comparison, right? You can't compare us normal women to prostitutes who sell their body for a living, right? That you can't compare our character. You can't do that. It's not right.
I agree.
A better comparison for you guys would be the prostitutes here. You could focus on, hey, the prostitutes here in America, they charge this much. Hey, the prostitutes here in America, they're not as pretty. Hey, the prostitutes here in America, they have these type of attitudes. A better, fairer comparison would be to compare the prostitutes down there to the prostitutes up here. That would be a fair, better comparison than comparing them to normal women. But that doesn't work for you guys because I feel like your intention is to paint Black women out to be the enemy.
I agree. That's a valid point, and I understand that reasoning, and I like to say one thing. I had a conversation with brothers abroad and other people in our Facebook forum group. It's a small group, and one thing I was saying, I thought about ever since the Austin Holloman situation. We got kicked out of Brazil. He had to leave Brazil. He had to leave Dodge. I realized Austin Holloman came out around the same time, call it coincidence or whatever you want to call it. He came out around the same time when around the time Kevin Samuels died, right? It was very interesting. They came out like the same time, like Kevin Samuels died, and all of a sudden you hear Austin Holloman TikTok video, not on YouTube, TikTok first, and then what blew him up in the Black manosphere is O'Shea made a reaction video to this guy TikTok, so he made him bigger because O'Shea got a big following.
Please, for the love of everything, please get to the point.
The point I'm getting to is that Austin Holloman is the reason why, and he became the face of the past so-called passport bros. But there was brothers traveling before this whole passport moniker came about. So with that said, he became the face, and he's the one that came out and started talking about Black women or Western women. And then now that brought on heat or everybody else that just traveling and mind their business. You never heard me on my channel talk about. Go on my channel, my first video. I talk about there's beauties on outside of this country, and sometimes people want something different. My exact same words. Sometimes you might want something different, so you might want to go to another country, and that's what's open to you.
But the manosphere in general been talking about Black women and comparing us to other races of women, so this is nothing new.
But that's life. Life is always about comparison too, as well, as we know that.
But the thing is, the comparison doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you do. What you do is you like to pedestalize other groups of women. Meanwhile, you demean us for no reason. Whatever your preference is, whatever you like, fine. But don't bash us at the same breath. That's very. It's disgusting. It's very callous of you to do that. Like, I just don't understand that mentality. Like, why would you be so abrasive to do something like that?
And plus, other races of women are noticing the same behaviors that you guys are portraying against Black women. So,
and they don't like it either.
Yeah, your behavior is off the charts.
Well, sometimes I'm asked, like, why do you like your own women? Sometimes I'm asked that question about Dominican women, and I say it's not that I don't like them. Some of them, I say some, not all. Just like you have some Black men that is no good, right? And you say that. So I say some Black men are spoiled. You know, they want you to have a certain amount of income before they want to get with you. And they this and that. So I say that to the Dominican. They say, okay, we understand. And then I ask them, why do you like your own Dominican men? And they say some of they cheat a lot, they womanizers. They just want to get you pregnant and leave and get. So they have their own issues over there
That
too.
sounds like the same
They
thing
don't like
with
that.
the
They don't like
marriage
that.
men.
Exactly.
That's the same
Exactly.
thing.
Exactly.
It's
They have
no
the same.
different.
Exactly. Exactly. It's true. So it's just that they happen to be different for a different country. I like to look at it like a different world you go into, and you learn a different culture
So
and
Flint,
different women. And
can I ask you a question? And the other guys, I don't know if there's any other men on this panel. What
Me,
is the
Torch,
main
and Flint.
issue? What is the main issue? Because I like to, I'm not a trained psychologist at all, but I do like to study people's behavior and the reasons as to why they
you
engage.
play one on YouTube, right? You play one on. Go ahead.
Psychology. So, what is the main root of the problem? Because I've noticed even with you and other guys that come from the panel, you all like to pick, right? You like to pick, and get under our skin, and that seems to be your main motivation. Like even when you were saying call us lesbians because we don't like you calling us lesbians, you continue to do it. And where does that come from? That need, that desire. Hold on, one second. That need, that desire to get under Black women's skin, to irritate us, to make us mad, to put us in this defensive emotional state. Why are you all so driven, right? And making it your mission in life to antagonize Black women? Where is that coming from?
That came from me personally. I can speak for myself personally. That came from me when I was on Peso Man Show, and Peso isolated me. And then I was on Tam first, and I just, I was cool on Tam, was a little lighter than Peso Man. But I'm saying I'm not working. I choose not to be working because I'm transitioning to a job or maybe another financial situation that might be better. So I'm working on that. But I've only been out of work a month and a half. All of a sudden, I know I described DJ Torch as a Pookie and Ray Ray, but I was just joking. But I didn't say.
But Flint, you were that way before that incident happened. You were that way as well. You, Brothers Abroad, the other guys, you all have come over here and you've levied a slew of insults towards us. And I'm asking you, as a Black man, where does the need to disparage a woman and make us upset and put us in this emotional defensive state? What type, the desire for you to do that as a man, where does that come from?
I'm just saying it because I'm getting back at y'all because y'all saying the mean things to me, nasty things to me. It's not just that I'm that type of person that just will come out and say that you undeserved. You don't deserve that. If you're gonna say you a deadbeat dad, you a Pookie.
Before the deadbeat dad.
I would have never did that.
Before all of that, you had.
Also, I believe before I even met this group, before I met your group of women, I always believe feminism is a bunch of lesbians. That's my personal beliefs.
Okay. Right, because what I'm asking you to do is, Wu said it, the question is too deep. I'm really asking you to dig deep, right? And if what you find is ugly, then you have to admit, hey, my motivation for trying to antagonize Black women, is it ugly? It's ugly. And sometimes doing introspection and admitting the truth about ourselves is ugly. And it's painful. And all I was asking you to do, and the other guys, I don't know if any other guys are in the chat, is to dig deep and figure out, where does this need to hurt?
No. See, I don't like how you change your narrative. I'm not only the women that confronted me on Peso Man channel. That's not against all Black women, because I'm not that type of dude. Don't pick me out of the picture like I'm that type of dude. I'm anti-Black. Well, I'm not anti-Black woman. Never was anti-Black.
Wait a minute. I need to say something real quick.
Well, I'm not that type of dude.
If you run with the wolves, you're a wolf.
No. Well, no, if you run with you're a Peso. You can't go for that. You can't go use that logic.
I'm sorry, bro. That's how I roll.
Oh, I don't care. Well, I don't care. You can take all you want then. You can be there. You
go over there.
It's messed up.
If you're gonna go over to the dudes and support those dudes.
No. Every brother that travels is gonna be those.
Are you gonna let me finish or not?
Go ahead.
If you're gonna go over to the dudes who you saw disrespect him and other women in there, that's hard. A little bit of roasting. What are you doing?
There's somebody.
Wait, okay. Okay. So, okay. Let me finish. If you're gonna be in one group and disrespect the women in there, okay, you're rolling with them. You're rolling with whoever that group is that's doing all that crap. Those hyenas over there. Why? I mean, what's your point? You saw them in there trying to, disrespecting Tam. You didn't do anything.
No, I wasn't.
You didn't do anything.
And what's the name? Big J. I wasn't on his panel. Big J he had beef against me. That was very disrespectful.
About Big J. I'm not talking about Big J. I don't care about Big J. I really don't.
Who is about real Big Boss? Big Boss? Big Boss is anti-pencil, man. He didn't say nothing about negative about black women.
But
Roller Tape talking about Tam specifically.
Flint, you've made comments about black women. You've compared black women to women of other races, right?
I say bitter black women. Bitter black women.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Not all black women. Just like all black men is not bad. All black men.
But you've compared us to women of other races in a sense that the women of the other race are superior to us, right?
I never said that. I never said superior to y'all.
Well, you've compared us to them, right? And your goal for comparing us to them was to say that they were superior to us. So you don't have to verbalize it in order for us to understand what it is you're trying to do and what it is that you mean. And you said that we need to compete with you. Or excuse me,
I said that before. Yeah, I said that before. You need to compete. Yeah,
we need to compete with them.
I have to compete
for you, right?
So
this goes back to what I was saying, right? When you say those things to them as a mature man, you have to understand the effect that it's going to have on the person that you're saying it to. I believe you said those things to be insulting, right?
No.
And other guys, I think that they do the same thing as well. We're all adults here. We know exactly what it is that you are doing. Please don't gaslight me and act like you don't know what you're doing. So I am asking you as a man, where does that desire come from to hurt your own woman and insult them and try to make them feel inferior to other women? Where does that come from?
Okay, I'm gonna answer it. The truth. Where does it comes from when a woman like you? I'm not sure you or other black women, but I definitely met black women like this.
But you're asking me. You're answering the question with a question instead of answering what I asked.
By me ask you the questions, I'll give you the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you said where it comes from. It comes from the way you're treated me and brothers like me. Like when we talk to you, we want to get with y'all. Y'all immediately say.
In other words, they feel entitled.
You're not looking at.
In other words, they feel entitled. Flint, please be quiet. Just be quiet because you're not even answering the question.
I'm answering the question.
Shut up.
I'm answering the question.
Just be
I'm
quiet.
answering the question right now.
No. No. She asked you a specific pointed question, and all you have to do is answer the question. Nobody wants.
I'm telling you where it's coming from.
No. You're going around the bush and all around the alley, and all you're going to do is come back to women. It's women. It's women. It's women. Where is your personal accountability as a man? It has nothing to do with women. Don't answer the question with "it's women's fault." That's not what she's asking you.
But that's where it's coming from.
I have no other further questions, Your Honor.
You said why is the person reaction like like a man that's supposed to react? Why are they feeling that way? I don't understand y'all. You just forget about women. They could do anything to men, and man can't feel hurt. Man can't feel bothered. Just keep quiet while the woman can do anything they want to the man.
No. What we don't want is emotionals on the panel, and you ask them a question, and all they can do is go back to women, and then they want to be leaders, but they don't want to take the responsibility of a leader and say, "This is what I feel inside. I have a problem because I had a problem relating to women. I have a problem because the women that I chose weren't the women that I should have chose, and therefore I was treated as such." That's the way to answer that question.
I was never treated bad by women, black women.
You just said you were, Flip.
No, I said.
Are you in denial?
No,
think
listen,
you
you
might be
didn't
in
let
a
me finish. You didn't let me finish talking. She cut me off. I was saying when I want to meet the woman, she talks about how much you want to make, how much you make, things of that nature, right? Mostly start with that.
And so
So
the
they're
woman
not
that
looking at
you,
the
the
character
woman
of the
that
man.
you
They're looking at
desire,
how
the
much your
women
payroll, how
that
much you
these
make.
men desire aren't the women that want them, and they have a problem with that. They feel
Yes,
entitled to
yes,
any and
yes,
every. They feel
yes.
entitled. Shut up, Flint. They feel entitled to any and
See,
every
listen.
woman that they come across that they feel like is beautiful should talk to them, regardless as to whether they're in competition with people that really qualify for that woman.
Oh,
You're
see?
not entitled to a beautiful
So we
woman.
go overseas.
Shut
So we
up.
go overseas where we
You're still
qualify.
not entitled to them. It's obvious that
We
you can
are.
get them because the woman
We
that you
are. Now you have to
continuously
compete.
sport,
Now you
the
got to
woman
compete.
that you continuously
Now
sport
we
on your
won.
avatar blocks
See,
you.
this is what we're
We have to
talking
compete.
about. You see what you're doing here? Now you got to compete. Now you got to compete.
Now
We
we won. Now
won.
we got the upper hand. 'cause
Nobody
we
is competing for
women.
someone who doesn't understand English
Now,
and
now
it's
you
their
know you're
only
lost.
language.
You're
Nobody is
lost.
competing for you. Like nobody is checking for you, dude. You can't
Okay.
even form a car.
So why you
I've
worry about it
listened to
then?
you
Why
talk
you worry
on
about what men
every
do then?
panel. I've listened
So
to
why
you
you worry
talk on
about passport
every
bros
panel.
then?
I've listened to you talk on every panel, and on every panel combined together, you have never expressed a coherent thought.
Can I say something? Flip. No woman has ever wanted a man who could not afford to take her out. Okay.
I could take you out. McDonald's.
Period.
You like McDonald's?
No, I don't want to go out with you. And listen to me, okay? If you were the last man on earth, I still wouldn't go out with you.
You don't like Happy Meals?
So let's be clear. I'm talking like an adult right now. I don't have time for games.
Okay.
I think
This
that
is
the reason
entertainment to
why
me. I
black
don't know.
men are feeling the way they are is because they know as a group, not individually, because there are some brothers that don't have this problem. We're not talking about them. But as a group, you all have failed. You are absolute failures. Other men are getting education. They're getting decent jobs. They're moving up the ladder. And they understand that you have to recreate your own. That is part of generational wealth. They are creating generational wealth. Black men, I understand the racism and all that. As a black woman, I see it. I suffer from it. But the bottom line is going overseas and exploiting poor women and going after poor women who want your money, what little bit you do have, because it's more than what they're able to get in their own country. They're just trying to survive. Regardless of where you go at in the world, you're still a failure.
Okay.
And I think that with black men being failures, they take it out on black women. You should not be competing with a black woman. You need to be competing with white men, Indian men, Asian men, so on and so forth. But you don't compete with them because you know you can't compete with them. So instead, you want to be a bitch and compete with black women.
Because they feel it's easier. That's what they
Yes,
feel.
because they feel it's easier. It's an easier target. It's easier for you all to compete with us than for you to compete with your equal, which are other men.
Okay, what happened to Kobe Bryant? The Kobe Bryant, the Drakes,
We're not talking about.
We're not talking about what does this have to do with anything?
Not choosing black women. They made it to the top.
Why are you referencing someone you
What's the
could
reason
never
why
be in the
they high
same
value,
room
man?
with?
What's your reason?
Please stop referencing
I'm
people
waiting,
you'll never be in the same room with.
I'm waiting.
Flit,
I'm
we're
waiting.
not talking about
No, talk about them.
people.
No, I know
We're
you're not talking
talking
about because
about
you can't.
average, everyday
Your points don't
people,
make any
people
sense.
that we come in
You got to talk about
contact
them
with.
us. Talk about those then. They
Flit,
not choosing the black women.
Flit,
What about
listen
them?
to me. We're
What
not
about
talking
them?
about Kobe Bryant. We're not talking about Michael Jordan. We're not talking about any of them because you'll never have what they have. We are talking about the average black
don't
man.
tell me that because I haven't. No, don't tell me that because I haven't made it yet. But don't worry about what I'm doing. You know what's behind the scenes.
Flit,
I like
Flit,
I like to kick
listen.
a shout out to Solar Eclipse in the house. Thank you for coming through. You're very welcome in here.
Hey, girlie.
Flit, listen to me.
All I need
Okay.
is one yes.
Flit,
All I need is
listen
one
to
yes,
me.
and it's a wrap.
We're not talking about wealthy men. We're talking about the majority of the men in our community. You guys would rather go ahead and waste your money, and like I said on the other panel, you would rather invest your money in pussy than invest your money on the stock market.
Thank you.
or in your 401k.
Thank you.
Building in your community.
Thank you.
Buying real estate. You can buy a house for
I have a house.
$10,000,
I
invest
have a
money
house.
into, and they'll give you loans with
We're
low
not
interest
talking
rates.
about Section
You
8.
can turn around.
We're not talking about Section 8.
We're not talking about Section 8. Oh, for crying out loud.
You can't get no Section 8 house. Stop being ridiculous.
Look, we're not
talking about Section 8. I'm talking about
You can't
houses
get
in the
Section 8
city.
on a house, having a house, owning a
Oh
house.
God, why does this have to be all about Section 8?
We're
This is
not
we're
talking
not
about how you
that.
grew up, okay? I'm sorry you grew up in Section 8 housing. You got to let that shit go. Because it's keeping you from maturing as a person. Drop that shit, okay? We're talking about where you can go in and buy a house for $10,000.
You wonder why we call you lesbians or be upset. Go ahead, I'll take it.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I mean, I don't. What she's trying to have an adult conversation with you.
Adult conversation while she's on shades.
Flint, you can go into the city and buy one of those houses for $10,000. They'll give you a low interest rate. You can remodel that house and flip it.
I wish it was $10,000.
How much are your property taxes? How much are your property taxes annually, Flint?
Yeah, I'm in New York and Brooklyn. You know
And
how much. You know how much
are your property taxes?
Look at the average house. How much house?
I want an answer to my question. I want an answer to my question. I want an answer to my question. It's simple. It's quite simple.
Every
How
house
much are your
in
property
New York
taxes?
pretty much above $500,000 when you sell it. So you know.
$500? Did you just say
$500,000?
$500,000 is your property taxes?
No, that's how much house.
No, sir. I asked you what were your property taxes.
When I sell it, it's $500,000.
No, sir.
Look,
What
you
are your
don't have a
property
house.
taxes?
Just say you don't have a house. Come on,
How
man.
much is your property
All
taxes?
right. You wanted to bet your life on it, like I say.
How much is your property taxes, Flint?
Then you had to die when you
Flint.
you otherwise.
Hello, Flint.
Okay.
How
So
much
people
are
like
your
to talk junk
property
until you prove
taxes?
it to them that they lie.
How much are your property taxes?
He's not going to answer that question. He's just
Wait,
not
no,
because he doesn't
please,
own a
please,
home.
please,
Thank you.
Please
He
stop.
doesn't own a home.
Please stop. Flint, are you going to answer the question?
That property tax is all part of the mortgage, so I don't care about that or that. I pays it.
Okay. Anyway. Oh, for crying out loud.
So you don't have a job, but you're paying for a $500,000 home.
I don't have no job at this moment, but I have to have a job in February.
So you're on unemployment?
I'm not on unemployment right now because I quit my job because I'm transitioning to another job or a different business thing that I'm working on.
So whatever it is that you're working on is sufficient to pay your mortgage every month.
For this month, yes, for this month.
But you've been unemployed for how long?
Only a month and a half.
So you had enough money.
I have savings, so we're gonna carry me over to next month. And next month, this job is waiting for me, but I might not even take a 9 to 5 because some other opportunity may pop up.
So how much is your mortgage?
My mortgage is $1,200. It went up this year. Went up in the beginning of January, so in February it's gonna go up.
A $1,200 mortgage on a $500,000 home.
$400 mortgage. Yes.
You're lying.
I used to live in New York. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
People in New York have mortgages for like $3,000, $4,000, and $5,000.
No. This was a first-time homes buyer program.
What year did you buy your home?
The first time in 2011. First time home.
You're lying.
2011.
You don't have enough equity in your home, and you don't have enough years in your home to have bought a $500,000 house, and your mortgage to only be $1,200. You're a lie.
Exactly. Flint.
Okay. People. Are you willing to bet your life on it?
I don't have anything on it, sir.
Okay. Forget about that life.
Sir, it only requires one. It only requires one to be apt in real estate and already know you can punch the numbers in the freaking calculator on Google and it will tell you, sir, are a liar.
Wait. Do you know how much house last 2 years with the pandemic, the houses went up in price?
That's not here nor there. We asked you about your mortgage. We asked you about your mortgage.
Because of that, and also the millennials want houses, right? So because of that,
Sir,
The
we're
house
not talking
is
about who
would be
wants
it'd
a
be
house.
seller's
You're going
market.
all over.
So
You're
seller's
doing what
market,
you
especially in New
normally
York.
do. You're
Yeah,
doing what you
California. How
normally
much?
do. You're doing what you normally do, and you go around the bush and you don't address the question. We're not talking about who wants to buy a home. Sir, we asked you a specific question about how much your home costs. What was the mortgage? And you said the mortgage was $1,100 to $1,200 for a $500,000 home that you bought in 2011, which is
Yes,
impossible, sir. It's impossible. Your
it's not
mortgage is not
impossible.
$1,200.
That's why I said. That's why I said I can show you the what you call that? I can show you the prices
Flint,
on the
stop
internet.
it. Stop it, Flint.
I can show you the prices on a $500,000 home and claim it as mine on the internet as well.
I could. As a matter of fact, I could take you aside and I'll show you my house personally, and then you prove you wrong. Then you gonna.
Okay,
Then
let
you
me tell you
And
something.
it doesn't prove
apologize.
anything unless you can show me your name on.
So you
on
say
the
you saying
deed.
no. So right now you saying that I can't show you on what that website that you sell homes at. But
I
anyway,
don't care what you show me, sir. If your name is not on the deed, it doesn't matter. Again, I can Google anything. As a matter of fact, there's more than one person with my name, so I could pull up their home and show it to you and say it's mine. I don't believe you. Nobody here believes you.
Okay, Flint, a $500,000 home with a 6.924 interest rate for 30 years. The mortgage payment is $3,301.
yes, but this is a program. The first time, type in first
For
time
sir,
home buyer.
first time home buyers only helps you with getting into the home and the closing costs. It doesn't lower your mortgage and it doesn't lower the price of the home so significantly that you're only paying $1,200 a month. It sounds like Section 8. It sounds like you're on Section 8 renting a home that may cost a lot of money, and that's all you have to pay.
No, it's a program. It's a program with the city.
Yeah, but welfare is a program.
It's not welfare. It's not definitely not welfare.
Section 8 is a part of welfare.
First time home buyer.
It's okay if you don't own a home. Just say you don't own it.
All right, so I'm making all this up. All right, no need to argue because I know how you. I'm making all this up.
We just want you to be forthcoming.
Oh man!
Go around the bush, man.
It's funny when you're having this conversation because you're telling somebody differently, and then you're coming around like you know what's going on. Like I'm just making up these lies.
Who's your mortgage lender?
Oh man!
Mortgage lender, M&T Bank.
M&T Bank.
M&T.
Okay, that must be some high.
What's your interest rate?
That's a bank on the East Coast. I'm familiar with M&T.
What's your interest rate, Flint?
Interest rates is
what is yours? See, you're just looking up stuff. You know what?
Let him answer. What is your interest rate?
I don't know my interest rates right now.
Oh, you know
you're
what?
a whole lot. Any homeowner knows what their interest rate is.
Especially if they're buying a $500,000 home.
Exactly.
I already listen. I pay what I'm paying, and I don't care about all that until I sell it. A house ain't no value until you sell it anyway.
A house is I
really
know you're no homeowner now.
Yes,
I know you're not a homeowner. I absolutely know from that statement alone.
I'm living in a house. No, I'm living in a house because I'm paying a good mortgage.
No, sir. No, sir. You, sir, are a liar. You're a liar. Nobody who owns a home would ever make a statement like you did unless they bought a broke down, poor home that they have to keep pouring money into. No, sir, you're not a homeowner.
person is always going to know how much their interest rate is.
Asset that you'll ever have.
It was interesting how you knew how much the mortgage was, but you didn't know how much the interest rate was on your home. You're a whole liar and some more.
It is what it is. I can find out.
No, it isn't what it is. You know what? You're right.
You know it.
It is what it is. The fact that you don't own a home and you're lying.
It's just that my credit had to be my credit had to be good at the time.
Sir, we're not talking about your credit. We're not even talking about that. You're talking about things that sir, we asked you the pertinent questions to ask police, figure out if you were a homeowner, and we've determined that you're not. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but you don't want to hear about the value of the house.
Quiet, I'm speaking. I am speaking. Be quiet.
It's not gonna make me money. But the interest rate is only for the person who want to buy it right now, and they got to worry about the interest rate. My interest rate is low. It's a fixed rate already.
Be quiet.
Wait. This is a good time to break for a second. Anthony wanted to say something. So, Anthony, are you there?
I think he dropped off, didn't he? I don't see his icon.
Okay. Dang.
Is it Anthony or Alex? You mean Anthony?
I'm sorry.
Alexander.
Alexander. My bad.
Hey, it's
Hi,
cool.
Alexander.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. I can't stay up here too long because I have to help. I have to help with the food that's going on. And I just want to pitch in and say, at the end of the day, black men who uses black women as a scapegoat, they're nothing more. All they want to do is get you to care. That's the only thing they want you to do. And so I propose that at the end of the day, when the passport bros show up, when they are in trouble, I think we should not defend them at all at this point, because I'm sick and tired of seeing black women on their thumbnails. Here's the thing: if you're going overseas, then go. You don't have to put other women down, but they do it anyway. And this is why I do what I do, because at the end of the day, it's not going to be. At the end of the day, it's not fair to black women or black men to be doing that. And then on the flip side, these same manosphere dudes, these same dudes will be mad when a black woman gets with another race of man, or they feel loved by another race of man. And they can't have it both ways. You can't disrespect the black woman and think you can control her life. That's abuse at its finest. And black men don't control black women's lives. What is wrong with these dudes? And that's all I have to say. I gotta go, and I gotta rest up for work, and then I gotta come home and do the live about black femicide. So I'll catch you on the next one, DJ.
Thank you. Have a
All
good
right.
Thank you, Alex. You too.
Just to add on to that, these men, it's just what Alexander and Brendan just said. They use these tactics to talk down on us while they uplifting other women is abuse, because they want us to lower our standards. They want us to lower our self-esteem because it helps validate them. But when black women refuse to lower our self-esteem and don't pay attention to them, then they want to get mad and call us everything but the child of God, because we're not validating them.
I think another one of their problems is they need to look at themselves and say, what is wrong with me? That's number one.
They don't want to do that.
That's not going to happen.
But
That
that's
will never
what
happen.
they
That's
need
too
to
prideful.
do. And what they need to do is
atone. They don't
realize
wanna-
that they are not. I've seen some men that are 5s that think they should have access to 8, 9, and 10. You need to stay in your own lane and be realistic with yourself. But these guys don't want to do that. These 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, broker than a joke, want to go after women that are 8, 9s, and 10s, or women who have their shit together. They don't have to settle for you.
Exactly. That's
And
something that
and they're not the problem. The problem is you. The problem is you, black man. You're not doing what you need to do to make money and to be a man and be responsible. And I keep telling you guys, there has never been a woman on the face of this earth that did not want a man that was able to take care of her. That is something you black men need to understand.
They don't get it. They don't want to get it.
Your idea of saying I've made it is by traveling abroad and buying women. You have bought a woman. She's not with you because she wants to be with you. You bought her. So you're still broke. The women still don't want you. You still need to work on yourself. And the only reason why you're with these women, Flit, is because you are paying them. If you don't pay them, they're going to go on to the next guy. Okay, it's work for them. It's business for them. They're not dating you or with you because they like you and they just want to spend time with you. And you need to realize that the problem is not black women. The problem is not Dominican women. The problem is not Brazilian women. The problem is not women in Thailand or the Philippines or anywhere else. The problem is you as a man. Because if we were to line you up, a white man, an Indian man, and an Asian man, and an Arab man that had their shit together, who do you think those women are going to go to first? Those other 4 men are going to be their first choices. You are not going to be their first choice. You're going to be the last choice. Flit, as a group, black men, you are leftovers. You are crumbs. You are bottom of the barrel. You do not create anything. You constantly stay deleting your own brothers. You keep selling drugs to your own people. Black women are tired of that shit. And you need to fix you. But if you don't want to fix you and you want to go overseas and hang out in the Dominican Republic, then that's fine. But just keep black women off your tongue. The fact that you keep talking about us is nothing more than a defense mechanism to make up for the fact that you guys know that you're fucking failures.
Exactly.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. Because if you guys really felt like those women wanted you would go on with your life, you would move to the Dominican Republic, and you wouldn't say anything or have anything to do with black women. But no, you've got to come out of your little space wherever you're at, and get on these YouTubes and just talk bad about black women this, black women that, black women blah 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 blah. I'm tired of hearing it.
Everybody's tired of hearing it.
Flit, I am a married woman, and guess what? I can survive without my husband, and I have. I go to work every day. I have my own investments. I do my own thing. I don't have to have a man to give me money because I don't have anything else to offer to bring to the table. Those women have absolutely nothing, and that's what you're looking for.
They got beauty and femininity. Something that some of the women
pity.
Flit. All he can do is compare us to the women. He has nothing else to say.
Yep, that's all men are concerned about.
But Flit, you complain about black women's body count, but then you go to a foreign country and get a woman's body count who's probably 3 times what any black woman has ever had, or more.
That's true. I agree with that.
But it doesn't matter.
Femininity, and you said femininity and pity. Why should I have pity on you when you could be doing more for yourself?
He said femininity and beauty.
Yep.
And beauty. But Flit, let me tell you something. Do you really think that I'm gonna be honest with you, that do you really think that you're her first choice if you would line up against the other men? Because the other men are considered attractive men.
I'm attractive and overall, I'm
more
ugly,
attractive
right?
than black
I'm
men.
I can get black women easily. They not the problem.
Flit,
what it is, they don't want to admit.
I want to be honest with you.
You open your mouth, that
you're
woman will be
based
dried
on the way
up.
you
You're not
talk
getting
and the
women.
way you act and the way you come across, you're not going to get the average black woman.
And they don't have femininity and beauty. They have whiteness. And that's what you are chasing. Even the ones that are mixed, you're chasing the white aesthetic. You're chasing the part of them that is
Dominican
not.
women, Dominican, they got dark.
Hold on.
Dark-skinned women.
Listen, you're chasing the part of them that is not Negro. You're not chasing the woman that has Negro features. what you're chasing is the white part of them.
No, I have a variety. Look at my channel.
Flint, do you honestly think that if a woman had a choice between a man whose hair was soft, whose skin was lighter, don't you think those women would choose that over a black man whose dark skin with nappy hair? They're running away from that look,
They
Flint.
prefer Negro. They like Negro Americanos.
No, they don't, Flint. They
because
just want your money.
You think
Stop being
a man?
stupid.
Okay, no, the white man have more money than the black man, so-called black man, right? But the black man have more style. Black man have more swagger. White men don't have more swagger.
You know what?
They
Listen to what you just said. You're talking about style and swagger. Style and swagger does not create generational wealth. Style and swagger does not put money in your pocket. Wait a minute.
Dominicans don't marry white men that much.
Flip.
Yes, they do.
They don't marry white men that much.
Flip, style and swagger does not put money in your pocket.
Going down there to chase and marry them.
But hold on one second. Flip.
They're not.
One second. Let me say something. Flip, those things do not create generational wealth. And that shows black men are focused on the wrong thing. You said swagger. I have never heard swagger come out of a white man's name, but I've heard him say, well, I graduated from this 4-year college. I'm going to law school. I've got a management position. I'm a lawyer. You know, I'm investing money. I want to buy a house. Those are the things that they're saying. And here you come with swagger.
I can't take a 51-year-old man without a job, without a home, seriously, who's talking about a career. You over half a century old talking about changing careers. Dude, do you know most people are wrapping their careers up, headed into retirement at 51? Those who have been fiscally responsible and who are actually homeowners. Sir,
and here you are talking about swagger, Flit. I'm 57 years old. Men my age don't talk about swagger.
Again, you wanted to put your life and I don't have no home. Again, you wanted to put your life on it, but you're not. So stop talking. I don't have no home.
Flint, do you have low self-esteem?
No, I don't have low self-esteem.
Of course he does. He was paying a woman to talk to him on the phone, and he'd never met her, and was sending her money.
I'm being serious. Do you have?
I know, man. Before I got photos with her too. So you want?
But Flint.
Again, you wanted to put your life. You wanted to put your life on it again.
Flint, do you have low? Flint, do you have low?
Bitter women on. I'm asking you a question.
I'm saying, do you have low self-esteem? Do you have some insecurity issues?
So your woman talk a lot of smack and then you go hide behind DJ.
But I'm asking a question.
They want to get knocked out. They get ready to get knocked out, and then you're crying in the corner.
Flint, can you answer my question?
Answer the question.
Do you have insecurity issues? Do you have low self-esteem?
Yes or no? That's all it is. A yes or no question.
What's the answer?
No, I don't have low self-esteem. Why?
If you had low self-esteem, would that be hard for you to admit?
I will admit it. I'll tell the truth, but I'll take the fifth if I don't feel like telling it. But if I believe I can say the truth, I'll say the truth. If I don't lie. I just take the fifth. I just take the fifth.
Something that you can't even name. You're talking about having this big YouTube channel. You only have 380 subscribers, and you're talking about branding and people doing collaborations with the brands. Are you kidding me? Like
yeah, I know. I'm working on it. I'm on my own pace. I'm not at your pace.
I've never seen anyone cap as much as you. You can show.
You're building the whole commentary
all the way
about me. And you look at my content. I don't have no content talking about black women. I just featured the Dominican women up there. You ain't no comment about no black women.
So you just commented on black women just now when you was asking what athletes and all this other stuff. And to answer that question, the richest athlete in the world is married to a black woman. Actually.
Yeah, LeBron James.
Did that answer your question? Because you kept asking her, like you was trying to insult her. The richest athlete in the world, who is a billionaire, which is LeBron James, is married to a black woman.
And power to him.
So I answered your question. So stop acting like you don't know what these women are saying. That you don't talk about black women. You do. You talk about black women all the time.
Okay. With that point, in the former richest athlete in the world, Michael Jordan, is married to a white woman. So what's your point?
So
after he was married to a black woman and all his children come from a black woman, and the black woman was with him when he started, but he's not the richest now. So the one that's richest right now is married to a black woman. Just like the biracial president that was president was married to a black woman as well. Just like that, just like Michelle Obama, or a black woman. So like, stop trying to make it seem like you got some, like there is some like deficiency with being with a black woman or something like that, or there's some type of status. See, all those men that you name, they get with white women, and when they lose everything, the white women take all of their money and their children as well. So like, stop trying to use this black and white shit, because that shit don't work. That shit don't work. That shit don't work.
Black women do the same thing. Black women do the same thing.
That shit don't work.
Flit, how tall are you?
6'2".
And are you considered average looking?
No. I get women. I get black women attract.
I didn't ask you if you get women. You buy women, so that doesn't count.
Except for his IQ, that's actually very substandard. I would venture to say
He's average.
I think he's average too. But he wants above average women.
I'm thinking he has an IQ of 70.
I think he has an IQ of a goldfish.
Damn.
Yo, baby, spit on my I apologize. You hurt my feelings.
Oh, he's gone.
I was about to say that he has an IQ of a squirrel, but I digress.
Is Flit still here?
But a squirrel is smarter than him, so I cannot compare.
I think these men need to address their self-esteem issues, and because it's obvious that at this point that you guys don't feel good about yourselves. I mean, you all talk about us allowing men to like abuse us because we're insecure and don't feel good. You guys are capable of doing the same thing. Like having to convince yourself that there's a group of women who are whoring themselves out, that they desire you over their own men, and that they are somehow acting as these pseudo girlfriends or wives to you. That is delusional, and that is proof that you don't feel good about yourself.
Okay, so when you act when our own black woman does the same thing, then you don't say nothing, right?
I just used that as an example. So how are you going to use that against me? I said that there are women that you all also say are insecure for allowing men to treat them a certain way, right? So I am saying that you all are capable of doing the same thing. Why can't you just admit, yes, I have some self-esteem issues, I have some insecurity issues, and this is why I have to convince myself.
I can't compete with the guys right now that have the BMWs, the six-figure income. I can't compete with those guys.
Does that affect your self-esteem?
I go somewhere that my budget can allow it.
Does that affect the way you see yourself and your self-worth?
Okay, all right. It's not affecting me, affecting you more than me. I'm all right. Passport bros are all right with it.
No, they're not all right.
Videos and then going there and Peso Man and crying about it. We not crying.
Flit, they're not all right.
All y'all do is cry. All y'all do is cry all day. Even in another country, you cry. Austin got kicked out of another country because he continuously compared women to black women. He could not keep black women out his fucking mouth.
He got kicked out of Thailand?
No, he got kicked out of Brazil.
Austin Holloman.
Oh, I thought he got kicked out of Thailand too. I'm like,
yeah, he deserved the treatment. Don't pick on me. He deserved it. Austin Holloman, the one that did that. He brought the heat.
No one's blaming you, Flit.
Okay, thank you.
Flit.
Who's it?
It's Peso Man. Hey, Flit, how tall are you?
Is this MJ?
That's MJ.
Oh, you didn't bought MJ, bro? Oh, man. All right, George, you hate me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
How tall are you?
MJ is good practice for that mute button. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
I mean it. You have full authorization.
No, I'm not trolling today.
All right,
how tall you said?
Make me laugh. You won't get muted.
MJ, as long as you say things that even if we disagree with.
No, I'm not gonna say outlandish things. No. I'm not gonna say anything wrong. Flit, how tall are you?
I'm 6'2".
Now this is the
6'2".
same man who lied about having a mortgage. So we can't even begin to believe he's 6'2".
So you know what? I'm gonna start lying, and then you're gonna believe it's the truth. So I don't know how.
Well, you've been lying. You ain't no need in starting. You've been
So
lying.
now I'm gonna start lying. I'm gonna say I'm 5'7", and then you're gonna believe that. But when somebody say 6'2", they lying. They have a house, they lying. They have a car in the backyard, they lying.
But
well, the reason why we said you lied about the
I
house
thought
is you don't even know what your
income.
mortgage what your interest rate is.
I thought you didn't have any income, Flint.
Yeah, what's your interest
I don't
rate?
right now. I don't right now.
Well, how can you own a house? How can you rent a house and you don't pay the mortgage? How are you paying the mortgage?
My savings paid it.
You don't have any money. Your savings are going to run out. How are you going to pay the mortgage?
And I have a job lined up. I have a job lined up in February.
And to the MJ,
I might not go to the job if something else.
No, that's not MJ talking. That's Flint.
I want to give you this is an example right here of like the men that women complain about and their expectations of having all of these things, a submissive woman and all this, and he can't even provide for himself.
Flint, you are a Pookie and a Ray Ray.
So I'm out there. Okay, cash app me. How many cash app do you hear me asking for? How many YouTube channels how many videos that I make? I even have a cash app out there actually making videos. And
I wouldn't know because we don't follow you. That's not the point. The point is you should not. YouTube for you at this point should be a second income.
And Flint, it shouldn't take a woman to tell you that. As a man, you should already know that.
Oh man.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
And you are basically a Pookie and a Ray Ray. That's exactly what you are. So the next time you talk about a Pookie or Ray Ray, you need to look in the mirror.
You hurt my feelings.
I don't care about your hurt feelings at the moment.
Okay.
Your hurt feelings it's supposed to make you want to do better. Even if you was to go off the Kevin Samuels rhetoric or whatever, which I don't agree with, but that's what he was telling y'all. Like all of that hurt and that rejection, you should have put it into yourself to be a better person. And quitting your job at 51 and not having, a plan is not you working on yourself. It's you living in delusion.
Flint, 2023 is predicted to be not a very good year. Nobody should be quitting their job and not having something else to, without having a job lined up. And you need to think before you quit your job. If you've been on your job and got some seniority, you've put in enough money in your 401k, and you need to think before you walk across that bridge, because on the other side it might not be good for you.
Exactly. Evident
You have to be careful about quitting your job, and to quit your job and not have something lined up is not a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
You know something, Clint? That was some damn good.
That was viable. Don't quit a job that you're senior. You don't quit a job that you have a retirement plan for unless you have something else lined up. It's obvious that he doesn't have a savings plan. He doesn't have a retirement plan, anything. You don't just...
And he's 14 years away from retiring. 14 years is going to come so quick.
Exactly.
I'm behind right now. You're right. Some things, but I gotta catch up. I can catch up.
But
you getting older too, and you already know the life expectancy for Black men and the way that's going as well.
I take one day at a time. I'm glad to be living every day. We all glad. Who knows?
Did you hear what she just said, Flint, about Black men?
14 years. 14 years not a promise to me. I might be dead before that. I'm living right now.
But here's the thing, Flint.
Wait, let me say something real quick.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, let me say something real quick, and then you guys can continue. Flint, these are very educated women giving you some very, very good advice. I would really, if I were you, I would stop arguing and I would get a pen and pencil and write down what they're telling you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate, ladies. I'm not arguing with them no more.
And this is after you insulted them. You see what I'm saying? So if they're giving you an excellent advice after you insulted them, so the least you could do is at least listen. You're doing an okay job, but man, I'm telling you, tell me a passport bro who's broken it down to you about your finances.
None.
Say it again.
None. You want to know why? Because they don't give a F about you. They don't care about you.
Can I say something?
Flint, how much money have you spent on?
Let me talk.
Let Princess talk because I interrupted her.
Yes. So, Flint, if you say you own a house, right? How long? So let's say you do own a house. How long have you been behind your mortgage?
I'm not behind.
I think you're lying because you don't have a job lined up. Your savings about to run out. And if you don't pay your mortgage by a certain time, they would evict you from your home.
They would not evict you, they will foreclose you. Evict you, rent it. Okay, they will foreclose.
Well, it's almost the same thing.
See, obviously, you don't have a house.
You
don't have a house, but
the same thing. They would evict you from your home. But if they do,
trying to give you some help.
If they do, what's your backup plan?
I'm gonna be talking to one of these black women out here. They gonna put me in. I'm a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. To be honest with you, what you talking about, how some of y'all like go at black. Some of y'all go at black women. Some of y'all go at black women when a lot of you will benefit from being with a black woman. Black men are actually giving away their golden goose, especially in the United States. White men they see the value in black women. That's why they hire them in corporate America. That's why they giving them this money while you're running around talking about you're going to go to some country with a woman that can't even take care of herself, and you're having issues taking care of you, that you're going to go lay up with this person and have like this fantasy relationship, when in reality you would think
that the most beautiful woman you ever seen in your life. True.
Even you still, that's a problem. That's a lot of black men problem.
I know, Truth. If you see
I have another question. So what if a black woman doesn't take you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Flint, no black woman who has a decent job, a good job, living her life is going to take a bum, and a 51-year-old bum too.
I agree with that.
Now answer me this: How much money have you spent on women in the last 12 months?
Huh?
How much money have you spent on women in the last 2 months? In the last 12 months?
I don't date women overseas. I
didn't ask you that. I said, how much money have you spent on women in the last 12 months?
I don't know, a few hundreds.
Well, you was giving $200 a month to some chick in Dominican Republic, so it's over that. How much have you spent in the last 12 months on women?
$250 a month, actually.
And pussy.
Well, I don't know.
Give me a figure.
You don't keep tabs on your money?
More than what he's giving his
goodness.
Okay, terrible. If you spend $250 a month,
I use that. That's like Airbnb and stuff like that. That's
listen to me. If you spent $250 a month, that's $3,000 a year. Let me tell you something. Tesla stock is up. You could have bought one share for $135.94. Amazon and Google are both coming in at roughly $92 and $96. That's what you call an investment. Investing in sex, investing in prostitutes, exploiting women. There is no return on that other than you bust a nut over it and it strokes your ego. It does not create generational wealth. It does not create wealth for you when you retire. Right now, you don't even have a job.
And I got a question. What if black women don't take you in? Where are you gonna go?
You know, my mother.
I gotta see what kind of benefits the city afford me. Like
there's big overweight, my 600-pound white fat woman that'll take him in, and they'll hang at Walmart.
My mother had a girlfriend that said there's always some woman down on her luck willing to take in a man that's down on his luck. And the thing is that black women have got to stop taking in men that are down on their luck. Number one, we don't want men that are down on our luck when we're trying to be in charge of our lives. And when Black women are down on their luck, they shouldn't even be looking for a man at all, and especially one that's down on his luck. You should be fixing your lives. We need to just turn our back on you guys.
Okay, what happened? How's the narrative will be when I start making videos and when I start going live stream? When I start live streaming, I'm in DR, live in DR. What you
No one cares. No one cares. Sir,
no
we
one
don't
cares.
And you're not doing that at the moment.
Y'all have to stop doing this stuff for Black women. Like, we don't care. As much as you think or you want us to feel some type of way, it does not affect us at all. Like none. Like we feel nothing about it.
You can't both ways.
Nothing. We feel nothing.
Why do you want us to care so bad?
We don't care. We're not going to care, especially if it's somebody like you. Like we don't care. Do you see the men that's saying that they're going overseas? Do you think if we was checking for them, then they wouldn't be still crying and going overseas? That it should already add up to you. So your motivation should not be Black women, should not be Black women going, caring about you going overseas. Like that should not be your motivation.
Talking about it, brother. Why you keep talking about?
You already know why. You already know why, because y'all continuously bring our name up in your shit. So the reality is, regardless if we talk about it or not, first of all, it's a part of this community, so it affects us as well, and it also affects other Black men, which is the majority, who is not with your fuck shit that you're ruining you're ruining other people's image as well. It's trash, and it looks like trash. Look at you talking right now, and the whole world is listening, and they hear what you're saying.
The whole world. It got three people.
The whole world is listening. This is on YouTube. Anybody who wants to listen can listen.
Yes, and the whole world go to my YouTube channel. The alternative.
The whole world heard you say that you're 51 years old, unemployed, and you're still running after women in another country trying to make Black women upset. It's ridiculous, sad, and pathetic.
That's why I asked them to figure out where does this need to make Black women upset come from?
No, it's no issue against Black women. It's men doing it.
If it wasn't an issue, Flit, you wouldn't be doing it. You just kept doing it just now.
Flit, if Black men were doing their own thing, they wouldn't feel the need to have to drag Black women into their business.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, why can't you, as a mature man, actually do some kind of self-reflection about where you are in life and why you feel the need to treat women this way? Because you do talk about Black women.
The truth. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with you. I can't argue with women.
Well, it's not a matter of arguing with us. What I hear is a lot of people giving you advice, and you're getting defensive. But we're not arguing with you. We're giving you advice. I think that the issues that you have, you really need to go to therapy, talk to someone, figure out why you have this incessant need to try to make Black women upset, and where is that coming from?
It's even worse knowing that he has a child that's dependent on him. Like, we should not be your concern at all.
Oh, wow.
Solar Eclipse, the Demon Slayer, they would go ahead and create a GoFundMe.
Oh, okay.
That's how they would bury him if he doesn't have life insurance.
And y'all already know that we done took a stance already, and we don't do GoFundMes no more for random Black men.
Flit, you have a child?
Hey, Flit.
Yes.
Hey, Flit.
Flit, how old is your child?
A Black woman too.
How old is your child?
14.
You mean tell me you got a 14-year-old child and you quit your job?
I'm gonna get into that. We already discussed that.
You don't listen. I said I'm in transition with a new job, but you don't listen. So you keep on having all these. I have no job waiting for me.
No, sir. You didn't say you were in transition with another job. You said you might have something lined up. That's not a sure.
No. Listen, I said I have a new job but I have another opportunity that might comes up.
No. What she said was correct. What she said was correct.
No, you look. Go back and play back what I just said.
You said you might. Might is not 100%. There's no surety in might. You might just say that. Okay.
No, I have a job lined up. That's guaranteed.
Hey, Flit, where's your girlfriend?
Yeah, now that you're down in the rough, what is she going to do for you? How's she going to help you?
MJ, did you want to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. She can't help you because she doesn't have any money.
Let me ask Flit this question. let me ask Fred this question. Hey Fred, where's your girlfriend?
Where's my girlfriend? She in DR.
Is she able to send you
Oh,
money and help you?
oh, she's in DR. Oh. So you are in America.
Yeah. I'm in America right now. So.
Flit, is she able to send you money and help you?
Nah, she's struggling.
Okay. I keep saying people tend to get involved with their equal.
Can I say something for everybody?
Wow, true.
I would like to say that.
DJ Torch, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
They're hitting hard tonight.
You guys have been very entertaining. I thank you so much. I mean, we're gonna keep it going, but I have to make sure I get this in before anyway, this has been great. I've been cracking up here. Y'all been. I mean, Flint, we're trying to give you help, but you have to understand the roast comes with it.
Yes. It comes to the territory when you're on the enemy territory, yes.
It's not an enemy territory, and it's not even really a roast. Like, it's really what you need. And this is what y'all are running from. This is what many of you are running from because you don't like to hear this stuff. And you do need to hear it.
Flint, you have a 14-year-old son, and your legacy is going to be what? Pussy?
This is what your father should have taught you.
That's not fair to your son.
Okay.
And first of all, you shouldn't even be going on vacation out of the country unless you're taking your child somewhere safe and exploring the culture, not women. He doesn't need to see that. He's 14 years old.
I'm not. What's the name? Rico does that. I don't teach my son.
Rico's not here to defend himself, and Rico
has adult children. They're not even kids anymore. Those are adults. Like when people ask me why I have kids, I say no because I have a grown man.
Yes, even when my son go older, I'm not gonna say you know what, pay these prices and pay them a fair wage.
Shut up.
You don't know what you're gonna say. Let me ask you this question. I want to ask him a serious question. Have you ever talked to your? I suggest you. I challenge you to talk go get your son and go take him to lunch and have a serious sit down of how he feel about you being his father and how you have shown up in his life. And I think that conversation may possibly change some of your thought process.
Now that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Anytime I can spend time with my son, it's a good thing. So I'll thank you.
To be honest with you, Flint, I don't know what his mother's all about, but number one, I would never have a child with you. But if I did, you wouldn't be taking my kid nowhere. I would have to be there and monitor the entire conversation because based on your lifestyle choices, I wouldn't trust you. Because what woman wants her son to grow up and exploit women? Your mother doesn't even want you to do that. And I don't even know her.
I don't exploit women.
You do too.
No, I don't. The women over in America exploit us.
No.
How is somebody
expecting to date them? And we have every right to feel that way.
You already said. You're looking for a man with a come up. So we're not men of value.
No one is. How is it when most of us is doing better than most of you all? So like, what is somebody looking for a come up?
A high value man. You want men who make a lot of
money. No, Kevin Samuels told you that. We didn't tell you that. Kevin Samuels told you that.
Richer formerly women in the country.
Wait, can I say something real quick? Let me say this. First and foremost, I'm sick of this narrative. Black women, the only reason black men are in the middle class at all is when they're with a black woman. Let's put it there. Secondly, black women are more employed than black men. Black men are underemployed. Black men cost the U.S. $50 billion a year. Black men are filling up and saturating every prison in every state. Secondly, black men comprise 43 to 46% of the welfare recipients in the black community. That's almost half. So please miss me with this black women want to get over on black men. No, black men want to sit under the skirts of black women until the black woman makes it. That's why
and guess what?
Shut up, I'm talking. That's why the DV rate and the femicide rate is so high because you black men can't stand to see women excel. And when we excel and we ask you to come along with us, we push you to do better than what you can do. You don't want to do it, and you end up unaliving the women.
And guess what? Okay.
And just shut up. I'm talking. You end up unaliving the women, and now that you unalive the children. So
lack
please,
of
guys,
femininity.
shut up. I'm talking.
Lack
So
of
shut
femininity.
up.
No,
I'm
no,
talking.
she told you.
Shut up. I'm
You
talking.
interrupted her. You interrupted her. You let her finish her sentence.
Well, apparently there's a lack of femininity in Brazil too. So
So please
Well, I'll
miss
tell you
me with
one
this
thing: a
narrative.
black man like Flint has no masculinity.
stop
He
telling
is
your ass.
feminine.
Please miss me with this narrative that black women are trying to get over on black men. Ever since before slavery, black men have sold out the black woman. From slavery forward, black women have worked beside the black man, working just as hard, if not harder than them. Please miss me with this woe is me black man bullcrap, because it's a patriarchal system in which you couldn't find your way to excel in. And that's your problem, not the woman's problem. Pick your balls up and go. Pick both of them up and go. Nobody wants to hear this bullcrap about you having a child that you're not caring for, and that you say, oh, his mother is caring for him. Nobody wants to hear I got something lined up, I got something in the pot, and I'm 51 years old, and I don't even have a retirement plan. Nobody wants to hear that.
They don't want to hear that.
Flint, these are the traits of someone who's feminine: nurturing, sensitivity, sweetness, supportiveness, gentleness, warmth, passivity, cooperativeness, expressiveness, modesty, humility, empathy, affection, tenderness, and being emotional, kind, helpful, devoted, and understanding have been cited as stereotypical feminine. Black women have been all those things, and guess what? They still had to struggle.
And guess what? The woman you just proved that's wrong when the woman just said shut up.
No, I'm not going to shut up. Those are traits of what it means to be feminine. Okay, black women were on all those things. It's just that you guys just don't want to do what you're supposed to do. And after you've been dragged enough times, you get hard and you get tired of dealing with black men. Why should we give you those things when you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing?
Let me address this.
Ladies, he came up here to argue with us. That's what he came up here for. We can't have a decent conversation. It's all over the place. He can't. He doesn't know how to communicate with us. So I would just sit back and ignore him. It's just a waste of time.
You're right.
It's a waste of femininity. So like, don't even don't. I feel like he's like a lost cause.
We already know where he's at right now. So it doesn't. We don't need to go any further.
It's kind of sad because usually, young men go through this where, like, a lot of young people in general have to fall on their face to actually understand and get it. Whereas that, what he's not understanding is that he don't have much time for failure.
Let me tell you something. He shouldn't have started this when he was in his 20s. Okay, he had all that time to plan for his retirement, have a decent job, get ready for like vacation and all that stuff. He didn't think ahead. He didn't plan for the future. So this is where he's at right now.
The best thing Flint can do is tell his son to do the right thing and push him to do the right thing. At 54 years old, Flint, it's kind of late to play catch up. You can try your best, but you need to take all the shit that you didn't do that you should have done and put that shit in your son and tell him he needs to stay off the street. He needs to go to college. He needs to find a good job, and he needs to stay there. He needs to work his way up the ladder, and he needs to invest his money. And he needs to be a good, well-rounded man, not a slut or a whore like his father.
And you do need, and you need to, and you need to travel with him as well. I traveled. My son had the opportunity to travel since he was very young. So now that he's older and he can travel on his own, he's not obsessed when he see women and different cultures. Like you need to expose your son to different cultures now, so that he doesn't become a passport bro. Like so that he's not an Austin.
Camo, I would not trust him. I would not trust him with my son if I was his mother. His mother needs to take him on vacation.
Quick shout out to Maya Lassan and Andre Brown.
Passport Bros most cowardly list. Passport Bros most cowardly list.
His father is a piece of
These
shit.
guys are terrified.
MJ, did you
And the
want to say
thing is,
And
anything?
if you
Flip,
know,
you don't have to be a piece of
pull
shit.
up,
You can fix your
pull
life.
up.
Okay, that's it. I'm sorry.
Let me tell you something. How a lot of people around the world is viewing NJ. They're just laughing at him in different languages. German, he.
Portuguese.
Portuguese. American. African.
Black men.
Help you, bro. They're trying to help you. They're trying to help you, but they gotta get it. You know, we gotta get it roasted. We gotta
Worldwide. Yeah, they laughing at
Worldwide.
him. 51 years old, you got a 41. I said 40.
You know what's so crazy? He does remind me of like that movie Step Brothers, where like they was like older and they was like still living in the their parents' house and eating cereal and running around playing and shit. Like that's exactly what a lot of those passport bros remind me of. And one thing I will say is this: them old men with pensions and retired from the military, they don't got your problems. Like their kids is grown
Exactly,
and they
Kim.
can go and live in a whole nother country and be okay because they get a check every month. So a lot of those men that is advising you is not giving you good advice because they're not in your position, because at 50 whatever years old, they don't have to work anymore and they have a government check that comes in every month.
Wait,
You're not
Kim.
them.
Wait, and I know plenty of them who not only have retired from the military, they're retiring from another government job also.
Right.
So they're not only getting their retirement pay from the military, they're getting a government retirement pay. So please,
They getting it, yes. And the military, I just retired from the military. I'm 42. Most people retire I'm behind it when I came in the military. Most people retire from the military between the ages of 37 and 38 years old. They go work for the government and then they'll retire at 65.
Exactly. I know a guy now that I worked with who he retired from the military, retired from a government job. He's getting ready to retire in February from a government job. He owns his home and he owns 2 cars. So miss me with that. And when I say own, I mean outright. He has no debt.
Flint is just not admitting what a lot of these, what I was trying to get him to admit tonight, or even if he's not going to admit it to us, admit it to himself. He's suffering from low self-esteem like a lot of these other Black men. And I'm starting to see them for really who they are. I mean, they're very braggadocious and they walk around with this bravado like they're the shit and they have all these women. But I'm starting to see that that's just a narrative that they put out there, an image that they've been painted, but they really are insecure little boys with low self-esteem. And the faster they work on that, I think the better off they'll be.
You can't work on something you won't admit to.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
That part.
Yeah, they really need to, because they're using us as their emotional punching bag.
And the thing about it is, it's like the other person said, it's a waste of time speaking to them and on them about these issues, when the thing about it is you have a lot of Black women who are still laid up under them and coddling them, and therefore they don't learn the lessons that they should learn. That's why I admonish Black women to separate your image, stop buying their music, stop getting on the pavement. It's time to separate our image so that the world will take us seriously, to let them know we don't promote this degeneracy that they have. They are no longer our problem. They're their own problem.
Exactly.
Who's the person talking? The person that was just talking?
The women, the Black women that you guys are talking about, they're going to have to learn on their own. Because there's a lot of Black women that are experiencing abuse from this man, and thank God they're not being toe tagged. But let me tell you this: they need to get out of there before they get toe tagged by these unlawful men.
Yes.
Who's the person talking now? I'm sorry, I was trying to get names.
Princess, right?
Princess.
Yeah.
Okay. And the person that was talking before?
It's me, Gemini.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we need to manly sphere. Oh my God.
Yep. I can't wait.
Goodness. Okay, so all we can do now is just send a message to Black women who want to listen. and want to actually develop and improve their lives and actually seeking to improve themselves. So I wouldn't even talk about the mammies at this point. They're just gonna mammy.
Right. They are. They are. They will find some reason and some excuse to make excuses for these men that are doing the things that they're doing.
Can I ask you guys a question? So what? So
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. No, sorry.
Oh, Tim had a live called "What is a Mammy?" So I wanted to ask you guys, what exactly is a mammy? Because I've been called a mammy before, and I don't feel like I fit the mammy characteristics.
Well, I'll
give you two different definitions of a mammy.
Okay.
Wait, who said that?
So
who was called a
the
mammy?
original definition of a mammy is when a black slave woman served her masters and their families, and they neglect their children and their families to serve him. And not only that, she sleeps with her master. I'm trying to explain this the best way I can. And she bows down to his every will. And it could go to the modern day mammy as well, but to a black man, when she neglects herself to serve him and his needs.
Okay.
And also go into the battlefront like Black Lives Matter for him, when he don't have to do that because she's doing that for him. I hope that makes sense.
It's like a black, and it's a black woman doing so, which she explained, doing so to her detriment. Like,
right.
It's like when they say you're caping for black men, even though these same black men are demeaning you and subjugating you and castigating you, you're still defending them to your own hurt.
Yeah. I have a question about that. So what about the ones that aren't doing that? Like the DJ Torches and the Marquis? Because I am the person that will be at the Black Lives Matter protests marching. I'll be at every march marching, right? But I feel like I'm doing it for the DJ Torches and the Marquis.
But you're not. That's the thing. You're not doing it for them, because the DJ Torches aren't the ones that's going out there with guns and going out there getting robbing people.
Well, that's not those. But those people aren't necessarily
I'm not either,
the ones that the ones that are being targeted by the police. It could be the good ones as well, and so that's why I feel
no. But most of the time, these marches are not for the good ones. And it's only I can count on one hand how many actual good ones it was last year who lost their lives, or the year before who lost their lives to police brutality, who wasn't someone with a record or someone who was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. Number one, the reason why women are saying hang your cape up is because men really should be the ones who are out here advocating for themselves. It shouldn't be women. And why they say that is because when it happens to a woman, you barely see these men show up. These men are continuously saying to us, we will not defend you, and even if you're getting beat to death. We're not
I don't even see them blame the woman and say that it's that when they see bad things happen to black women, they'll say it's probably something she did. She probably was running her mouth or something like that. And the truth, another thing is that yes, what you're saying could be true at the same time, but why are we showing up for men when in reality this is their issue? Why can't they show up for themselves? I don't understand it.
Here's the thing. Here's another thing. It's not only black men that black women can send for. You remember the divestment movement, right? They also sent for. They're putting other races of men on a pedestal above themselves. So that could be also called mammy.
No, it depends. Now that again depends on what group of women that you're talking to, because not every group of divestors is doing that.
I know, but
to be quite honest, to me, the true definition of divestment really doesn't have anything to do with, in particular, with black men. It has more so to do with a woman concentrating on other women and concentrating on. Wait, let me finish. Please let me finish, please.
Okay.
I'll be real quick. She's concentrating on women's issues and children's issues, and it's not necessary. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the man. And I do hear what you're saying. There are women who put other groups of men on a pedestal, but those women are foolish.
Yes, but it's mostly it just turned into that. It just turned it from the direction from Black women and Black children to dating other groups of men and putting them on a pedestal, and once again neglecting themselves and putting them in harm's way again instead of just focusing on themselves and their families.
Can you give me an example of somebody putting themselves in harm's way for?
Well, I would say this. So what the kind of women that you're talking about that do that call themselves, because a lot of women are posing as divestors, still pretty much doing what the passport bros is doing. Really, they still want Black men, but they will go and date out for the wrong reasons. And a lot of times the same, when you do that, you're gonna run into the same kind of man. Because a man is a man is a man. Yes, and culturally, as far as Black and white, there's some quite a few things. But as far as characteristics, a man is still a man. Exactly. So you're gonna still choose the same type of man if you're not working on yourself. So those women are not truly divested women. Those women are just mammies that date pale pookies.
Right.
Exactly. They date the no change chads, or they date the wiggers and everything because they refuse to work on themselves. They just automatically just want to date out just to piss off Black men instead of just gaining into introspection.
Yeah, and having like being genuine with themselves and being honest with themselves.
Be genuine.
Yeah, and
if I jump in real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think that though I'm a Black man, I believe that divesting is very important. I'll tell you why. If it's non-forced divesting, where you are just viewing you're just being open-minded about your dating options. Okay. That this is a form of divesting. Now, you might end up with a Black man, but you will end up with a higher quality Black man because he was competing against higher quality people in different cultures. Do you see my point?
Right.
Because the thing is about the goal to a successful divesting, regardless on who you end up with, is that you respected yourself. You were picky yourself. Ladies, these men are trying to make you less picky. Don't be less picky. Be more picky. Okay. I'm telling you, it's the best way. I have a daughter. She's in her 30s. Okay. And she tried to give her brother a break and it didn't work out. He turned out to be red pill. The red pill formula didn't work. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of Black women just wait too late to choose their self. And a lot of what you see, which is a lot of what Black men throw in Black women face, come from them mammying and muling their whole life. It takes a toll on you. Like divestment also comes with self-care and mental health and those type of things. So when you're seeing Black women that's extremely overweight and stuff like that, that's not normal for anybody to be that. That's a mental health issue. That's some things that you need to work on. So before you should be dating anybody, you need to be able to address those things. So that comes with divesting. For myself, I didn't even know what divestment was, but when I got to this space, it seemed that some of the women, I qualified more for them because of my lifestyle and the way that I live. It's just that a lot of it is extreme. So I don't run around calling myself a divestor because I feel like divested meant on YouTube has a very bad name, but I've already lived that lifestyle. Like I never was really a part of like that kind of like lifestyle ever, that poverty community. Like I was raised by a mother that you would consider to be like had a divestment mindset, especially the way that she thought about men. And for us, it was definitely like we was trained as girls to. It was never about men. It was always about you and you advancing yourself. So yeah, it's bigger than just men.
Yeah, I had never heard of a divestment movement. I'm the same way, but it's so crazy because I was just talking to my nephew and my best friend about it. The men that are on YouTube that are saying these things, I don't encounter these people in real life. Like never. If I wasn't on YouTube, I wouldn't even know these people existed. And I mean the men, that the way that they speak, because I'm not even in their socioeconomic bracket, and I'm not in their
Thanks for having
community.
me on, ladies. I gotta be out.
Oh,
I'm
what
not
happened?
even in, just rude. I'm not even in their socioeconomic status, nor do I run in those circles. And even when I go out, I'm not accustomed to seeing a lot of them. So I don't run into men like a Flint. Like a man like Flint, I wouldn't even see him in my day-to-day life. It was only when I got to YouTube that I was like, these people, what is this? Like, who are these people? And I guess it's a little naive of me, but I just haven't had to deal with them. When you're in a military community or around a lot of military people, especially when you're an officer, the people that you're around is completely different. It's just a completely different world.
Exactly.
And so these men want women and especially the younger women. And I'm so proud of the women, like the 20-year-olds, who are like, no, we're concentrating on us. We're going to do what we need to do to make sure that we get into a certain place in life. And they don't lower their standard. And the sad thing, when you talked about mammies, another mammy is that woman who wants to push her son on a successful woman to get rid of him. And so that woman can come up also, because you have those as well.
Imagine being a military officer and when in your work life and in the military world, when people see you, they know what it is. Like your presence already just tell it, what you are and what you're about, and you get a certain level of respect. And then to think that somebody's telling you that you should date down, it's a whole nother world. Like that would be crazy.
Is DJ Torch here? I want to know whose video is this?
What is it?
Up looking like this UK man. This was before to this one back in April 2019. This is the same man after he visited his Thai wife in Pai. It's about 3 hours north of Chiang Mai. He spent 2 weeks in the Thai hospital, and he spent like tens of thousands of dollars worth of medical bills. Allegedly, he got cracked skull, broken nose, and a hole in one of his eye sockets. On top of that, he was jailed for fighting back, and they confiscated his passport so he can't leave the country. So what happened to him? Who attacked him? And what do you do to avoid this during your holiday? Before we get into that, let's check out some other things you need to be aware of based on this video. So let's get started. I'll probably have to skip some of this video because it's pretty long. Okay, so let's check out the channel's page here. Okay, so the header and the profile picture looks like a normal, regular Thai channel. But if you click on videos or you look below it, it looks like one of those Bangkok 112 type of videos. Anyways, but let's check out this first video first. 5 don'ts in Thailand. So this is by Bangkok Diaries. Okay, so bars, usual. By the look of this, like the first minute, you can tell that this is in one of Thailand's red light district. It's in Pattaya. So it was filmed in Pattaya, and the video appears to be targeting people who regularly go to these part of the country. Now, the thing is, I didn't expect this in this video because I was looking at the thumbnail. But hey, since we're here, might as well just check out the rest of it. Also, the red light district in the country is a big portion of the tourism industry here, in my opinion. Or maybe before the pandemic, it was.
Thailand is a beautiful country. However, just like any other country in the world, it also has its black side. And while you're coming to Thailand as a tourist or holiday, it is very important for you to keep in mind a few essential things that will help you stay out of trouble. So the first thing that I'm going to talk to you guys about is a question that every Thai girl or every person in Thailand who wants to strike a conversation with you or who you want to strike a conversation with is going to ask you.
And that is, how long are you going to stay in Thailand?
It's funny.
You holiday แล้วเนี่ย
You holiday.
How many for you holiday 2 วันเหรอ
Week.
2 weeks
Yeah, like people will ask you how long are you staying in Thailand. So there is this clip of him getting a massage, and the girl's asking how long he's staying for the holiday.
Now that question is nothing but a way to know that how long are you in Thailand and whether or not you're going to come back to them and how much time do they have to take your money. Now,
How much time? Take your
the
money.
best way to answer that question is tell them as long as the period that you can tell them that you're staying in Thailand. For example, if you're in Thailand for 1 month, you have to tell them that you are there for 3 months. That way they know that you are going to visit them again, and they will not try to rip you off the first time you meet them.
I guess that's a good tip, especially in the red light district, based on the context of this video and the point of view of this video. There are a lot of scams and shady things going on there, but outside the touristy or the red light district of the country, in places like Chiang Mai, Hua Hin, some other parts of the country, like even parts of Bangkok, I wouldn't worry too much about Thais asking you how long you stay because you're worried that they're gonna steal or scam you, that kind of stuff.
So whenever somebody asks you, how long are you staying in Thailand? If you are there for a week, tell them you're there for 3 months. That way, they are going to take care of you a little more than they would normally do in case if you know that you are in Thailand for a shorter period of time.
Sometimes people like servicing you, like giving you a massage, and you're like staring at them. They might want to break the ice and ask some standard questions like, where are you from? What do you do here? Or how long are you staying? It's common. I have like a standard response. I'm Jamaican from the waist down, and I am Japanese or Korean from the waist up. But but in a place like Pattaya or Patong or in Phuket and some other red light districts in the country, you do have to put up your guard just a little bit. So he's not wrong. Also, I want to add that you shouldn't be wearing like a lot of gold necklaces and jewelries and such. I think like expensive watches or luxury watches are okay because there's a lot of fake watches here. There's fake jewelries here too, but
Point number 2, never ever talk to anybody about how much money you have, or never tell them anybody how much money are you going to exchange, or you have big amount of money in your hotel room or in your condo. Do not talk about how much money you have.
And again, this is about visiting the red light districts, so no one should be asking you that of how much money you have.
This reminds me of military training videos, like when you about to go, when they like brief you before you go into town, when we go to another country. These are kind of videos they show you.
Hey guys, I'm about to hang it up for the night. Yeah, I get up in the morning for work. But it's been nice conversing with everyone.
You too.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Talking to everybody.
Good night.
Guys, enjoy.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Ooh.
Hey, Torch, you there? Are you there?
If you're a foreigner coming here for a holiday.
What I was saying is, what's the point of traveling if you have to worry about all this stuff on the? I don't want to. When I travel, I don't want to worry about being robbed. I just don't.
But it's good to know these things because like I experienced a lot of my international travel in the military. So, we get briefed and we train, before we go to countries to understand, even though if it's just a crash course of like, look, these are the do's and don'ts. And we still go and have a good time. And sometimes we F up, whatever, and, it's not often, but we do. but we still actually get to go and have a good time. But we're also doing other things. Like, more than likely, if you go travel, you're gonna have your backpack, you're gonna have like some hiking shoes on, some, you know, you're gonna want to go see the sights. Whereas that these, you know, a lot of these guys aren't doing that. So I do think that this video is a good training tool for people who probably decide to go to Thailand, that should know the risks as well. Because everywhere you go, there's going to be a risk, even if somebody comes to the United States. But I think you can go in, you know, to many places and stuff, for probably like Afghanistan or something, and you should be okay, unless you're looking for degeneracy.
That's right.
You know, the thing,
Tam hit the nail on the head.
you know, the good thing about it, what you explain, is that you mentioned that you are informed about the do's and don'ts and what to expect. In other communities, let's say in either it's non-Black manosphere or just a non-Black communities, when they do travel videos, they tell you listicles, like they give you listicles of the cities, what to expect, what not to expect, and what you should do, like things that you should know before you make a sound decision in traveling, or maybe even changing residencies or what have you. Here in this sphere, in the Black manosphere, they basically tell you, these manosphere dudes, they just tell these dudes what they want to hear. They try to sensationalize these places by talking about these women and pedestalizing us while downplaying us, but don't tell them that, hey, you may end up getting robbed, you may end up being unalived, or you may end up going through some unspeakable things. They're not going to educate you, and they're not going to tell you all these things. They simply are just reiterating these talking points, dangerous talking points, not letting them be aware of the dangers that the flip side of what can happen. They're not helping them make like a calibrated decision when they decide to travel over there or even move to another country. So this is something that is very, very dangerous.
It's their motivation for going, you know, like it's that's the problem. It's just like we just, you know, witness it with Flip or whatever, whereas that he's just clueless. Like, he's like the number one example of a person that should not be traveling at all, like none, because his motivation is wrong. And just like you said with the manosphere and the passport bros, like telling them, oh yeah, your hatred for your experience in America with women is like causing you to live in a reality that's not true. So instead of you saying like, hey, you know, you might not be desired in America, and we're not saying that you're going to be desired in these countries, but these countries, the women is looking for more stability or something else because they don't have much money, and you know, maybe they'll choose you from that. It's like they're ashamed to say that. Like, just say it. Like, look, in America, we're not the ones that, we don't have the best looks, and we're not making that much money or whatever, but our money runs far in these countries, and there's some great experiences there as well, but there's also some really bad ones that you should watch out for. Like, they do no training at all. Like, the Passport Bros is an organization where they should have training for each country. Like, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of whether we like them or not, they still have their own organization, and they should have like training set up. Like, look, these are videos. These is the bad things that has happened. These are some of the fun things, you know, like, be safe, but have a good time. And that's it. But they just like renegades, like, just like, oh, when you go there, the women just going to fall all over you. And then that's why you got Austin making videos like, oh, well, you're reneging on it. Like, well, you know, some of y'all coming over here and not having success, but it's because y'all look a certain way and this and that. But you didn't tell them that. You didn't train them before they got there.
Yeah, there needs to be more structure, and they need to be more culturally competent by, number one, learning about the freaking language. Okay, be very fluent in the language. Don't just like go on Google Translate and just say, oh, this person is telling you something, you got to go on Google Translate and just to interpret something back. It gets like, what? Like, it's kind of very annoying. It's like, you can tell they're just only there for nefarious intentions by
that's all.
sleeping with these women for their selfish gains. And it can't just be just about it. You have to understand the culture, understand like the politics, understand.
But you have to understand too,
negotiations or what have you. Continue.
Yeah, you have to understand too that these guys are also picking up diseases from these other countries.
Mhm.
So when they come back to the other states, and if they do decide to have sex with American women, we can get that shit as well.
You see that? Easily transferable. Transferable. Like
we don't even know what these sexual diseases are, because there could be so many. But you also have to but they don't care about that. All they care about is sex. They don't care about their health.
Of course.
They don't.
I mean, most men here anyway. I mean, depending on what those type of men in that dating pool that ain't even leaving America don't care about their health. So like I feel like that's one of those things that women. That's why focusing on self is important. Because if you're a woman that focus on yourself, you're gonna require certain things before you hop in bed with a person unprotected.
Yeah,
exactly. Making sure that
But they're not traveling for that. They're not traveling for self, trying to figure out who they are. They're just going for sex. They're not trying to get therapy or anything. Like if I was traveling, if it was me traveling, I would do it for like myself and to figure out like who I am and and learn something new. They're not doing that.
They're not doing that.
If you meet a man and he's not willing to go get tested for you, when you decide to take it there, then he's not the man for you.
He's not. Exactly.
What
should he have to hide?
That's a dusty man.
Exactly. A woman that knows her self-worth is going to make sure that, okay, are you tested? Do you have any diseases? They don't talk about sexual health here either.
Like, even if they go to the doctor and they do have like a sexual transmitted disease, they're not going to tell you because they're too much into their dicks. They let their dicks control it's just the truth. They let their dicks control them.
No, they need to. Women who love themselves. They need to require that. I want you to get tested.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Make sure you don't have any diseases. We don't do guessing game over here. Make sure you have that, and we're good.
And if he is hesitated to do that, then it's time to let him go. But you also have to be aware of what men you're dealing with nowadays too, because men will unalive you if you reject them. So we have to be careful.
Oh yes.
Hypervigilant. Yep.
Because you see these men. You see, earlier we was talking about this one dude at Alabama State that unalived this poor woman because she didn't want to talk to him.
Exactly. Yeah. She didn't want to talk to him. So 23-year-old Alabama, what is it? He was a basketball player.
He was a basketball player.
Yeah, he unalived her.
So he lost everything behind this woman not wanting to talk to him. And instead of just taking the rejection, say, hey, there's other girls that are worshiping at my feet. I'll go talk to them. He just decided to unalive her.
Yeah.
That's stupid. This is the consequence. He threw away his whole career over a woman. Right.
And that's what they call simping.
Yeah, that's simping.
The manosphere.
They're not going to say that he was simped though, because he's of a certain status, meaning that he was a ball player, because he was a popular ball player. They're going to blame the woman.
They don't look at principle.
Look, the manosphere and the passport rules are all about simping. Okay, so if anything, they're the biggest simps.
Oh hell yeah, they are.
They're the biggest simps. So
when you wake up and go to sleep thinking about women all day long and hating women, like, you are definitely, I don't even like that word, but you fit the definition like perfectly.
Yeah.
I want to hear more of the video, DJ.
He knows you have money.
99.9% of the times, you may not face a problem, but there have been cases when a local person came to know about somebody who has a big amount of money inside their hotel. They kept a watch on the person when the person walked out of their hotel. They raided their hotel room.
He speaks so soft. It's so hard to hear him. From the opposite side, like outside the red light district of Thailand, I had family members whose Thais, they asked me how much I'm making here. What's my salary? Not because they were trying to scam me, because they were concerned they have to give me money. But yeah, don't tell people how much you make or how much you have with you right now. Don't go around showboating about your wealth. Everyone knows you have money.
yeah.
You're here on a holiday.
Point
Can I
number
add?
three.
I like to
whenever you are
also say
visiting,
something.
That's
Speaking of like unalive, and I'll get to the money part after this. There was also an actor that killed his entire family.
Oh,
Yes, he killed all his family.
That's
Didn't
crazy.
didn't even think about
A-lister?
he didn't even think about twice, just killed him, took him out.
Wow.
But the money part that this guy is talking about is true. Like when you're going in poor areas like this, especially when there's prostitutes and people that are poor, when you flaunt your wealth, they're gonna plot against you because they're desperate. People are when you go to poor hours, they're desperate and they want to come up. So if you're going around flossing your money, say, hey, I'm a alpha male. I make millions and
That's sweet.
I'm a high value man.
I'm a high value man.
Insert
and
more
all that
hybrid in that car.
stuff.
Big
They're gonna
rims.
say, okay,
Yeah.
you all that thing, you got money. I want to plot against you.
Yep.
I want to rob you.
Yep. Just like they did
And
to
they
that
won't say
dude.
nothing about it.
Just like they did to that dude in some country, some Spanish speaking country,
Colombia.
when he had a restaurant and he decided to go overseas and just flex and flaunt on with a non-black a non-black woman who was Hispanic. He was showboating her on IG, saying that she's so soft and feminine and this and that. And then guess what?
That's a
He ended up
lame kind of guy.
and then he ended up and then he got robbed, and I believe he was also unalived.
Oh wow.
Dummy. They said they knew he was coming. They knew.
Yep, they took his gold. They took his
That's
chain
Colombia,
out and
though.
everything. Yep.
Colombia.
He wasn't gonna give up the chain, so they unalived his behind. Yep.
Never go to poor countries flossing.
Don't flex. Don't come flexing over there and think that you could.
Yeah, because they're gonna flex on you.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Right.
They're gonna flex. Yep.
They're gonna flex physically.
Okay, DJ.
Thailand, especially if you're a single man, you would want to get into a conversation with a local Thai girl or maybe a lady boy if that's your intention.
He said lady boy.
You can meet a local Thai girl at a bar or at a club.
Okay, so lady boy. So the video just put the title, use the safety deposit box, and now he's talking about lady boys.
Yeah, lady boys. Paying for them lady boys.
Ensure
Lady
that you
boys
keep
are prevalent
all your
in
cash
Thailand.
and all your valuables in a safe place.
Yeah, keep all your cash and expensive jewelry, even laptops or whatever, expensive camera in a safety deposit when you're leaving your hotel room. Sometimes I don't have a safety deposit or I can't get it working. If that happens, I'll just put my stuff inside my luggage and just lock it up. No one's going to come in there and lift your luggage out of your room because there's security cameras everywhere. Now, the other thing is, especially for like the cleaning people in like the low-end hotels, if they see you leaving like cash inside your room, and let's say it's 50,000 baht in cash, even if they're like good people, but that 50,000 baht is like 1 year or 2 years worth of savings for them, it can be quite tempting to them, even they're good people. Now, with that said, I had my uncle who left his wallet inside a hotel here in Thailand, and there were a few hundred US dollars in there. The hotel staff picked up his wallet and went to the airport to personally hand him his wallet, and without taking any money. So there are good hotel staff too.
Every hotel or condo in Thailand has a safety deposit box, and they are there for a reason. Make use of them. Put all your cash, all your valuables, anything that is of value to you inside that safety deposit. These safety deposits are there for a reason. Make use of them. Now, I'm going to talk about a fourth very important thing that one should keep in mind while they are in Thailand, and that is you have to be aware of the ladyboys. Be very cautious when you're dealing with a ladyboy.
Ladyboys.
So most of the ladyboys work.
Okay, I don't know about you, but I don't have
The
to.
fact that we just got halfway through this video and he's talking about ladyboys, it has to tell you, you have to wonder why these guys are really running over there now. You know what I mean?
I'm kind of thinking.
Yes, absolutely, because
Seems like ladyboys is part of the mix. You know what
Exactly.
it
Yep.
is, because
Yep.
a lot of real women don't want those black men.
Right.
Worry about that at all? Yeah, I mean, ladyboys are men, so you don't want to pick a fight with them because they're men. Also, if you're outside the red light district, or at least for me, I hardly see any ladyboys. And if I do see them outside the red light districts, they will not bother you at all, at least from my experience. They're just like regular people. I guess if you're living or traveling inside the red light district, there's a lot of ladyboys around, so I guess.
So most of the ladyboys work, who actually work in Thailand are working professionals, but it is highly recommended.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a lot of this stuff, ladyboy stuff. Okay, so let's
I
go
think
to
that's
the
obvious.
to the last
You know-
one, where the man got into a fight visiting his
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, hey, he didn't have to explain anything about ladyboys.
I know, really. I think we know what that is.
Yeah, you know, it's just like they dress as females with dicks swinging up and down the red light district. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess we got that point.
It's prevalent in Thailand. Yep. It's
Yeah, it's the
prevalent
norm
over
over
there.
there.
That's what they want to spend their money on. Yep.
And
I think there's probably just as many ladyboys as there are women, probably.
yes, and they're
Probably.
very
wife-
dolled up. You can see their faces all makeup, like if they painted on their face, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
You know, when we are visiting Thailand, we are in a holiday mood. We virtually drink throughout the day, and sometimes in that state, we tend to get into arguments with local Thais. Now, I highly recommend that do not get into a scuffle or a fight or an argument with a local Thai person. If you get into a fight with a local Thai person, within minutes you would see 4 or 5 and even 10 Thais gathering together, and they can beat you to pieces. Believe me, I've seen that happen.
Yeah,
in front of
don't
me
pick a
when
fight
person
with
picks
a
fight with a
Thai
local
person,
Thai.
even if that Thai person is smaller than you, because if there are 10 other Thai men to help and to fight you back, you're pretty much outnumbered. Even the Thais, they don't know each other. They might help the other Thai because you're a foreigner, but 10 other Thai men to help and
Oh, that one looks like he on the floor like he been beaten to death.
Wow.
to fight you back, you're pretty much outnumbered. Even the Thais, they don't
What
know
did it
each other.
say,
They
DJ?
might help.
It says British man.
No, the last one.
Oh, elderly couple and their son. Elderly couple and their son were left to bleed in the middle of a busy Bangkok street by 3 men in their 20s. Damn. See, I'm just not down for that. I go to vacation, not fight.
And to fight you back, you're pretty much outnumbered. Even the Thais, they don't know each other. They might help the other Thai because you're a foreigner. I guess unless you're like some kind of martial arts expert or you're a Navy SEAL, then yeah, you can probably take out like half a dozen men by yourself or more. This was a UK man and his Thai wife, and that was before he got into a fight with 3 Thai men.
He has to
in
be a
Thai.
lame
And
white
this is
guy.
after. So the UK man got into a argument with some Thais sitting on the road and blocking the bikes. Next thing you know, he spent 2 weeks in the hospital with thousands of dollars in medical bills. I heard about this news before, and I read about it before I saw the CCTV camera footage. At first, I thought the UK guy was drunk and he was.
But Austin better be careful.
Yeah.
He better
sitting
be careful
on the road
He's got a bad temper, so you know.
See, I wouldn't be
who would do
surprised if
that?
a YouTube video came out and say Austin Holloman is hospitalized because 10 Thai men jumped him for running his mouth.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Unless you're drunk or on some kind of drug. But after seeing and watching the CCTV footage, it was in the middle of the night and there was no traffic. The motorbikes or the scooters had a lot of room on the side to bypass him and his friends. And when the UK man stood up, the first thing he did was a Y. This could be for greeting, but in this particular case, the Y is to apologize and to show respect. But one of the friends sat and he didn't move, or they didn't move, which I think irritated one of the Thai on the bike. Then after a bit, they were fighting. I'm not sure who threw the first punch. So I don't think the UK man was at fault here from what I saw in the video. I mean, they shouldn't be sitting in the road in the first place, but that doesn't mean he deserved 2 weeks in a hospital. Now, the UK man was also put in jail for defending himself, but later released. They confiscated his passport, so he can't leave the country. The Thais, the 3 Thais, were sentenced to jail too. The thing is that if you're in a argument with a Thai, you should just walk away unless it's a emergency situation, like a life and death situation where a Thai person is trying to harm you. Then all bets are off. Rush them, do whatever you have to, kick him where it hurts the most, whatever. Yeah.
He was a local taxi driver, and within minutes there were 15 to 20 taxi drivers surrounding that man who had fought with the local taxi driver, and they were almost coming to blows. It is always advisable, if there is somebody who is instigating you, if there is somebody who is trying to get into your way, just walk away from the situation. You may be a man.
Yeah, there are
great
so many things to
strength,
be aware of, but most of you probably never experienced them, even if you live here for a long time. If you want to learn more about that, check out my free book in the description below. You can download it. If you want to watch other videos about Thailand, click on the video above here. If you want to watch other Thai-related news, click on the side here. Also, make sure to like and subscribe to this channel. Join the channel membership for my exclusive travel videos and other perks by clicking on.
That was deep.
Mm-hmm.
I bet the passport bros haven't even seen it yet. They don't want to see
Oh
that.
no, they don't want to see it.
Well, I'm gonna jump off. I have to get up for work tomorrow, but you guys have a lovely night, and I'll talk to you next time.
Sounds good.
too.
Hey, I think this is probably a good time to end this live.
Same here.
Dane, thank you so much for coming through. Gemini, Anthony.
Yes,
me,
sir.
You know,
Last night a
everybody
DJ
really,
saved my
thank you for
life.
coming through. Solaris, she left early. I think we all sleepy. It's funny because a lot of people are still watching, but hey, we got to get some sleep.
I know we got we did this for like damn near 5 hours and 40 minutes. We on a roll though.
Remember, everybody, Friday we
Good
got
night,
the
DJ.
I know, right? Man, Friday,
Last
Mammy
night a
Feels.
DJ
Yes.
saved my life.
That's gonna be it.
Yes, subscribe. But yeah, well, this brings awareness to what goes on as a passport brother, and never. Well, this is for the ladies. Don't sell yourself short, and let these degenerates do whatever they want. They're going to end up paying the consequences in the end. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Just put yourself first and leave these people alone. They don't have a life. They don't have anything going on for themselves, and they're going to continue to be stupid.
Exactly.
And, yeah. So now I'm gonna go. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. Good night, DJ.
Strum, I'll see you on the next one.
Same here. Bye.
Okay. Good night. Everybody in the chat, thanks for coming through. Haters and everybody up in the crowd, thank you for coming through. Hopefully you got a little bit of education. If you saw, the ladies were trying to help out Flint. They were giving him some good information. I hope some of it sunk in. I don't think so, though. I mean, it might be too late for him, but if he sits down and he retrospects and he gets an epiphany, you never know. Let's hope. Thanks, everybody. This is DJ Torch, and I'm out of here.